5 minutes. The sword on the stone platform froze. Sword quintessence was the highest level of comprehension toward swordsmanship, so naturally, it was no easy feat to achieve that realm. Without several centuries of experience and accumulation, it was nigh impossible to make the breakthrough. Even the old sword maestro, famed to be one of the greatest geniuses in swordsmanship in his era, had to work ceaselessly for more than 100 years before he managed to achieve that realm. On the other hand, the young man before him appeared to only be in his early 20s, and yet, he actually claimed that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes. How could that be possible? Elder, that is clearly nonsense. He's obviously trying to stall for time. If we don't kill him right now, there's no saying that he would do within those 5 minutes. Seeing that the situation was developing in a direction beyond his control, Ji Lingzhen exclaimed anxiously, "I didn't summon you out to chat with the enemy. As a weapon, can you at least show some professionalism?" "Shut up!" the sword bellowed furiously. Wang! Before Ji Lingzhen could even react, a powerful surge of sword qi was already darting his way. Horrified, he quickly channeled his jinqi to defend himself. Pang! However, the sword qi still overcame his defense and struck his chest squarely. His face reddened, and a spurt of fresh blood escaped from his mouth. At the same time, a glaring horizontal cut appeared across his chest. All along, while Ji Lingzhen knew the sword to be a Saint high-tier artifact, he had no idea what its exact tier was. However, when he felt the sword qi emanated by the sword, he immediately realized that the true strength wielded by the sword was far beyond his imagination. Just a simple sword qi was enough to render him completely helpless. If the sword were to attempt to claim his life, there would have been nothing he could have done about it. "Try uttering another word, and I'll kill you this instant," the sword harumphed coldly. It was also no wonder why it would be angry. Prior to the old sword maestro's death, he had sealed the sword here as an inheritance for his successor. There were 2 conditions that the successor had to meet in order to unseal it. Firstly, he must fully comprehend the conceptualization behind the Jian sword character outside. Secondly, his comprehension of swordsmanship must achieve the level of sword quintessence. Only when these 2 factors were met would the sword finally be freed from the stone platform. Over the years, many geniuses had found its way to it, but it was a pity that none of them had been able to meet the 2 conditions simultaneously. Ji Lingzhen could be said to be the one who had come the closest to unsealing it in the past several thousand years, but it was a pity that despite several centuries of hard work, he was still unable to take the final step to achieving sword quintessence. If Xianxia was really able to achieve sword quintessence, he would be able to free it from its restraints. Naturally, how could it allow others to interfere with this hard-to-come-by opportunity? Elder, not expecting that several centuries of companionship would actually mean nothing as compared to a couple of words uttered by Xianxia, Ji Lingzhen trembled in fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he exclaimed, "That fellow over there has used the impartation of heaven's will and demonic tunes in order to sway you. It's clear that he's up to no good." "Sway me?" "That's right, Elder. There's no sword practitioner who doesn't know how difficult it is to achieve sword quintessence. Even the old sword maestro had to take many years of hard work before managing to achieve that realm." Ji Lingzhen spoke with a worried tone. "He's only at upper sword heart, not even reaching the level of half quintessence. How could he possibly achieve a breakthrough to sword quintessence within just mere minutes? That's obviously an attempt to stall for time. He's probably intending on using some kind of lowly method to tame you." Hearing those words, the sword hesitated. There was some sense to what Ji Lingzhen had said. If it was that easy to achieve sword quintessence, it wouldn't have been known as the threshold to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Back in those years, countless sword experts of the Empire Alliance had come to challenge the old sword maestro, and there was no lack of 8-star master teachers amongst them. However, all of them ended up being defeated by his superior comprehension of swordsmanship. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to achieve the level of sword quintessence. From such a perspective, it was indeed doubtful whether a young man in the early 20s would be able to achieve this breakthrough or not. "That fellow is a despicable and scheming fellow. Without a doubt, He's up to his underhanded tricks once more. Elder, I suggest that you kill him right this instant just to be safe. Noticing that the sword was starting to sway in his favor, Lingzhen immediately pressed on with an anxious tone. But halfway through his words, his body suddenly stiffened instinctively, following which an unbelievably grand and pure sword intent burst into the sky. Hong Long. It was as if huge waves had been raised in the sword lagoon. In the blink of an eye, countless sword chi began gathering toward them, forming a frightening hurricane around them. This is... Lingzhen clearly felt the sword intent within his body being suppressed entirely, preventing him from even moving a single step. An ominous premonition loomed over his mind, and his face paled. He slowly turned his stiffened neck over in the direction where the sword intent was coming from. The young man who was just talking a moment earlier came into his sight. His eyes were still completely shut, but in this moment, it felt as if he had transformed into a sharp blade which could challenge even the deities even. Wong 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 wong. Countless blades flew in from outside the formation, and they swiftly took a kneeling stance before the young man, as if paying respects to their new emperor. Servility of the myriad swords. This is sword quintessence. Lingzhen widened his eyes in fright before slowly shaking his head in disbelief. It was just a moment after he said that it was impossible for the young man to achieve a breakthrough to sword quintessence, and he was just stalling for time when such a situation occurred. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel as if the world had directed its full malicious intentions toward him. 700 years ago, he reached half quintessence. Ever since then, he had been trying to further his mastery of swordsmanship to take the final step forward. And for this, he had resorted to all sorts of means and studied all kinds of books. Yet, no matter what he tried, he was still unable to grasp the realm above half quintessence. On the other hand, the young man had only closed his eyes for a few minutes, and he had already reached the level that was beyond his reach. The stark contrast between both of their plights left him on a mental breakdown. Had it not been for his firm mind, the final string of rationality in his mind might have just snapped there and then, leaving him falling endlessly down the abyss of lunacy. He has really comprehended sword quintessence? This is really bad. On the other hand, Lingfeng's eyes were narrowed in horror. He thought that as long as they were to engage the help of the old sword maestro's personal sword, they should be able to get rid of Xianxia without any trouble. In fact, that was one of the contributing factors why they chose to make their move here, so that they would at least have a trump card to fall back on if things went awry. Yet, who could have thought that the both of them would end up hooking up together, and Xianxia even managed to achieve a breakthrough to sword quintessence. At this rate, the sword might even acknowledge Xianxia as its master. To put it in concise terms, they were in deep shit. Run. Realizing this, Lingfeng suppressed the pain that was resonating throughout his body with every move and fled as fast as he could out of the mist. Even though he had only managed to get through the chaotic palace beguilement formation thanks to Lingzhen's directions back then, he had memorized the passageway from the previous experience. Furthermore, the formation had been mostly destroyed by the burst of sword intent from the awakening of the sword, thus making it easier from him to escape from the area. Walala! Barely after taking 2 steps out, before he could even get far, he suddenly felt a chill running through his body. Before he could do anything, he suddenly felt the upper half of his body tumbling forward uncontrollably. Turning his head over, he saw Lingzhen retracting his finger coldly, and the nonchalant look on the latter's face was as if saying the deed he had just committed was nothing worthy of note. He watched as Lingzhen turned around to the stone platform and clasped his fist respectfully, saying, "Elder, I only made a move on Xianxia under the deception of my foolish younger brother. As you know, it has been many years since I left the Sword Lagoon, so I was unaware of the happenings outside. You, Pada." Lingfeng's upper body fell onto the ground, and blood spurted wildly from the severed halves of his body. Even up to the moment of his death, his eyes were widened in disbelief, as if not daring to believe that his elder brother would actually kill him with his own hands. Used to seeing bloodshed, the sword didn't flinch at the slightest by the gore before its eyes. Instead, it bellowed coldly in response to Lingzhen's words, "Silence! Don't interrupt that lad's breakthrough." "Yes, Ji Lingjun hurriedly fell silent and stood obediently on the spot. Since even a newcomer like Ji Lingfeng was able to see through the attitude of the sword, how could Ji Lingjun, who had accompanied the sword for hundreds of years, possibly be oblivious to it? The requirement to taming the sword was to comprehend sword quintessence. Since Zhang Xian had successfully reached sword quintessence, and he had also displayed a thorough understanding of the conceptualization behind the character the old sword maestro had left behind, it was only a matter of time before he successfully tamed the sword. Once that were to happen, Ji Lingjun would be a goner. Thus, he decisively chose to slay Ji Lingfeng and pin all the blame on the latter. In the face of life and death, so long as he could survive, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the life of his kin. On the other hand, Zhang Xian paid no heed to the mess that was happening at the moment. Under the protection of his clone, he immersed himself in the profound knowledge contained in the New Heaven's Path sword art which he had compiled earlier. This sword art could be said to have contained the wisdom of the strongest sword practitioners in not just the conferred empires but even the Empire Alliance as well. As Zhang Xian's comprehension of swordsmanship deepened, his primordial spirit also began morphing in the shape of a sword, and he felt like he could call forth devastating might with just a wave of his hand. When his primordial spirit finally completed the metamorphosis into a sword form, he found that he seemed to command a natural authority over swords that were weaker than him. With just mere thoughts, he was able to drive them into action. But of course, this was just the most elementary form of control. If he wished to wield absolute control over the sword, he would still have to gain the acknowledgement of the sword and tame it. Nevertheless, this was already an extremely frightening ability. This effectively meant that no sword practitioner of the same cultivation realm as him could rival him anymore. With the deepening of my comprehension toward swords, I can now infuse sword intent even to the simplest of movements. Also, when I'm wielding a sword, the fighting prowess I can exert is around twofold as compared to when I'm fighting with fist art or palm art. Assessing the sword intent flowing within his body, Zhang Xian began to make a primary gauge of his current strength. As expected of sword quintessence, it's indeed formidable. Now that I have achieved this level of strength, I wonder if I'll be able to defeat my clone. A thought suddenly came into Zhang Xian's mind. However, he soon shook his head. Forget it. I don't have masochistic tendencies. He and his clone might have originated from the same soul, but through the superior capabilities of the Nine Hearts Lotus, his clone wielded a fighting prowess far beyond his. Every time Zhang Xian thought that he had made substantial improvement and wanted to exact vengeance for his previous humiliation, he would find that his clone had grown even stronger. It should probably be the same this time around. Both their souls were connected, allowing them to share everything telepathically. As soon as their minds connected with one another, his clone would also be able to grasp sword quintessence as well. Given so, whatever advantage he had over his clone would be undone as well. If he were to really dare make a move, there was little doubt that the one who would be lying miserably on the ground afterward would be him. With this lingering thought in mind, Zhang Xian slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into his sight was 100 or so Saint Intermediate tier swords bowing right in front of him, every single of them trembling in fear. I see. So that's the reason why the Dusk Cloud Sword was so fearful of Ma Minghai back then, Zhang Xian thought. He found that he had the strength to easily wipe away the spirit of any of the swords with just a thought. Given so, how could the sword spirits not know fear? Zhang Shi, congratulations on your breakthrough. Please pardon me for my previous disrespect. It's due to the deception of the despicable Ji Lingfeng that I made an erroneous judgment. I beg for your forgiveness. Following which, Zhang Xian swiftly heard an exclamation. Turning over, he saw Ji Lingjun kneeling on the ground not too far away. Even though the latter was trying to keep himself composed, the slight trembling of his body still betrayed his innate fear. Ji Lingjun was already no match for Zhang Xian previously, and the situation had only just worsened. The sword on the stone tablet was clearly biased against him, and the young man had already had more than 100 Saint Intermediate tier swords under his command at the moment as well. If the young man really wanted to kill him, all it would take would be a mere thought. You are asking for my forgiveness? Zhang Xian scoffed. Conducting a swift scan of his surroundings, he suddenly noticed that Ji Lingfeng had already been killed. Then, he traded glances with his clone, and through a telepathic interaction, he swiftly understood what was going on, and a deep frown emerged on his forehead. To be willing to kill even his own brother, Ji Lingzhen was really the worst of scums. Morals and principles clearly meant nothing to him at all. Thus, Zhang Xian communicated telepathically with his clone for a moment before turning his gaze back to the stone platform. "Zhang Shi!" the sword exclaimed in agitation. It had been sealed here ever since the death of the old sword maestro, and it had been nearly 10,000 years since then. Even though it had spent most of its time in hibernation, it still direly craved for freedom. If there was a chance for it to leave this damned place, it would grasp it without any hesitation. "Zhang Shi, I have the heritage of the old sword maestro on me. You have to pull me out from the stone platform for it to show," the sword informed Zhang Xian telepathically. "Pull you out?" Zhang Xian asked before coming to a realization. He hadn't really thought of it in such a manner previously due to the astounding power displayed by the sword, but the words that the sword had just spoken made him realize that the reason why the sword hadn't moved all this while was because there was some kind of seal trapping it in the stone platform. For even something as strong as the sword to be unable to free itself, the seal was bound to be exceptionally powerful. Thus, Zhang Xian couldn't help asking, "If even you are unable to struggle free of the seal, how can I possibly be able to free you?" This stone platform was left behind by the old sword maestro as well, and only sword practitioners who have comprehended sword quintessence would be able to break the seal and pull me out. However, I'm not too sure about how it can be done either, the sword replied awkwardly. The old sword maestro had passed away shortly after sealing it in the stone platform, and it had spent most of its time hibernating since then. All it knew was that in order to be freed from the stone platform, it would need to find a sword practitioner who had comprehended sword quintessence and the conceptualization of the Jan sword character. As for how that sword practitioner could draw it out from the stone platform, embarrassingly, it didn't know a thing at all. "You aren't too sure how it can be done either?" Hearing those words, Zhang Xian couldn't help heaving a deep sigh. "All right, let me give it a try then." The sword was a Saint high-tier artifact. It would be of great use to him, so he wouldn't turn down an opportunity to obtain it. With a swift movement, Zhang Xian appeared before the stone platform. He grabbed the sword and exerted all of his force. However, it was as if the sword was nailed into the stone platform, not budging in the least. Frowning, Zhang Xian began examining the stone platform closely. "It's an artifact created by a celestial designer. No wonder. With Zhang Xian's current strength, he could pluck up even an entire mountain if he wanted to. Yet, for him to be completely helpless before a seemingly ordinary stone platform, so he decided to take a closer look, and he swiftly found that the entire stone platform was a celestial designer mechanism. Unless one were to use a special method to resolve both the seal and the celestial designer mechanism simultaneously, or else it would be impossible to release the sword. The sword said earlier that only those who had achieved sword quintessence would be able to draw it from the stone platform. Perhaps I need to utilize my sword intent while drawing the sword out for it to work. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian tightened his hands on the handle of the sword before closing his eyes. He quickly morphed his comprehension of sword quintessence into a surge of sword intent and slowly drove it through his body. Hong Long. It was as if something had been activated. With a resounding buzz, a peculiar power abruptly burst forth from the stone platform, following which, a powerful wave of sword intent rippled into the surroundings before swiftly forming a barrier around the area. The first thing Zhang Xian noticed was that his spiritual perception had been isolated by the barrier of sword intent, preventing him from sensing anything beyond the barrier. The converse was likely to be true as well. Those outside were unlikely to be able to sense what was going on within the barrier too. Frowning in uncertainty, Zhang Xian was just about to release his grip of the sword to assess his current situation when he suddenly saw a few lingering sword intent in the area slowly gathering before his eyes, gradually forming the silhouette of an old man. The old man had a slightly emaciated figure, but his very presence felt like an incredibly sharp sword which would slice through anything standing before it. "Old sword maestro?" Xianxia called out warily. Even though the old man was an existence formed solely of just sword intent, Xianxia could sense that the other party retained memories of his past. Even just as a congregation of sword intent, the other party still wielded might far beyond his means. "I am Zhenjin, the man whom others know as the old sword maestro. Since you were able to awaken the will I have left behind, you must have successfully comprehended sword quintessence. With this, you are qualified to inherit my heritage." The old man placed his hands behind his back and said. One could vaguely see sword intent rippling within his black eyes, as if granting him the keenness to discern everything in the world. "Kneel down and pay respects to me as your teacher, and I'll impart you the 3 swords of Lingshu and the method to undoing the seal on the stone platform." "Pay respects to you as my teacher?" An inconspicuous frown emerged on Zhangxian's forehead. "To inherit my heritage and my wisdom naturally, you have to acknowledge me as your teacher," the old sword maestro replied with a tone of unquestionable authority. "My 3 swords of Lingshu, Sea Severing Sword, Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and Heaven Desecration Sword, are top-notch battle techniques. Even the experts of the Empire Alliance would kill for the opportunity to learn them. If my days hadn't been numbered, I wouldn't have left my heritage here for any outsider take it for their own." Typically speaking, when an expert wanted to pass down his heritage, he would first assess his student's nature, talent, and many other aspects before deciding on whether to impart to the latter his heritage. After all, there was no expert who wouldn't want to find an outstanding successor to further his legacy. However, by the time the old sword maestro arrived in the Sword Lagoon, he was already on the verge of death, so he wasn't in the physical state to set too many trials. Thus, he could only leave behind the Jan sword, character, and the stone platform to assess his successor. Nevertheless, even if he couldn't make a wholesome assessment of his successor, he was determined to have his successor acknowledge him as his teacher before imparting to the latter his heritage. It might appear to be an empty title on the surface, but to those of the master-teacher continent, the solemnity of their lineage was something they wouldn't compromise on. "Since you have spent a long time to decipher the words I have left behind, I believe that you must have been moved by my heritage for some time now. Considering how you are able to comprehend sword quintessence at your young age, I believe that you should be able to accomplish great things in the future. After you acknowledge me as your teacher, not only will I teach you the 3 swords of Lingshu, I'll also impart to you the essence of my comprehension of swordsmanship. As long as you train diligently, you should have no trouble becoming a top-notch swordmaster in the Empire Alliance within 300 years, the old sword maestro said proudly. He had absolute trust in his own swordsmanship. Since the young man went through all of the trouble to come here and study the Jan sword character he had left behind, it would mean that the young man was interested in obtaining his heritage. Naturally, as the senior and teacher here, he should put on an authoritative air deserving of his standing. Otherwise, how could he win the trust and respect of his successor? 300 years just to become the top-notch swordmaster in the Empire Alliance? That's too long. I can't afford to wait till then. With a conflicted look on his face, Zhangxian shook his head. He had to become a 9-star master teacher before 30 in order to get rid of his innate fetal poison before it blew up on him. More importantly, he needed to wield strength on par with an 8-star pinnacle master teacher by the 3rd month of the next year, so that he could have the strength to free Luo Ruoxin from her engagement with the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. 300 years just to reach the peak in the Empire Alliance. That was simply too slow. You can't afford to wait till then? What do you mean? The old sword maestro narrowed his eyes in agitation. It wasn't easy for him to find a suitable successor, and there was no way he was going to let this opportunity to pass down his heritage go. As a show of power, he released a powerful burst of sword intent into the surroundings, causing the air to moan from the pressure. "Are you afraid that my sword art is too profound, and you are afraid that you won't be able to succeed? If that's the case, you don't have to worry so. The fact that you are able to comprehend the conceptualization behind my Jan sword character shows that you aren't lacking in intelligence. I know that the 3 swords of Lingshu might be profound, but as long as you study it diligently, there's still at least 30% chance that you might succeed. But of course, the shorter the duration you take to comprehend the conceptualization behind my Jan sword character, the higher your chances of success. The reason why the old sword maestro had left behind the Jan sword character was simple. He wanted to test the intelligence of his successor. Without sufficient intelligence, even if he imparted to his successor the complete 3 swords of Lingshu, the latter would still be unable to grasp it. Due to the lack of time, he was unable to construct the required mechanism to impose a time limit on the duration of comprehending the Jan sword character. However, judging from your young age, it shouldn't have been too long since you started comprehended my Jan sword character, right? The old sword maestro asked. I figure that it shouldn't have been 10 years yet. If so, your chances of success would be at least 60%. This? Xianxia scratched his head and he tried his hardest to remember how long he took. I think I took around a minute? He had barely glanced at the words on the stone wall before taking in the insights left behind by the predecessors. In total, he probably only took just 6 seconds or so. Of course, it would be too shocking if he said that he had taken only 6 seconds, so he intentionally multiplied it by 10 times to cushion the blow. A minute? The old sword maestro was taken aback. The sword intent he had diffused in the area also began trembling in resonation to his emotions, and it felt as if they would dissipate at any moment soon. You said that you only took a minute to see through the conceptualization of the character I have left behind? Indeed. It was just a single character, but it consists of 107 different sword intents and sword arts. If I'm not mistaken, the heritage should be a sword formation. That is the most convenient method to combine all of those differing sword intents and sword arts together. Xianxia chuckled softly. It actually isn't that difficult to deduce this much. In just a minute, you were able to see through how many sword arts there were in that character? Unable to recover from his shock, the old sword maestro exclaimed in disbelief. A moment later, a thought came to his mind, and a deep frown containing a hint of displeasure furrowed itself in between his brows. Lad, it seems like you have learned how to lie despite your young age. You said that you were able to see through the conceptualization behind the character I have left behind within a minute, so why don't I give you a test then? If you are really able to figure it out, I'll believe your words. He had concealed the sword intents and sword arts deeply within the Jan sword character, such that even sword masters of the same tier as him would be stunned upon coming into character with the character for the first time, unable to make sense of what it was. Yet, the young man actually said that he was able to figure it out within a minute. Most likely, he was either lying or he had simply made use of the wisdom of predecessors to figure it out. You wish to test me? Very well. Xianxia replied nonchalantly. I'll execute a sword art right now, and you'll try to see how many sword intents and sword arts are infused into it. After those words were spoken, Xianxia suddenly felt a killing intent surging toward him. An ocean of sword chi materialized before his eyes, as if he had been dragged into a wholly different world. Be it the constantly changing currents or the fleeting clouds, there was not a single glance within the world where one was unable to find any sword chi. How about it? Are you able to tell how many sword arts are in my move? After doing all that, the old sword maestro turned his gaze to Xianxia. This? Xianxia shook his head. I can't tell. Such an obvious question, and you can't tell anything at all. How do you expect me to believe your words then? The old sword maestro frowned in disapproval. The sword intents and sword arts infused in the previous move he had executed were more apparent than those in the Jan sword character he had left behind. Through this, the other party's claim that he had comprehended the Jan sword character was pretty much overthrown. Facing the old sword maestro's doubt, Xianxia didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled softly and said, I wasn't able to tell how many sword intents and sword arts are in that move, but I did manage to discern 17 flaws in it. The reason why he was able to decipher the Jan sword Character was due to the compilation of the insights from countless preceding experts. Otherwise, if he were to do it himself, he would have taken several months at the very least, given how fast the old sword maestro's previous move came and go. Even if he had comprehended sword quintessence, he was still unable to count the number of sword intents and sword arts in just a glance. Besides, why should he go through the trouble of counting the number of sword intents and sword arts? It would suffice for him to know the flaws. You found 17 flaws in my move? Nonsense! The old sword maestro's face turned livid with rage. Paying no heed to the old sword maestro's wrath, Xianxia began on a monologue. The first flaw, even though the sword art you have executed is grand and imposing, it's needlessly intricate. If I'm not mistaken, it's designed as such so as to be utilized as a technique to trap others. However, considering the immense might that is devoted to the technique, to use it as a technique to trap and not kill is a huge waste of energy. In other words, the focus of the technique is wrong. The second flaw, while infusing a sword intent targeted toward damaging primordial spirits would enhance the might of the sword art significantly, it also makes it more demanding on the user's soul energy and state of mind. Should the sword practitioner be unable to meet the basic requirement of the sword art, its execution could very well result in a backlash, which could make one vulnerable for a period of time, thus creating an opening for one's opponent to exploit. The third flaw. The fourth flaw. The 17th flaw, the sword art is powerful but its might is unnecessarily scattered. If the might were to be devoted in a single move, it would have allowed the sword practitioner to overpower and slay his opponent in an instant. Yet, you had to divide the might among more than a dozen of transformations in the sword art, making it excessively complicated and even weakening it in the midst of doing so. Shaking his head in disappointment, Xianxia raised his head to look at the old sword maestro. May I know there's anything you disagree with regarding my analysis? Why you? Initially, the old sword maestro didn't think of anything much when the young man first spoke. However, the more he listened to the young man's words, the paler his face became. Eventually, by the time the young man listed the 17th flaw, his body was already trembling wildly. As a swordmaster, he was still vaguely aware of the various problems there was in his sword arts. For the other party to be able to discern them with just a look, and even analyze them at a deeper level than him at that, just how in the world did he do it? Gradually, the old sword maestro's astonishment transformed into overwhelming joy. With such intelligence and eye of discernment, you'll surely be able to master the 3 swords of Lingshu swiftly. His eyes glowed in excitement, and just as he was about to urge the young man into acknowledging him as his teacher once more so that he would be able to pass his heritage down, the young man suddenly sighed. For even a casual sword art you have executed to be plagued with flaws, your 3 swords of Lingshu is bound to be nothing much too. Forget it, you can leave your sword arts for yourself. I won't be learning them anymore. Ah! The old sword maestro froze on the spot. Countless people wanted to learn the old sword maestro's 3 swords of Lingshu. To be honest, the reason he had been severely injured back then was also due to his enemies wanting to acquire his sword art manual. Here he was, offering the 3 swords of Lingshu to the young man, but the young man actually rejected him with such a look of disdain on his face. The overwhelming frustration he felt left his chest feeling a little stifled. While I'm not interested in your sword art, your sword is indeed of some use to me. Xianxia turned to the old sword maestro and asked, if it's not too much, can I take it away with me? As powerful as the old sword maestro had made the 3 swords of Lingshu out to be, through the sword intent the other party had emanated earlier, Xianxia could tell that there were still many flaws in the other party's comprehension of swordsmanship. Instead of learning swordsmanship from the other party, he would be better off collecting ordinary Saint-tier sword arts and compiling them into the Heaven's Path sword art. He would be able to improve faster that way. His foundations would be stronger, and most importantly of all, he would not have to become the old sword maestro's student. To be honest, he had become so used to being a teacher himself that he found it a little awkward to become the student of another individual, even if just in title. Seeing that the young man was still reluctant to learn his sword art, the old sword maestro said with a frown, I have sealed the Lingshu sword in the stone platform using a technique from the 3 swords of Lingshu. If you don't learn my sword art to a certain level of mastery, it'll be impossible for you to draw out the Lingshu sword. He had sealed the Lingshu sword in the stone platform using the 3 swords of Lingshu. Only those who had mastered the technique to a certain level would be able to free the Lingshu sword and take it away. Naturally, the purpose for doing so was to ensure that his heritage was properly passed down. Those who did not inherit his heritage would never be able to take the Lingshu sword away. After explaining that, the old sword maestro was just about to begin round 2 of convincing Xianxia to acknowledge him as his teacher when the young man suddenly bent down and touched the ground casually. Then, he kicked the 4 corners of the stone platform once. Kacha! The crisp whirring of mechanisms filled the air. Xianxia gave the stone platform one powerful stomp. Hoo! The Lingshu sword leaped out of the stone platform and fell into Xianxia's hand. You are actually able to undo the seal and mechanism I have put in place. The old sword maestro's figure flickered in astonishment. Had he not suppressed his emotions in the last moment, he might have dissipated on the spot. It was just a moment ago that he had told the other party that he had to learn the 3 swords of Lingshu before he could extract the sword when something like this happened. Are you here to tear down my show? More importantly, he had put a lot of effort into crafting the stone platform and the seal so as to ensure that nothing would go wrong, such that it would be impossible for even him to forcefully extract the sword without going through the proper means. Yet, that fellow actually succeeded in retrieving the sword with just a few casual kicks. In that moment, the old sword maestro felt like he was just a dancing clown before the young man. All of the preparations he had made were nothing more than a joke to him. The seal and the stone platform you have prepared are not too bad, but it's pity that they have fatal flaws in them. Paying no heed to the other party's current state, Xianxia chuckled as he lowered his head to assess the sword in his hand. The Lingshu sword had a black blade, so there was no sharp glint typical of a sword to it. At the same time, there was no sword chi that could be felt from it either. On the surface, it appeared to be no different from any ordinary sword out there. It was only when Xianxia held it in his hand that he realized what a frightening weapon it was. He found that there was absolutely no impediment when he drove his jinchi through it. Even with a casual swing, he would be able to bring forth power far beyond his imagination. His cultivation was still too lacking for him to be able to bring out the full prowess of the sword, but even if he could just wield 1/10 of it, he would still be able to slay a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator easily. This was how frightening the Lingshu sword was. Wang! Just as Xianxia was feeling the overwhelming strength of the Lingshu sword, the latter suddenly began trembling intensely, seemingly trying to free itself from Xianxia's grasp. Xianxia frowned. It's due to the nourishment of my sword intent over many years that the Lingshu sword managed to become this strong. Without learning the 3 swords of Lingshu and my sword cultivation technique, it'll be impossible for you to tame the Lingshu sword. You should understand that a sword that can't be tamed is unusable in battle. The old sword maestro explained proudly. He had forged and nourished the Lingshu sword personally, and his will was infused into it. How could others possibly tame the Lingshu sword so easily? But before the old sword maestro could finish his explanation, the young man had already bellowed furiously, "Stop thrashing around!" Following which, he tapped the Lingshu sword on several points with his fingers. Kacha! Kacha! A series of crisp echoes rang in the air, and it did not take long for the Lingshu sword to tremble in astonishment. It hurriedly halted its shaking and kneeled respectfully on the ground. Paying respects to Master. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia stowed the Lingshu sword into his storage ring. Then he turned his sight back to the old sword maestro and asked doubtfully, "What did you say earlier? I wasn't really paying attention." Xianxia had been so busy trying to examine the strength of the Lingshu sword that he did not hear what the old sword maestro was saying. It's nothing much." The old sword maestro's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and the body he had formed out of sword intent began to dissipate. Even though his death had left the Lingshu sword free to take any master, he knew his sword very well. He had forged the Lingshu sword personally, and he knew that it was an incomparably arrogant individual. Yet, to submit to the young man in the blink of an eye, this was a blow that he could not take. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave first. Xianxia clasped his fist before turning around. This? You haven't even learned the 3 swords of Lingshu yet. How can you leave like that? The old sword maestro exclaimed in agitation. The area is shrouded by the sword intent I have infused into the stone platform previously. Unless you learn my 3 swords of Lingshu, forcefully barging through will make you severely injured. Before the old sword maestro could finish the word injured, the young man had already placed his finger casually on the barrier of sword intent, and with a light hula, the entire barrier of sword intent vanished without a trace. Cough, cough. The old sword maestro's face turned completely crimson. At this point, he could not bother keeping up the impression of an expert anymore. A pleading look surfaced in his eyes as he spoke. Why don't you reconsider the matter? My 3 swords of Lingshu is really formidable. I know, but I truly can't become your student. Xianxia shook his head. The old sword maestro hesitated for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. It's fine if you don't become my student. All I ask is that you pass down my heritage down to the later generations. He had thought that as long as he could accept a talented student, he would be able to bring honor and glory to his heritage. But the young man before him was simply too outstanding. Considering how even he could not see the depths of the young man before him, it was clear that it would be nigh impossible for him to get the young man to acknowledge him as his teacher. At this point, all he could hope was for the young man to impart his heritage to a suitable person and pass down his lineage. Xianxia pondered for a moment before turning around. I can help you find a suitable successor to the lineage of your swordsmanship. Where's your sword art? It's over here. A light flickered through the old sword maestro's eyes, and a surge of sword intent flew straight for Xianxia. Xianxia did not dodge, and in an instant, he saw countless surges of sword chi flashing across his eyes. They swiftly formed a sword art manual. Just as the old sword maestro had said earlier, there were only 3 moves to this battle technique. However, every single move wielded might that could not be underestimated. In fact, even the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, which Xianxia had learned earlier, paled in comparison to it. Most likely, this is a Saint high-tier battle technique. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was a technique that ancient sage Qiu Wu had come up with in his earlier years, and limited by his knowledge and experiences, it only met the mark of a Saint intermediate-tier battle technique. On the other hand, the 3 swords of Lingshu clearly wielded far superior might, reaching the level of Saint high tier. It was no wonder the old sword maestro was so confident in his heritage. There was indeed a basis for his confidence. A moment later, Xianxia sighed grudgingly. But why are there so many flaws in it? How am I supposed to learn it like that? Sea Severing Sword, Ocean Cataclysm Sword, and Heaven Desecration Sword. Each of these techniques harnessed strength and speed far greater than the last. However, the number of flaws they possessed were also so numerous that they left him completely speechless. Putting everything aside, even the most basic Sea Severing Sword had a total of 336 flaws. Just by looking at it, Xianxia had already lost his interest in learning the sword art. More importantly, these sword arts require the complementation of 108 swords in order to execute. Typically speaking, it would be impossible for a battle technique to have so many flaws, or else there was no way one could practice it without one's cultivation going berserk. The main reason the 3 swords of Lingshu had so many flaws was because the sword arts did not consist of the movement of a single sword. Rather, it was a sword formation, requiring a total of 108 swords in order to execute. With each of the 108 swords moving individually, it was inevitable that there would be many more flaws in the sword art compared to other battle techniques. Seeing the look of disgust on the face of the young man after receiving his heritage, to the point where it almost seemed like he would just vomit, the old sword maestro sighed deeply and said, "This is the 3 swords of Lingshu which I devoted my entire life into creating. If you don't wish to learn it, I hope that you will at least find a successor for it. Please don't let my lineage end here. Don't worry. Even though the sword arts in your 3 sword of Lingshu are plagued with flaws, Just the depletion of Xianxia is a nightmare in itself. The might they harness is still considerable. I'll try to find a way to make some improvements in them before passing them on to a suitable successor in your stead. Xianxia clasped his fists sincerely. In truth, he was only irked by the high number of flaws in the sword arts, and just the thought of the number of high-tier sword art manuals that he had to gather in order to perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu was enough to leave him feeling deeply fatigued. On the whole, he still thought that the 3 swords of Lingshu was a decent technique wielding considerable strength. Ah! Stifled by the young man's words, the old sword maestro's figure flickered once more. I'll be counting on you then. After saying those words, "Pa!" he dissipated on the spot. All he wanted to do was to pass down his heritage. But never in his dreams did he expect to meet such a fellow. In the end, he even dissipated from sheer indignation and rage before he could even pass down his comprehension of swordsmanship. Geez! Seeing the figure of the old sword maestro disappearing before him, Xianxia sighed deeply. Since I have learned your sword arts and taken your sword, I'll see your wish to the end and bring honor and glory to your swordsmanship. The fact that the old sword maestro had gone to the trouble of setting up these trials despite the severely wounded state he was in back then was more than enough to show his determination to pass his heritage down. He did not want the sword arts he had created with much difficulty to disappear from the world just like that. He hoped to pass them down to the later generations and have them shine in their hands. Since that was the case, Xianxia would help him pass down the 3 swords of Lingshu to the right successor after he had improved it so that his name could be sung through history. This stone platform is a treasure as well. I should take it with me. The fact that the stone platform was able to trap the Lingshu sword showed that it was made from decent materials. So Xianxia threw it into his storage ring with a flick of his hand. If he could not find a use for the stone platform for the time being, using it as a sheath did not sound too bad. At this point, Xianxia could not help but remember that, in his previous life, sword experts in novels were able to defeat their opponents with just their sword sheath. In the future, while his sword was still sheathed in the stone platform, he could lift the 10-meter-long stone platform to smash his opponent. 2. The thought of it left him tingling a little in excitement. After the stone platform was removed, the flow of the stream reverted to normal. Xianxia stretched his back lazily before slowly making his way out. Barely after taking a few steps, he saw Jilingzhen lying on the ground. His breathing halted. I only told you to teach him a lesson. Why did you kill him? Xianxia turned to his clone and frowned. I wasn't the one who did it. It was them. The clone gestured to the area behind Jilingzhen. Turning his gaze over, Xianxia first noted that the mist that had been shrouding the area was dissipating along with the gradual collapse of the chaotic palace beguilement formation. Next, he saw several hundred people lying unconscious all around the area. They were the sword practitioners who had been studying the Jan sword character in front of the stone wall earlier. Xianxia swiftly assessed their conditions and confirmed that they were just unconscious, not dead, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, a hint of doubt arose in his mind. Shouldn't they have been busy studying the Jan sword character outside? Why would they have fainted there? The rising pillar of sword intent earlier made it known to everyone on the island that a treasure has surfaced, so they rushed over here in hope of claiming the treasure. So, I told them that Jilingzhen had managed to obtain the treasure, and they immediately rushed forward and lynched him to death. However, they were not able to find anything on him, so they turned their sights to me instead. So, I could only knock all of them out. Xianxia's clone replied with a casual shrug. His clone wielded the strength to defeat even the Grand Dominion Realm primary stage Jilingzhen easily. Even though the cultivators gathered in the area were not weak, they were still far from matching up to him. I see. It's good that they aren't dead, or else things could get troublesome. Hearing his clone's explanation, Xianxia knew that he would also have made the same call if he were in the same position. Men blinded by greed are irrational. Force works better than words on them. Xianxia quickly put his clone back into the myriad anthive nest before making his way out of the mist. Soon, he heard numerous footsteps outside, and shortly after, Brother Sun and the other candidates of the secondary selection appeared in his sights. It's really you. Upon seeing Xianxia stepping out from the mist, a cold glint flashed through Brother Sun's eyes. When they saw the pillar of sword intent emerging earlier, they had swiftly realized that a treasure had emerged in the world. Anyone who obtained it would surely be able to rise through the ranks and make a name for themselves even in the sanctum of sages. Even though they were master teachers, they were still humans with desires. This was a rare opportunity for them as well. They could not allow it slip through their fingers just like that. No matter what, they had to at least give it a try. They could not allow Xianxia to hog it just like that. The master teachers swiftly moved to surround Xianxia tightly, and their representative, Brother Sun, said with a cold voice, "Hand over the treasure and share it with all of us, and we'll consider sparing you this once. Otherwise, don't even dream of getting away today." "Treasure?" Xianxia asked. "You need not feign ignorance before us. All of us know that we are at the Sword Lagoon, and the previous pillar of sword intent is a clear sign that the heritage of the old sword maestro has surfaced. Quickly hand it over and we can spare you this once. Otherwise, this matter won't just end with you losing your slot." Another master teacher bellowed coldly. As long as the young man did not use his artifacts, there was nothing of him to fear. Even if he did use his artifacts, considering how many of them were here, they would still be able to incapacitate him swiftly. "That's right. Xianxia, you should know the position you are in very well. There's no denying that you possess incredible strength, and you possess powerful artifacts as well. However, are you certain that you will be able to withstand our combined strength?" The other master teachers looked at Xianxia coldly. After that fellow embarrassed all of them the previous day, they had already had a huge bone to pick with him. Now that the heritage of the old sword maestro was at stake as well, they did not hesitate to show their hostility toward him. "Are you all going to disregard your standing as master teachers and snatch my possession?" Xianxia frowned in displeasure. Due to the standing and identity that master teachers had on the master teacher continent, they would usually conduct themselves honorably and respectably. When it came to the allocation of a treasure, they would compete with one another fairly through duels. However, those men gathered there clearly had no intention of playing it fair. They were outright forcing him to hand over the heritage to them. Snatch? It's only natural for a treasure to go to those deserving of it. If you wish to keep it for yourself, you should first consider if you have the capability to do so. Brother Sun waved his hands impassively. "All right, let's not waste our breath anymore. Attack him. Don't give him any opportunity to release his puppets." "That's right." Voila! The next moment, the master teachers surrounding Xianxia charged forward simultaneously. All of them knew that Xianxia had an army of puppets in his possession, and once released, things would become troublesome for them. For this reason, they did not hesitate to gang up on him. In an instant, Xianxia abruptly flooded the entire sword lagoon, causing the air to turn a little suffocating from the viscosity of the energy. To be able to clear Zhao Xingma's preliminary selections, there was no doubt that they were all outstanding geniuses possessing talent and strength on par with Zhang Jiuxiao. Even though this was the first time they were collaborating with one another, they were still able to draw out strength far beyond a normal cultivator's imagination. Gathered together, their strength was like a river gushing forward relentlessly, threatening to tear down everything in its path. Given the momentum of their offense, it was likely that even a half-grand dominion like Pavilion Master Yu would have been hard-pressed to withstand their attack. Not too bad. Seeing how those master teachers were able to draw out so much strength from their teamwork, Xianxia nodded leisurely. Then he drove his sword quintessence. In the blink of an eye, his presence seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, and a burst of sword intent rose into the clouds. At the same time, he emanated a dangerous aura that threatened to tear anything in its path into shreds. In the face of Xianxia's aura, the master teachers revealed looks of astonishment and fear, but they did not allow their emotions to impede their offense at all. Woo! With the summoning of Xianxia's sword intent, countless gales rose throughout the sword lagoon, and innumerable swords began flying in his direction. "Since you were the ones to make the first move, don't blame me if you get hurt." "Who?" With a cold harumph, Xianxia's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Through the unbounded Voyager, he flitted at a speed as fast as a specter. Who? Xianxian charged right into the river of energy created by the master teachers, and as if a sharp blade, he sliced their attack in two. After which, more than 20 individual surges of sword chi abruptly burst forth from his body, aimed at each of the master teachers. Had it been before, the combined prowess of the crowd might have been able to stop him. However, after he had comprehended sword quintessence, his sword chi had grown far sharper and more condensed than before. While Brother Sun and the others were not weaker, they were insufficient to put up a fight against him. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. In just 10 breaths, all of the master teachers were wounded by the sword chi. However, their injuries were not too severe. Xianxian's goal was just to punish them. He did not intend to claim their lives. But the master teachers did not seem to have any ideas of backing down. On the contrary, seeing how their collaborative offense had been neutralized so easily, and the young man had even managed to launch a successful counterattack, their eyes reddened further with greed. That fellow has been hiding his strength all along. With his current prowess, even Pavilion Master Yu would be no match for him. Isn't he from the Qingyuan Empire? How can he be so powerful? Have you all realized it yet? He was only at Primordial Spirit Realm Intermediate stage yesterday, but at this very moment, he is at the pinnacle stage. Not only so, it seems like he has managed to comprehend sword quintessence as well. There's no doubt about it. This must be the result of inheriting the old sword maestro's heritage. Otherwise, there's no way he could grow so much within this short period of time. They had fought with Xianxian the previous day as well, and while he had not been weak, it was certain that he had not been so strong. For his cultivation to rise by 2 small cultivation stages within a single day, there was no way this had nothing to do with the Sword Lagoon. After all, there was no cultivator who could possibly advance his cultivation so quickly. To be able to raise an individual's strength by such a degree within a short period of time, the heritage of the Sword Lagoon is truly no joke. Clenching his jaws tightly, Brother Sun bellowed, "Everyone, we must unite. If we don't stand together on the same front, not only will we be unable to obtain the treasure and the heritage, there's a good chance that we might all lose our lives here." "Yes!" the crowd echoed in response. Just a day ago, the young man could only achieve victory when their cultivation was lowered, but today, he had already gained the strength to rival all of them simultaneously. If they could obtain the heritage of the old sword maestro for themselves, they would be bound for greatness. "Move!" With a furious roar, the geniuses immediately charged up together. Even though their teamwork had been decent previously, all of them had held back quite a bit. After all, after they defeated Xianxian, there was a chance that they would have to fight it out among themselves for the allocation of the heritage. However, after witnessing Xianxian's strength with their own eyes, they realized that they would not even get to come close to the heritage if they continued holding back at this point. With their wills united by a common foe, their combined strength soared to new heights. Innumerable surges of Jinqi began gathering together to form a huge cluster of power that covered a radius of over several hundred meters. Under the immense influx of power, the air became as viscous as mud. Putting aside a cultivator, even weapons would find it hard to proceed in the face of such atmosphere. Kacha! Kacha! Immense pressure weighed down on Xianxian, who stood at the very center of this hurricane of energy. The overwhelming power tugged and pulled at his body, as if attempting to tear him into shreds. Humph! Facing the offense of the master teachers, Xianxian narrowed his eyes frostily. He had shown them mercy, but they had simply taken his magnanimity as a sign of weakness and carried on their offense. With this, he felt that his tolerance had come to a limit. There was indeed no end to a human's greed. From their attitudes, it could be seen that even if he imparted the 3 swords of Lingshu to them, they would still think that he was holding something back. Since that was the case, it was time to take forceful measure and have them know the meaning of fear. Without wasting any words, Xianxian pushed his foot against the ground and dashed into the crowd of master teachers. For some reason, the viscous space created by the full might of all of the master teachers present seemed to be completely ineffective on him. He flitted through the area as if a phantom, and with every grasp, he would accurately catch a master teacher, acquire his jade token, and send him flying with a light push. Just like that, the master teachers fell one after another. While the collaborative offense of the master teachers was powerful, through his eye of insight, Xianxia was still able to find many flaws here and there, allowing him to overcome it with ease. Pung 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 pung. It was almost as if Xianxia was a tiger diving into a crowd of goats. As many master teachers as there might have been, there were none who lasted more than a breath before him. My jade token! He took away mine as well. He isn't just knocking us down. He's taking away our jade tokens too. Be careful. It did not take long for all of the master teachers to be collapsed on the ground, and every single one of them were moaning in pain. Since Xianxia had been able to guess that a part of the test was to have confidence in one's strength and keep one's jade token with one, the other master teachers had also come to realize the same as soon as they calmed down, and they had chosen to bring it along with them as well. Yet, who would have thought this would end up presenting a chance for Xianxia to acquire all their jade tokens at once? Despite collaborating with one another, they were actually unable to withstand a single move from the other party at all. How in the world did this freak cultivate to gain such monstrous capabilities? In this moment, Brother Sun and the others were still in a state of disbelief, unable to believe what had just happened. Since you all tried to eliminate me, it's only right for me to do the same to you. This isn't a breach of the rules, right? Paying no heed to the state of shock the master teachers were in, Xianxia flicked his hand, and the 20 jade tokens floated right in front of him. You dare! The crowd immediately panicked. Those jade tokens represented their chances to enter the Sanctum of Sages. If they were to be destroyed, it would mean that they had failed the secondary selections, and they would be unqualified to enter the Sanctum of Sages anymore. Their initial thought had been that, as long as they collaborated with one another, they should be able to eliminate Xianxia with ease. Yet, instead of overpowering the young man, they had ended up placing themselves in a precarious situation. Is there any reason I shouldn't do it? Xianxia scoffed coldly as he closed his grip. Kacha! 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 The crisp echo of the jade tokens shattering sounded simultaneously, and in an instant, all 20 jade tokens were reduced to powdery remains. Seeing the sight, the master teachers were completely frozen for a moment. Ah! Gradually, the master teachers returned to their senses. Some let loose despaired howls, some collapsed to the ground in utter shock, and some glared at Xianxia in hostility, as if swearing to exact vengeance. This is catastrophic. If all of us have been eliminated simultaneously, doesn't that mean that bastard is the only one who has cleared the secondary selection? Brother Sun muttered in disbelief. There was a total of 33 candidates participating in the secondary selection, and the selection should have come to an end as soon as 13 candidates were eliminated. However, if all of them were eliminated simultaneously, would that make Xianxia the only one who had cleared the selection? If that was really the case, they might really lose their minds. Furthermore, how was Zhao Xingma supposed to explain this matter to the Sanctum of Sages? For there to be only a single candidate from the Empire Alliance. Whoa! Just as complete chaos had descended upon the situation, a series of whistling sounds suddenly echoed from afar. Soon after, more than 100 Saint Intermediate tier swords flew over, surrounding Xianxia tightly. These are the superior swords that have chosen to remain in the Sword Lagoon? One of the master teachers exclaimed with narrowed eyes. Each year, the Sword Lagoon would draw countless sword practitioners in. When these sword practitioners died in the Sword Lagoon, their swords were likely to choose to rest in Sword Lagoon due to the sword intent lingering in the area. Due to this, there were also sword practitioners who would visit the Sword Lagoon in the hope that they might be able to take away some formidable swords to enhance their fighting prowess. These swords are able to grow by devouring the sword intent lingering in the area, so they tend to abhor outsiders who interrupt their peace in the Sword Lagoon. For this reason, they assault cultivators from time to time. Haha! It seems like Xianxia is in deep trouble this time around. Coming to realize what was going on, the master teachers burst into gleeful laughter. So what if you have eliminated all of us? Now that you are surrounded by so many Saint Intermediate tier swords, no matter how powerful you are, there's no way you will escape from here alive. Kill him. Let's all go down together. Brother Sun roared frenziedly. But before he could finish his words, the swords abruptly fell to the ground respectfully. Paying respects to Master. The 100 or so swords declared simultaneously, their deafening voices shaking even the clouds. Master! These swords have all recognized Xianxia as their master? The master teachers were completely flabbergasted and crazed by the sight before them. You are acknowledging me as your master? Not only were the crowd flabbergasted, Xianxia was startled as well. It took a long while before he was able to make sense out of what was going on. It seemed like the sword intent released by the Lingshu sword had benefited these swords greatly, so all of them ended up submitting to it. And now that the Lingshu sword had acknowledged Xianxia was its new master, these swords also unhesitatingly chose to do the same as well. Adding Lingshu sword into the group, and I would have a total of 108 swords, thus meeting the weapon requirement for the 3 swords of Lingshu. Could this be the reason why the Lingshu sword agreed to help Jilingjin make a move on me over the Sword of Faint Whisper and Sword of Faint Warble? Xianxia wondered. There was a total of 107 Saint Intermediate tier weapons in the area, and adding the Lingshu sword in the equation, he would have the number required to execute the sword arts in the 3 swords of Lingshu. Did this mean that the old sword maestro hasn't been able to gather the swords required for the sword formations after he created the 3 swords of Lingshu? Was that the reason why his enemy was able to severely wound him, forcing him to escape to the Sword Lagoon? Another thought appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. One of the greatest difficulties in executing the 3 swords of Lingshu was gathering the swords required to set up the sword formations. Could it because the old sword maestro wasn't able to gather the required number of swords that resulted in his eventual defeat? Otherwise, given the overwhelming strength that the old sword maestro wielded, as well as the tremendous might he could bring forth via his 3 swords of Lingshu, it should have been extremely difficult for anyone to defeat him. However, Xianxia also knew that there was no point thinking about these matters anymore. There was no way he could affirm his deductions at this point. With a swift flick of his hand, he kept all of the swords into his storage ring. After he kept those swords, the resounding call of a crane suddenly echoed in the air. Soon after, a majestic crane could be seen gliding over from the horizon. Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu were standing on the back of the crane, gazing down at the defeated candidates on the ground. Xianxia had used the Myriad Anthive Queen to control the surrounding myriad ants, preventing Zhao Xingma and Pavilion Master Yu from noticing anything. Nevertheless, as time passed, they still eventually realized that something was amiss, so they began making their way over. When they felt all of the jade tokens except for Xianxia's had shattered, they nearly fell off the back of the crane. The secondary selection was set to be 3 days long, but in less than half a day, all of the candidates except for one had been eliminated. This was too that exaggerated. The crane slowly landed on the ground, and after making sense out of what was going on, Zhao Xingma turned to Xianxia with tearful eyes. He knew that the young man was a troublemaker, but surely the latter didn't have to do this during the secondary selection. This was too much. For a candidate to single-handedly eliminate all of the others, how was he supposed to report this matter to the Sanctum of Sages? After all the trouble he had gone through searching for candidates, he couldn't possibly just bring a single person back to the Sanctum of Sages with him, right? Putting aside whether the Sanctum of Sages would be willing to accept such an outcome or not, there would surely be a huge uproar from the 8 conferred empires and the various Tier 3 sage clans. Zhao Shi, the law doesn't punish the masses. If everyone has failed the secondary selection, that could be a sign saying that there's a major loophole in the secondary selection. Since that's the case, why don't we balance out the rules and conduct another round of selection? It would be fairer for the candidates this way. Pavilion Master Yu shot a glance at Xianxia before quickly clasped his fist toward Zhao Xingma. Indeed, I agree that there's a need for a new round of selection too. I think that it's only rational to do so as well. Seeing that there was hope for them, Brother Sun and the others quickly spoke up in agreement to Pavilion Master Yu's words as well. If there wasn't a new round of selection, they would all be eliminated right here. Naturally, they knew where they should stand. This, Zhao Xingma hesitated. He couldn't just take a single person back to the Sanctum of Sages with him, but the rules were the rules. If he were to alter it at his convenience, that would be compromising the integrity of the selections. If that was the case, every single candidate who failed the selection would just demand to retake the selection once more, thus rendering the significance of the selection pointless. I'll report this matter to the Sanctum of Sages and have the elders make a judgment on this matter. Zhao Xingma pondered for a moment before replying. The situation had already exceeded his authority. It would be best for him to report it upward and have them make a judgment instead. Yes, since Zhao Xingma had already said so, they weren't in a position to say anything more. Xianxia, since you have received the heritage contained in our Sword Lagoon, I hope that you can return it to our Qianchong Empire. I'll thank you in the stead of the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion and its countless master teachers. Pavilion Master Yu turned to Zhang Xian and said, previously, while the other master teachers were explaining the reason behind their elimination, they had also spoken about the emergence of the old sword maestro's heritage as well. Return. Zhang Xian turned to Pavilion Master Yu with a look that suggested that a fool was talking to him. The Sword Lagoon has been in Qianchong Empire for at least 10,000 years now, but not a single person has been able to acquire it. This only goes to show that none of you are deserving of the heritage. Since I have the luck and capability to acquire it, why should I hand it over to you? Xianxia, you can't put it like that. The Sword Lagoon is a heritage that is passed down from generation to generation in our Qianchong Empire, and it serves to motivate countless master teachers to work harder and charge forward bravely. It has already come to be a spiritual pillar of Qianchong Empire, as well as an identity that civilians of Qianchong relate with. Since you aren't from Qianchong Empire, it's only natural for you to return the heritage to us. If you were to take it away with you, you would be robbing an entire conferred empire of its spiritual pillar and identity. Pavilion Master Yu replied. His words weren't heavy, and there was a smile on his face as well. However, there was a clear resolve in his words which showed that he wouldn't bow down on this matter. His intentions were clear. The heritage in the Sword Lagoon belongs to Qianchong Empire. Since you aren't from our country, don't you dream of taking it away. If you don't return it, should any chaos happen to Qianchong Empire, it'll all be your fault. Let's see how you'll account the matter to the headquarters if that were to happen. Pavilion Master Yu's voice might be gentle, but the steely threat behind it was impossible not to notice. Seeing through the hidden meaning behind Pavilion Master Yu's words, Zhang Xian chuckled softly and said, since you claimed that it's a spiritual pillar and identity of your Qianchong Empire, why hasn't anyone obtained it over the past 10,000 years? To leave a heritage lying in the dust, preventing it from bringing prosperity to generations to come, isn't your master teacher Pavilion a little too incompetent? Pavilion Master Yu's lips twitched upon hearing those words, and his face turned crimson. Trying to extort the heritage out of another because you aren't able to obtain it yourself, is this how the Qianchong Empire Master Teacher Pavilion operates? It seems like I really should report this matter to the headquarters, and have them look into the prevalent culture here. Zhang Xian continued. This, Xianxia, I'm just worried that your reputation will be affected if you were to keep the heritage with you. I don't bear any ill will toward you. Knowing that he wasn't on the side of reason, Pavilion Master Yu could only concede. You're worried my reputation will be affected? Pavilion Master Yu, I must say that you are worrying unnecessarily. However, there happens to be something which I would like to report to the headquarters which I think you might want to worry about. Zhang Xian replied coldly. May I know what's the matter? An ominous premonition came to Pavilion Master Yu, and his eyebrows began twitching slightly in worry. Xiaoxia is the one who chose the location of the secondary selection, and even as candidates we aren't aware of the location beforehand. Yet, not too long after entering the Sword Lagoon, I was met with an ambush. I suspect that someone on the inside has intentionally leaked news concerning the secondary selection to my enemy in order to harm me. Therefore, I hope to have the Empire Alliance investigate this matter and redress my grievances. Zhang Xian waved his hand imposingly. It would be too much to shrug off Ji Lingjin and Ji Lingfeng's presence in the Sword Lagoon as a coincidence. It was more likely that they had known that he would be there for the secondary selection. It was just yesterday that he had beaten up Pavilion Master Yu, so the latter had the motive to backstab him. On top of that, it was likely that Zhao Xingma had approached Pavilion Master Yu to obtain his assistance in helping to coordinate the miscellaneous matters concerning the secondary selection so as to ensure that it would proceed smoothly. Thus, it was likely that he knew of the location of the secondary selection in advance as well. So, other than Pavilion Master Yu, Zhang Xian couldn't think of anyone else who would and could do such a thing. A hint of deep horror was reflected in the depths of Pavilion Master Yu's eyes, but he knew better than to allow it to show on his face. With a tone reminiscent to a senior kindly advising a junior, he said calmly, "Zhang Shi, since you have gotten off unscathed and obtained the heritage even, this matter can be considered as a blessing in disguise. Let's not blow things up or else it might reflect badly on the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Why don't you leave it to our Chenchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion to deal with this matter instead? I promise you that I'll root out the culprit and I'll hand the heritage of the old sword maestro to the headquarters and report the happenings over the past 2 days to them. As for what they will do about the matter, that would be none of my business." Zhang Xian interjected coldly, speaking with a decisive voice. Had it not been for the many trump cards he had hidden up his sleeves, he could have surely been killed by Ji Lingfeng. For the head of a Master-Teacher Pavilion to collude with outsiders to harm an elder of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, just this crime itself was enough to drag Pavilion Master Yu down to his doom. As for the specifics of how Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion would deal with this matter, Zhang Xian wasn't interested to know. Pavilion Master Yu was at a loss for words. Thinking about the fate that would befall him, his face turned ghastly pale, and his body collapsed weakly to the ground. He was indeed the one who had leaked the news concerning Zhang Xian's whereabouts to Ji Lingfeng. If no one were to investigate this matter, he might still be able to get away scot-free. However, if the headquarters were to be dragged into this matter as well, there was no way he would be getting off with what he had done. After all, that would be equivalent to harming his own brethren, and the Master-Teacher Pavilion would never tolerate such actions. "Zhang Shi, what happened?" Noticing that something was amiss from the conversation between the two, Zhao Xingma couldn't help but ask. "Zhao Shi, this is what I have faced after entering the Sword Lagoon. You can take a look." With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian passed a jade token over. Looking through the content in the jade token, Zhao Xingma's complexion swiftly turned livid. He was the one who had set the rules and details of the secondary selection, and this included the location as well. He had made great deal preparations to ensure that news wouldn't be leaked out in advance. And yet, Zhang Xian still ended up being ambushed. "You Yichuan, how dare you do such a thing beneath my eyelids? Very well. I'll have this matter reported to the headquarters in the name of the Sanctum of Sages. You better have a good reason prepared for that by then." Zhao Xingma bellowed coldly before flinging his sleeves coldly. "Zhao Shi." Pavilion Master Yu's face was ashened. The Sanctum of Sages was the highest master-teacher training institution beneath the Master-Teacher Pavilion, and its standing was higher than even that of the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion. If Zhao Xingma were to report this matter in his capacity as a guide from the Sanctum of Sages, the highest headquarter would surely keep a close lookout for the matter as well. In other words, there was really no way out for him anymore. At the very start, all he had intended was to exact vengeance for his wife's brother, and have that insignificant figure from Qingyuan Empire learn that a quasi-8-star master teacher wasn't someone he could afford to humiliate, yet, while trying to do the other party in, he ended up drawing flames upon himself instead. His future, standing, and reputation, all of these were going right down the gutter. From the respected head of the Chenchong Empire Master-Teacher Pavilion, he would soon become a scorned criminal. If only he knew that this would happen to him, he would have never gone up against Zhang Xian. In this moment, Pavilion Master Yu felt deep regret for his actions. "Let's go." Couldn't be bothered about Pavilion Master Yu. Zhang Xian swiftly got onto Zhao Xingma's crane and began flying back to Chenchong City. Soon, they arrived back at the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Xianxia, I'm sorry that I have let you down. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Zhang Zhouxiao immediately walked forward and apologized in dejection. Zhang Xian had spent much time and effort on him in order to help him to enter the Sanctum of Sages, but he ended up being the first one to be eliminated in the secondary selection. While he felt dispirited from his failure, he felt even more apologetic for letting Zhang Xian down. How were be eliminated shortly after the selection begin? Zhang Xian asked in intrigue. Zhang Zhouxiao's face turned crimson. I was assaulted by a sword. It turned out that shortly after landing on the Sword Lagoon, Zhang Zhouxiao found himself assaulted by a top-notch Saint intermediate-tier sword. As the sword wielded strength far beyond his capability, it didn't take long for his jade token to be shattered. That's most probably Ji Lingfeng's sword of faint whispers. After asking about the appearance of the sword, Zhang Xian replied with a shake of his head. Since Ji Lingfeng had gone to the extent of laying an ambush for him in the Sword Lagoon, he was bound to have dug his background as well. Perhaps it was out of worry that Zhang Zhouxiao would foil things up. In view of the relationship between the both of them, Ji Lingfeng chose to eliminate him right from the start. I have really let down the expectations you have for me this time around. Zhang Zhouxiao lowered his head in shame. He really didn't know how he should face the young man before him. In this moment, Zhao Xingma's voice suddenly sounded. Due to the unexpected event occurring in the secondary selection, the results will be voided. Everyone will be following me to the Sanctum of Sages to participate in the final selection. The results will be voided? Zhang Zhouxiao was taken aback. Xianxia, what's going on? Wait a moment. Shouldn't the secondary selection last for 3 whole days? Why did you all return so early? As he was taken out of the Sword Lagoon right after he was eliminated, he was unaware of the happenings afterward. The remaining candidates ganged up on me, attempting to eliminate me, and I accidentally eliminated all of them, Zhang Xian replied. You accidentally eliminated everyone else? Zhang Zhouxiao was stunned. Amidst a furious gale, an aerial Saint Beast soared swiftly through the sky, leaving behind white streak in its trail. In the room on the back of the aerial Saint Beast, Zhang Xian looked at the young man sitting before him and nodded in satisfaction. Due to the results of the secondary selection being voided, it was decided that all of the candidates would head to the Sanctum of Sages together to undergo the final selection. While the other candidates would shoot Zhang Xian looks of hostility from time to time, they didn't conduct any acts of aggression toward him during the trip. Along the way, Zhang Xian imparted the 3 swords of Lingshu and his comprehension of swordsmanship to Zhang Zhouxiao. And as expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, Zhang Zhouxiao's ability to absorb new knowledge was not too bad. In just half a month, he managed to raise his comprehension of swordsmanship up to the level of half quintessence. While it was still a long way off from comparing to up to Zhang Xian, his mastery of swordsmanship could be said to be unmatched against the other sword practitioners amongst the candidates. Not only so, he also managed to advance his cultivation to primordial spirit realm pinnacle. With his current strength and superior comprehension of swordsmanship, he would be a match for even Brother Sun and Ma Minghai. From someone who was barely able to clear the selections of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Zhouxiao had grown to become one of the strongest candidates in the running. Upon reaching a certain bottleneck, one's fighting prowess would begin to stagnate, improving at a rate much slower than before. To make an analogy, this was just like how it was relatively easier to improve one's timing in a 100-meter sprint from 13.0 seconds to 12.0 seconds. However, to improve it from, let's say, 10.3 seconds to 10.2 seconds was no easy feat at all. This was because one was already nearing his physical limits and talent, so it would take a lot of effort and time in order to make any visible improvement, if possible at all. This was the situation which Zhang Zhouxiao was facing. Even though he possessed considerable talent and a unique cultivation technique, he was already nearing his bottleneck. Under such circumstances, it would usually take significant time and effort for him to just raise his fighting prowess by a visible level. And yet, within half a month, he actually managed to achieve such a huge breakthrough. If this were to be known to others, it would definitely shock many speechless. This could almost be said to be a mean which only 9-star master teachers were capable of. Finally, I have reached the unbounded Voyager 2 Dan. While offering guidance to Zhang Zhouxiao, Zhang Xian hadn't been slacking off on his training either. In half a month, he fused the movement techniques he had learned together with the Unbounded Voyager and perfected the Unbounded Voyager 2 Dan to the level of Heaven's Path. Naturally, he didn't waste any time learning it too. It was a pity that he was currently on the back of an aerial Saint Beast and it wasn't convenient for him to try out the technique, so he wasn't sure how the effects were. On top of that, he had also fully reinforced his primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivation as well. The primordial spirit in his body was pulsating with power, ready to make the breakthrough to half-leaving Aperture Realm at any moment. However, Zhang Xian's greatest breakthrough still lay in his swordsmanship. After comprehending sword quintessence and learning the 3 swords of Lingshu, his understanding of swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Putting aside the Lingshu sword, even if he only had the Glacier Rain sword in hand, he would still be able to bring forth strength far beyond imagination. In the past, he would only be barely a match for a Grand Dominion Realm primary stage even if he were to utilize all of his means. But now, as long as he had a sword in hand, he would be able to crush any Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator with ease. The most important thing I have to do right now is to gather more sword art manual and perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu. If I could perfect them into Heaven's Path battle techniques too, I would be able to bring my fighting prowess to greater heights once more. Zhang Xian thought as he got to his feet. There was no doubt that the 3 swords of Lingshu wielded tremendous might, but it was unfortunately plagued with far too many flaws. For a perfectionist like Zhang Xian, it was simply much too bitter of a pill to swallow. Fortunately, considering that the Sanctum of Sages was the highest master-teacher training institution on the continent, there should be plenty of sword art manuals there for him to perfect the 3 swords of Lingshu. While Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhouxiao were cultivating diligently, Ma Minghai, Brother Sun, and the other candidates weren't idling around either. In fact, perhaps due to the setbacks they had suffered during the secondary selection, they were more tenacious than ever in their training. While they failed to make a significant breakthrough in their fighting prowess, the experience did temper their state of mind, making them far more resilient than before. An uncarved jade will never become a treasure. As top geniuses from their own region, they have been accustomed to being at the top. The experience of being outdone by another will be beneficial to their future growth. Taking this scene into sight, Zhao Xingma nodded in approval. The candidates who had cleared his preliminary selections were all the greatest of geniuses, so it was inevitable that there would be some complacency in them. The indignance at their defeat against Zhang Xian would drive out the complacency within them, pushing them to work harder than ever in hopes that they would be able to return the humiliation in the future. While Zhao Xingma was looking at the candidates contemplatively, a master teacher suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Zhao Shi, what will the format of the final selection in the Sanctum Sages be? Would it another battle?" The one who had asked the question was Brother Sun. Upon hearing those words, the other candidates also halted their cultivation and turned their heads over in curiosity. They were about to reach the Sanctum of Sages very soon, so they were rather curious about how the final selection would be like. After all, it was the final hurdle standing between them and the Sanctum of Sages. The final selection will be far more difficult than the preliminary selection and secondary selection. It won't be just a battle. At this point, Zhao Xingma hesitated for a moment, seemingly trying to find a term for it, before replying, "To be more exact, it would be like an overall evaluation." Overall evaluation? The crowd was intrigued. The Sanctum of Sages is the highest master-teacher training institution on the master-teacher continent, and those who wish to enter it must display qualities far surpassing an ordinary man, be it in terms of strength, wisdom, adaptability, magnanimity, courage, and such. The final selection serves to conduct an overall evaluation of all of these qualities to determine whether a candidate is qualified to become a student of the Sanctum of Sages. Naturally, its difficulty will also be far greater than the previous 2 rounds of selections. At this point, Zhao Xingma paused for another moment before continuing on. Based on past experiences, there is a great chance that the final selection would be challenging the Mountain Gate. Challenging the Mountain Gate? That's right. The Mountain Gate is an examination ground which the Master Teacher Pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to set up. It serves to assess a cultivator's state of mind and strength by putting him through a series of tests, each with a pre-allocated amount of time. The shorter the duration one takes each test, the higher one's score will be, and those who are unable to clear the tests within the pre-allocate period of time would be eliminated. Zhao Xingma explained grimly. This was the standard selection trial used to assess candidates seeking to join the Sanctum of Sages, so revealing it in advance wasn't an infringement of the rules. Zhao Xingma gestured to the two young men who had assisted him in conducting the preliminary selections and said, "The two of them have also challenged the Mountain Gate in the past, but they failed to clear it. Nevertheless, as they had achieved decent results in it, they were offered the opportunity to become listening-in students in the Sanctum of Sages. Doesn't that mean that they are geniuses who have cleared the preliminary and secondary selections as well?" The crowd was astonished. Only those who had cleared the preliminary and secondary selections would be qualified to take the final selection. Even though all of them were allowed to take the final selection this time around, it was due to the Sanctum of Sages granting them a special exception. Otherwise, 13 of them wouldn't be standing here at this very moment. You're right. They did manage to clear the preliminary and secondary selections, but they failed to clear the Mountain Gate, so they were eliminated in the final selection. Zhao Xingma nodded. Zhao, sure. Based on your previous experience as a guide, how many of us do you think will be able to clear the Mountain Gate? Ma Minghai couldn't help but ask. Your talents and strength are decent, but in the final selection, you will be pitted against top-notch geniuses from the most powerful clans and organizations all over the master-teacher continent. Based on my previous experience, if you are lucky, 10 of you might be able to clear the Mountain Gate. Otherwise, there would only be 1 or 2 of you, or perhaps even none at all. Zhao Xingmo replied. The challenge of the Mountain Gate wasn't just a selection exercise amongst the 30 of them. There would also be other candidates from the Empire Alliance, Sage clans, and major powers all over the continent. The geniuses from those powers had access to superior cultivation resources, especially top-notch cultivation techniques and battle techniques, and some even possessed unique bloodlines. While individual prowess was important in clearing the final selection, luck also played a crucial role as well. As talented as the 30 or so of them were, the vast difference in their background would make it rather hard for them to match up to the other candidates from the Empire Alliance, Sage clans, and other major powers. If they were lucky, they might still be able to vie 10 slots or so over. Otherwise, they might find themselves without even a single slot at the end of the final selection. Such a situation did happen in history before. Zhou Xiao, you are from the Zhang clan too, so you should know quite a bit about the final selection too, right? Seeing the looks of disbelief from the candidates around him, Zhao Xingma turned to Zhang Zhouxiao and asked, Yes, from what I heard, the competition there is extremely rife. Even for the Zhang clan, there are years where over half of the candidates they have sent would fail the final selection. Zhang Zhouxiao nodded. Even though he was from a side family in the Zhang clan, he was still rather informed about the situation concerning the Sanctum of Sages, as well as the difficulty of the final selection. The Zhang clan had no lack of offspring, and there were plenty who were stronger and more talented than him. Yet, every year, many of them would challenge the Mountain Gate and fail tragically. From this, it could be seen how difficult the trial was. There's a genius from the same side family as me named Zhang Yunqi. He was 28 last year, and he has already cleared his first lightning tribulation, successfully making the breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm primary stage. In our group, he can already be considered to be a nigh-invincible existence, and yet, he still failed the final selection, Zhang Zhouxiao explained. Even a leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator had failed the final selection? The crowd was stunned. Currently, even the strongest of them all was only at quasi-leaving Aperture Realm. If even a true leaving Aperture Realm expert had failed the final selection, didn't that practically mean that none of them stood a chance at all? Indeed. However, the final selection isn't based solely on one's cultivation realm. Zhang Yunqi's younger brother was only at Primordial Spirit Realm advanced stage, but he managed to clear the final selection in the end. To be honest, I can't really tell what the criteria to clear the Mountain Gate is, Zhang Zhouxiao said with a bitter smile. Plenty of geniuses from the Zhang clan would challenge the Mountain Gate each year, but there was no specific pattern to be observed by those who managed to clear it. Sometimes, a clan member with high cultivation realm could challenge the mountain gate for multiple years, only to fail each time. Sometimes, a clan member whom others didn't bear much hope for would clear the mountain gate with flying colors at the first attempt. There are many variations to the tests of the mountain gate. Even those who were participating in the same final selection could find themselves facing different trials. As such, there's no way to train or prepare for it in advance. One can only enter with a flexible mind and adapt to the circumstances. Zhao Xingma explained. The crowd fell silent. They had asked about the format of the final selection in hopes that they would be able to make preparations for it so as to boost their chances of clearing it. However, after hearing the details, they realized that things were far more complicated than they had thought it out to be. However, that was to be expected. If it was that easy to enter the highest master-teacher training institution, wouldn't it be flooding with students by now? My advice is for you all not to get too worried about the matter. After entering the mountain gate, just complete the tests to the best of your abilities. Even if you can't clear the final selection, you will still have plenty of opportunities as long as you can make it as a listening-in student. As a listening-in student, you will have the opportunity to take the final examination again in subsequent years. Noticing the apprehension and nervousness on the faces all around, Zhao Xingma advised with a smile. While the Sanctum of Sages was very strict in the selection of its students, it did offer other avenues for candidates who were reluctant to give up. As long as one's results in the final selection weren't too bad, one could always opt to become a listening-in student and challenge the mountain gate in subsequent years. But of course, as one who was challenging the mountain gate for the second time, they would be judged far stricter than other candidates. Nevertheless, in order to raise the spirits of the crowd, Zhao Xingma chose to bottle that up in his heart. Otherwise, their nervousness could very well affect their performance in the final selection. I see. That's a relief to hear. Hearing that there would still be a chance for them even if they were to fail the final selection, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. All right, we should be arriving at the Sanctum of Sages very soon. So make some preparations. If nothing goes wrong, the final selection should be held within the next 3 days. After chatting for a while more, Zhao Xingma suddenly pointed to the area ahead and announced. Everyone hurriedly looked forward, and soon, a massive city came into sight. Located in the middle of a mountain range, it seemed to be shrouded by a massive spirit-gathering formation, drawing the spiritual energy in a radius of several 100,000 li into the area. Even before landing in the area, the rich spiritual energy in the air had already left them feeling deeply refreshed. That's the Sanctum of Sages? Abruptly getting to his feet, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Ruoxin, here I come. The very reason why he came to the Sanctum of Sages was to seek Luo Ruoxin and free her from the engagement with the Zhang clan so that he could be with her. He had put in so much effort to come this far, and he was currently just a step away from meeting her, so how could he not be agitated? Rest assured, I'll marry you openly. I'll never put you in a spot and make you choose between me and your family. Xianxia vowed as he calmed down his agitated heart. This engagement concerned 2 of the strongest clans on the master-teacher continent, so his mission was bound to be fraught with difficulties. But so what? Anyone who dared to stand in his way, even if the other party boasted the strongest power on the master-teacher continent, he would simply crush whatever opposition they had down like a domino. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia gazed at the world beneath him. A cluster of towering buildings rose from the ground, reminiscent of a crouching behemoth prowling in the mountain range. Its sheer grandeur bestowed it with a natural air of majesty and authority. The person who founded the academy must have possessed a comprehension of formation on par with 9-star formation master. Xianxia noted in wonderment. The entire academy was built along the mountain range, and every single bit of it was exquisitely constructed, placing it in perfect alignment with its surroundings. Looking at it from above, it felt as if one was looking at a beautiful artwork. From this, it could be seen that the founder of Academy, on top of being a 9-star formation master, was likely to be a highly skilled landscaper one as well. The founder of the Sanctum of Sages is ancient sage Bo Shang. He has followed Kong Shi and learned from him as one of his direct disciples. Noticing Zhang Xian's astonishment, Zhao Xingmo remarked, "Kong Shi's direct disciple?" Zhang Xian was startled. Despite the prestige of the Sanctum of Sages, he had thought that it was just an organization created by a 9-star master teacher or one of the normal students under Kong Shi. He hadn't even considered the possibility that it was founded by Kong Shi's direct disciple. Indeed, otherwise, how could the sage clans possibly be willing to send their inner clan members to the Sanctum of Sages to study? Zhao Xingmo replied with a hint of pride in his voice. "Ah, that's true." Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In truth, this was also something he had been wondering about all along. Clans as powerful as the Zhang clan and the Luo clan were bound to at least have some 9-star master teachers in their ranks, as well as experts of most major occupation. Given so, was there really a need for them to send their offspring to the Sanctum of Sages to study? After all, they should have the resources required to groom their own offspring. However, if the Sanctum of Sages was founded by one of Kong Shi's direct disciples, that would change the nature of things. Just on that fact in itself, there was bound to be something extraordinary about the Sanctum of Sages. Ancient sage Bo Shang is neither the most famous nor the most powerful of Kong Shi's direct disciples, but he possesses an extraordinary ability in imparting knowledge and ideology to others. It has been several 10,000 years since the Sanctum of Sages was founded, and despite the trial of time, Kong Shi's ideology is still perfectly passed down from generation to generation. Students there are able to feel the very spirit of the world's teacher, as well as his deep desire to bring mankind to greater heights. Learning in such an environment could open up one's mind, allowing one to view the society and the entire world from a higher perspective from before, thus giving them an insight into how they could better use their strength to bring about greater prosperity for mankind. This is something that no clan or blessed land is able to do. Zhao Xingmo continued on. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Naturally, there was no doubting Kong Shi's selfless spirit for mankind. Just the very fact that ancient sage Bo Shang was passing from Kong Shi's knowledge and ideology in full from one generation to the next was more than enough to reinforce the Sanctum of Sages' position as the #1 training institution in the world. It was no wonder why all powers over the world wanted to send their offspring in. Just the inheritance of Kong Shi's spirit represented a prestige that no other blessed land could possibly bring. I have heard of the affairs of ancient sage Qiu Wu before, and just out of curiosity, may I know that compared with ancient sage Bo Shang, who is stronger? Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask. Well, ancient sage Qiu Wu is Kong Shi's servant, whereas ancient sage Bo Shang is his direct disciple. But of course, this is a matter from ancient times, and it involves ancient sages at that, so it wouldn't be our place to speak too much about it. Zhao Xingmo replied with a smile. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in response. While Zhao Xingmo didn't point it out explicitly, the meaning behind his words was clear. Ancient sage Bo Shang was stronger than ancient sage Qiu Wu. To make a comparison, it was just like how Sun Chong and Jing Yang were like to Zhang Xian, albeit Sun Chong might not exactly be a good comparison. While Sun Chong did receive Zhang Xian's guidance from time to time, his fighting prowess was still nowhere in comparison to Zheng Yang and the others. Of Kong Shi's 72 direct disciples, the 10 strongest are referred to as the 10 Apostles, and ancient sage Bo Shang is one of them. He's one of the few possessors of the Eye of Insight, which grants him strength unmatched by most. Zhao Xingmo said. As a member of the Sanctum of Sages, he revered the founder of the academy deeply, and he was also well-versed in the latter's background as well. Eye of Insight? Ancient sage Bo Shang is the second master teacher after Kong Shi to comprehend Eye of Insight, and he even created a set of optic arts for it. It was said that back in the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe, a look from him would kill even an ordinary otherworldly demon emperor instantaneously. However, it was a pity that despite having been passed down over the years, no one has been able to master the optic arts he has created. Zhao Xingmo shook his head in lamentation. Optic arts? Kill even an ordinary otherworldly demon emperor instantaneously. Zhang Xian was astonished. He possessed the Eye of Insight, and he knew what it was capable for. So far, He had only known it to wield the ability to peer through the facade to look into the essence of things, identifying the intrinsic flaws in them, to be able to kill others with just a look. This was something he had never imagined to be possible before. If that was really the case, wouldn't the Eye of Insight be a really frightening ability? Indeed. But of course, the set of optic arts isn't easy to master. Those who are able to master it to that extent would have already inherited ancient sage Bo Shang's heritage, and they would be immediately conferred the position of the head of the Sanctum of Sages. Just to give you a sense of what that represents, the standing of the head of the Sanctum of Sages on the Master-Teacher continent would only be higher than that of the heads of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. Zhao Xingmo remarked, "Becoming the head of the Sanctum of Sages?" Seeing through the hidden meaning behind those words, Zhang Xian frowned. Is there no sanctum head for the Sanctum of Sages at the moment? As the #1 training institute of the Master-Teacher continent, it served to groom generations and generations of geniuses. There were many elders and clan heads of the sage clans that used to be students from the Sanctum of Sages, so how could the Sanctum of Sages have no sanctum head at all? One of the requirements to becoming the head of the Sanctum of Sages is to possess the Eye of Insight and master the optic art which ancient sage Boshang has left behind. It has been 300 years since such an expert has appeared in the Sanctum of Sages, so the affairs are currently managed by a deputy head. Zhao Xingma explained. These matters couldn't be considered as secrets. Those who were members of the Sanctum of Sages were aware of such matters, so there were no qualms about speaking of them to Zhang Xian. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Most powers with long history had their own set of heritage. If one was unable to inherit the heritage, one would be unable to receive the acknowledgement of the predecessors. This would, in turn, make it nigh impossible for them to earn the recognition from the crowd and have them submit to one. This was especially so for an organization as prestigious as the Sanctum of Sages. These requirements were viewed with grave importance, and there was no way of working around them. Taking a step back, if someone were to really attempt to circumvent the requirements and proclaim himself as the head of the Sanctum of Sages, putting aside the headquarters of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, even the students of the Sanctum of Sages themselves would rise up in opposition to it. And for the Sanctum head to not even be recognized by his own students, putting aside the question of legitimacy, was there anything more disgraceful than that? All right, we have arrived at our destination. Let's head down. Just as Zhang Xian was about to ask on, Zhao Xingma suddenly declared loudly. Glancing downward, he noted that the aerial Saint Beast had already stopped right above an empty square, and it was beginning to descend slowly. Zhang Xian knew that this wasn't a good timing for him to ask on, so he decided to hold his questions off for later. Hula! Soon, the aerial Saint Beast landed on the ground, and the group swiftly leaped off its back. The square was filled with many men and all sorts of Saint Beasts. It seemed like they had rushed here from all over the Master-Teacher continent to participate in the final selection as well. Even with a swift glance, it could be seen that every single one of them possessed exceptional strength. Zhao Shi, are we going against these men in the final selection? Ma Minghai asked with quivering lips. While they weren't the weakest bunch in the square, there were plenty who were stronger than them. The powerful auras that they exerted were more than enough to tell Ma Minghai and the others that they stood no chance against them in a proper duel. Back when they were still in their own homeland, they had always thought that they were top geniuses on the Master-Teacher continent. Even if there were people in the world who were more talented than them, the disparity between them was unlikely to be too great. However, after seeing the crowd that had gathered in the area, they swiftly realized that their thoughts were too naive. Most of them are inner clan members of the sage clans. On top of the superior purity of their bloodlines, they were also given the best guidance from young, so it's only natural that they would be that strong. In any case, like I have told you earlier, strength is only one of the criteria being assessed in the Mountain Gate. As long as you were to perform to the best of your abilities in every test, you should stand a decent chance. So, there's no need to be too worried. Noting the air of anxiety shrouding the group, Zhao Xingma consoled. The inner members of sage clans were able to grow swiftly in the earlier stages of their cultivation through awakening their bloodline. Furthermore, they were also had access to the best cultivation resources and the best guidance from a very young age, so it was a given that they would be stronger than the other candidates. With that huge of a difference in the starting line, it was inevitable that there would be some distance between them at this point. This was an innate factor, so there was nothing they could do to help that. Nevertheless, as long as the group continued working hard, they might just be able to catch up with them. We understand. Thank you, Zhao Shi. Even though the group understood this much too, they still couldn't help their nervousness. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was secretly scanning his surroundings with his eye of insight. As expected of the offspring of sage clans, they are indeed powerful. Not only were there leaving Aperture Realm cultivators who had undergone the lightning tribulation amongst the crowd, there were even some who had reached half-grand Dominion Realm. To possess such strength when they weren't even in their 30s yet, their talents could be said to be almost on par with him. As powerful as Zhang Xian's fighting prowess was at the moment, his true cultivation was still only at Primordial Spirit Realm pinnacle at the moment, a long distance away from reaching half-grand Dominion Realm. There seems to be quite a few who aren't master teachers amongst them. Someone within the group suddenly remarked. Zhang Xian had also noticed the same as well. There were quite a few young men in the square who weren't wearing master teacher robes, and they didn't carry the disposition that master teachers would usually have either. The Sanctum of Sages serves not only to groom master teachers but those of the other occupations as well, such as blacksmith and apothecary. As such, those from the other occupations would come to challenge the Mountain Gate each year too. Zhao Xingmo replied with a smile. The Sanctum of Sages was the highest training institute on the master teacher continent, but it didn't seek to just cultivate master teachers. It also had heritages for the other occupations as well. In fact, the number of non-master teachers amongst the candidates as a whole was far higher than the number of master teachers. So that's the case. Everyone nodded. All of the candidates from the 8 conferred empires only numbered 30 in total. If the secondary selection had gone as planned, there would only be 20 of them left. But on the square, there were more than 10,000 young men, and this disproportionate number of candidates was deeply bewildering to them. However, if the scope of the candidates wasn't just limited to master teachers, that would make perfect sense. Even though the occupations in the world were divided into upper 9 paths, middle 9 paths, and lower 9 paths, that didn't mean that there were only 27 occupations in total. It was only a conventional terminology used to rank the occupations. There were at least 1,000 occupations out there in the world, and which occupation wouldn't have a couple of geniuses each year? Given so, it was within expectations that there would be so many candidates taking the final selection. Let me see how the strength of the geniuses from the other occupations are like. Upon understanding all of these, Zhang Xian began assessing those of the other occupations. A moment later, he shook his head. While there were plenty of experts amongst those of the other occupations too, on the whole, they were still rather lacking as compared to master teachers. After all, master teacher wasn't the number 1 occupation in the world for nothing. Just as Zhang Xian was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly caught sight of a certain group which made his eyes light up in agitation. Are those people from the Glacier Plain Court? Standing nearby were a few young ladies. They were dressed in white robes, identical to those of the Glacier Plain Court back when he was at the Myriad Kingdom Alliance branch. Zhang Xian had not received any news about Xiaoya since she left, and he had been wanting to know how she was faring since then. Since he happened to meet the members from the Glacier Plain Court, it was a good opportunity to ask about her condition. Considering that they had been selected to participate in the final selection of the Sanctum of Sages, the group over there would likely possess considerable standing in the Glacier Plain Court. Thus, there was a good chance that they were aware of how Xiaoya was doing. Zhao Shi, I'll head over there to take a look, Zhang Xian informed Zhao Xingma before making his way over. Over there. Zhao Xingma took a glance over and remarked. Those ladies over there are from the Glacier Plain Court. It'll be best not to get on their bad side. Oh! Zhang Xian was surprised by the warning. Are the members of the Glacier Plain Court known to be unreasonable? Zhao Xingma shook his head and replied. That's not it. Most of the members of the Glacier Plain Court are beautiful ladies, so their group tends to be extremely popular in the Sanctum of Sages. In fact, most take pride in marrying one of their members, so there are plenty of people who attempt to chat them up on a daily basis. I fear that you might get snubbed if you approach them abruptly. The young man before him was very talented, and his eye of discernment was incredible as well. However, who would have thought that he was actually so lecherous? On their first meeting, the young man had already asked him about the details of the number 1 beauty of the Sanctum of Sages, the Luo clan's little princess. And now, as soon as he spotted the beautiful members of the Glacier Plain court, he was drawn in and wanted to approach them. Do you know that the Sanctum of Sages isn't like the Qingyuan Empire? Even if you possess incredible talent, you can't just react in such a manner every time you see a beauty. At this rate, it's just a matter of time before you get beaten up by someone. I just intend to ask them something. I'm not intending to chat them up. How could Xianxia be unaware of what Zhao Xingma was thinking after hearing those words and seeing the expression on the latter's face? Black lines immediately streaked across Xianxia's face. He had always conducted himself honestly and righteously, rarely overstepping his boundaries unless truly necessary. Yet, for the other party to treat him like a pervert, that was a great insult to his character. No matter what, you have to make sure to tread carefully. There are no weaklings in the Sanctum of Sages. Try to be as low profile as you can, and don't ever get into a conflict with anyone, Zhao Xingma advised. First, the young man forcefully got him to allocate 2 slots to the Qingyuan Empire during the preliminary selection through his scheming. Next, the young man made a mess out of the secondary selection, forcing him to have to bring everyone over. And now, barely after they had arrived, he was already trying to approach the group from the Glacier Plain court. Can't you just give it a rest for a while? Will you die if you stop causing trouble for a moment? Don't worry, Xianxia reassured with a smile. I've always been one to keep a low profile. I won't get into any trouble, so rest easy. This time, he was only heading over to ask some questions. Surely, nothing bad could happen from asking a few questions, right? That would be for the best. I'm only your guide, so I won't be able to help you with anything that happens from here onward. So, allow me to give you a few words of advice. The Glacier Plain court possesses great power and influence in the Master-Teacher continent, and they used to be on par with the Zhang clan and Luo clan in the past. Even though they might have been declining in recent years due to the absence of a court chief, their prowess is still not to be underestimated, Zhao Xingma warned with a stern frown. He was only in charge of selecting the candidates and taking them over to the Sanctum of Sages. Anything beyond that was out of his jurisdiction, and it was not his place to interfere either. Nevertheless, they had still spent some time together, and he had a rather favorable impression of Xianxia. So, he still hoped that the latter would not get into trouble in the Sanctum of Sages, especially not with a power as strong as the Glacier Plain court. Knowing that the other party was saying those words out of goodwill, Xianxia clasped his fist and replied, I understand. Zhao Xingma nodded before falling silent. After which, Xianxia made his way over to the members of the Glacier Plain court and asked with a smile, May I ask if you all are from the Glacier Plain court? We are. The young ladies turned around and responded, but their faces were devoid of any emotion. Complete indifference, as if trying to distance themselves from the young man before them. As those of the Glacier Plain court cultivated in attribute cultivation techniques, their personalities tended to be a little cold. I am a cultivator from the Qingyuan Empire, and I hope to inquire about a certain matter, Xianxia said earnestly. Don't you think that your pickup line is a little too old-fashioned? One of the young ladies sneered coldly, the disdain in her eyes clear for all to see. The Glacier Plain court was one of the top powers in the Master-Teacher continent, and they were ravishing beauties possessing exceptional talent. As a result, there were many who tried to chat them up every single day, and over time they had seen all kinds of means that others would use. The one that the young man before them was using, trying to inquire about a certain matter, it had been many years since anyone had tried using that on them. It was a pickup line that had expired a very long time ago, a complete lack of creativity. 0 marks for effort. Seeing that he had been misunderstood, Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile as he quickly explained, You are really misunderstanding my intentions. I have an acquaintance who entered the Glacier Plain court recently, and I haven't been able to gather any news on her. I happened to spot your group here, so I was wondering if I could perhaps inquire about her affairs from you. An acquaintance? You aren't going to say that your acquaintance is one of us, are you? The disdain on the young lady's face deepened. She had heard so many of such pickup lines that she could recite most of them from memory. In the short time that they had spent in the square so far, there had already been 5 groups of men who had approached them, wanting to get close with them. Young miss, you look familiar. I think we might have met in our previous life. Aren't you tired? Because you have been running through my mind all day long. She had simply heard too many of such pickup lines. Any more of them could very well cause her ears to grow warts. Of course not. The person I wish to ask about is a young lass called Xianxia. She should have been brought into the Glacier Plain Court by one of your elders that goes by the name of Lu Xian, Xianxia said. The young lady menacingly narrowed her eyes as she snapped furiously. Audacious! Is the name of our young court chief something that you are worthy of uttering? Young court chief, Xianxia frowned. Stop putting on an act. An imposing aura burst forth from the young lady as she glared at Xianxia threateningly, as if daring him to continue spouting nonsense. Leave right now and I can let this matter slide. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. As soon as she released her strength, her cultivation immediately showed. Despite her young age, the young lady was actually at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Even among the impressive geniuses that had gathered there, she could be considered as an expert. Calm down, I just want to ask you. Shaking his head, Xianxia continued to explain the matter, but the young lady seemed to have reached the limit of her patience. She raised her hand and struck out at Xianxia. Her palm was imbued with a frosty energy that induced a spine-chilling sensation within one, as if threatening to freeze everything in the surroundings. Xianxia did not think that his serious question would actually end up provoking the other party into making a move against him. Sighing helplessly, he raised his finger in preparation to counterattack, but before he could do so, a figure suddenly appeared before him, and the energy built up abruptly dissipated. Zhao Xingma. This friend from the Glacier Plain Court. I am a guide from the Sanctum of Sages, Zhao Xingma. This young man over here is a candidate under me, and if he has offended you in any way, I ask for your pardon. It was just a moment ago that the young man had promised him that he would not get himself into trouble, but the young man had ended up provoking the other party into making a move after just a few words. Unable to watch on any longer, he had ended up charging in to mediate in the fight. Since Zhao Shi has spoken on his behalf, I'll overlook the matter this once. Seeing that a guide had stepped in to mediate the matter, the young lady glanced at Xianxia coldly before flinging her sleeves and turning away. Thank you. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhao Xingma turned to Xianxia with a frown and said, Let's return. I really have something I would like to ask her. All Xianxia wanted to know was whether Xianxia was faring well or not. But not only was the young lady unwilling to say anything, she even tried to make a move on him. Was there something wrong with her head? You said that you wouldn't provoke them, but as soon as you spoke, you actually called their young court chief a young lass. Aren't you clearly taunting them? Zhao Xingma berated with a deep frown. Worried about Xianxia, he had been keeping an eye on the situation, and he had heard the conversation between the two of them from the start to the end. Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia was his student, so there was no problem with him calling her young lass. However, he had failed to consider the fact that Xianxia was also their young court chief at the moment. From their perspective, his method of addressing her was indeed rather disrespectful. No matter what, the Glacier Plain Court was still one of the strongest powers on the Master-Teacher continent. The standing of their young court chief could be said to be on par with a 9-star Master-Teacher. And yet, a young lad like him actually addressed her in such a manner. It was no wonder the young lady had gotten angry. In a sense, this was like directly addressing the emperor by his name and even calling him a young lad. All right, let's go back. I've heard of the affairs of the Glacier Plain Court's young court chief too. She possesses the pure in body, and the Glacier Plain Court only brought her back several months ago. I know she is rumored to possess beauty on par with the little princess of the Luo clan, but still. As Zhao Xingma spoke, He looked at the young man before him and shook his head. This young fellow was not just a pervert. He was practically blinded by his lust. He looked into the affairs of the Luo clan's little princess before coming to the Sanctum of Sages, and now that he had encountered the members of the Glacier Plain court, he actually rushed straight forward to inquire about their young court chief. Are you going to do that to every beautiful lady you come by? While both of them might be young, they are figures who could rattle the entire master-teacher continent with just a stomp of their feet. Just how gutsy are you to actually dare to think of making a move on them? Xiaoya is There's a close relationship between the both of us. I honestly only wish to ask you for some news on her. Unwilling to give up, Xianxia could only change his words. Previously, when he had addressed Xiaoya as a young lass, the young lady had nearly exploded. If he said that she was his student, wouldn't the young lady overturn the heavens? Upon hearing those words, the young lady's eyes immediately widened with rage. Unable to hold her burning fury in any more, she stepped forward and bellowed furiously. Close relationship between the both of you? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The young court chief of our Glacier Plain court is sacred and virtuous. How dare you insult her in such a manner? Zhao Shi, pardon me, but I'll have to ask of you to step away. No matter what, I must teach this insolent fellow to watch his mouth. This Zhao Xingma was frenzied. Previously, that fellow claimed that he was acquainted with the Luo clan's little princess, and now, he actually claimed that there was a close relationship between him and the young court chief of the Glacier Plain court. Just who do you think you are? The young prodigy from the Zhang clan? Do you really think that everyone in the world ought to know of you? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. As crazed as Zhao Xingma felt on the inside, he still tried to maintain a composed exterior as he attempted to mediate in the conflict. From his point of view, given Zhang Xian's capabilities, he would clear the final selection without a problem. It would really be a huge pity if he was injured prior to the final selection. The young lady harumphed. There's no misunderstanding over here. While our Glacier Plain court has been lying low in recent years, that's not to say that we will tolerate others defaming us in such a manner. How can I simply watch as that bastard insults our young court chief like that? If I don't teach him a lesson, what will become of the authority and prestige of our Glacier Plain court? She took 2 steps toward Zhang Xian and eyed him intimidatingly, saying, Since you dared to speak of our young court chief in such a manner, surely you won't shy away from a fight, will you? You wish to challenge me to a fight? Seeing how the young lady had even gone to the extent of challenging him to a fight, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, If I defeat you, will you tell me the current circumstances of Xiaoya? Seeing how the young man was still persistently addressing their young court chief by her name, the young lady's face turned livid. You are really courting death. But before the young lady could make a move, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded in the air. This fairy over there, it's not worth it getting angry over an arrogant brat like him. Leave him to me. It would be a huge pity if you dirted your hands over someone like him. Following which, a white-robed young man holding a fan in his hand slowly walked over. With an elegant flick of his wrist, he folded his fan and chuckled. There was a refined air shrouding him, making him appear gentlemanly. The Zhang clan's Zhang Qian greets the fairies of the Glacier Plain court. It's a delight to meet you all. Glacier Plain court's Chun Liao pays respects to Zhang Gongzi. Withdrawing her palm, the young lady clasped her fist and returned the greetings. Zhang clan. Zhang Xian turned to the young man who had just appeared and assessed him carefully. Zhang Qian appeared to be in his mid-20s, and his cultivation felt deep like the unfathomable ocean. Just like the Glacier Plain court's Chun Liao, he had reached leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle as well. It was no wonder why Zhang Juxiao could only be considered as one from the side family in the Zhang clan. Even after receiving his guidance, Zhang Juxiao still paled far in comparison to Zhang Qian. So you're Fairy Liao. I have long heard rumors of your affairs. A palm to subdue 7 swords. A breath to freeze 3,000 li. The 7 bandits of Shunyan City has been going wreaking havoc all around. And if not for your help, they might have really brought forth a huge catastrophe. Zhang Qian chuckled refinedly. Zhang Gongzi, you're flattering me. Chun Liao's eyebrows shot up. but her tone remained nonchalant, showing no particular emotion to Xianxia's words. In order to enter the sanctum of sages and resolve the trauma in her cultivation, she had worked herself down to her bone, spending most of her time cultivating. As a result, the only notable affair concerning her was about how she had single-handedly brought down the vicious 7 bandits of Shunyan City, thus saving many lives from dying in their hands. It wasn't a particularly huge affair, but the fact that Zhang Qian was aware of it showed that he had been keeping a lookout for her affairs. I have always been in awe of Fairy Liao's strength and talents. Zhang Qian complimented once more. I have heard the conversation between the two of you, and that young man over there has been really disrespectful to you that I couldn't even stand watching it anymore. Why don't I teach him a lesson in your stead, so that you don't have to dirty your hands for someone like him? I'll be leaving the matter to you then, Zhang Gongzi. Chun Liao could tell that Zhang Qian was intentionally fawning on her, and after a moment of pause, she eventually nodded. It'll do to just teach him a lesson. There's no need to go too far. It wasn't like there was some kind of irreconcilable grudge between the both of them, so there was no need to blow things out of proportions. She was only unhappy at how the young man had addressed the name of their young court chief so casually, and it would suffice to just teach the young man a lesson so that he would never dare do it again. Fairy Liao sure is kind. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Voila! Zhang Qian opened the foldable fan in his hand, and as he turned his gaze toward Zhang Xian, the smile on his face vanished, replaced with frostiness in his eyes. With a disposition which suggested that he had everything in grasp, he said, "This friend over here, I'll give you 2 options. You can choose to apologize and compensate for the mistake you have done. I won't ask for too much, just 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts will do. Otherwise, I'll make a move and force you to apologize and compensate. Once that happens, don't expect to be able to get off with just compensating 2 Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. Apologize? Compensate." Zhang Xian nearly burst into laughter. Couldn't be bothered with that self-assuming fellow. He turned his gaze back to Chun Liao and said, "Young lady, I didn't know that she has become your young court chief, so if there's anything I have said that has offended you, allow me to apologize to you right here. I am acquainted with your young court chief quite a while back, so I just would like to know how she's faring in the Glacier Plain Court." Considering how Zhao Ye's current standing in the Glacier Plain Court, it was understandable why Chun Liao would get mad at how he addressed Zhao Ye directly by her name. While Zhang Xian did find Chun Liao's words and actions rather offending and reckless, he didn't come to pick a fight. In any case, an apology cost nothing at all, and if he could find out how his student was faring by apologizing, he would gladly do it. Before Chun Liao could say anything, Zhang Qian's face had already darkened in fury. "Brat, I am talking to you right here. Are you deaf?" As one of the geniuses of the esteemed Zhang clan, he was respected no matter where he went to. No one would dare to snub him even in the slightest. Yet this brat actually ignored him altogether. This was something that the prideful him couldn't accept. "I'm inquiring something from the young ladies of the Glacier Plain Court, and I don't think this has anything to do with you, right? Do the members of your Zhang clan have the habit of drifting to wherever there are ladies and rudely interject in the business of others?" Zhang Xian glanced at Zhang Qian with cold eyes filled with contempt and disdain as he flung his sleeves. "You really should go for therapy to cure that bad habit of yours. Trying to use me as a stepping stone to impress the girls? Young man from the Zhang clan, you should already be thankful that I haven't knocked on your doorstep yet. For you to actually be getting on your high horses in front of me, do you really think that your Zhang clan is untouchable in the master-teacher continent? What did you say?" Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes menacingly as veins popped on his temples. Even though his bloodline was purer than Zhang Juxiao's, his standing on the Zhang clan was actually not too high. If he could establish good relations with those from the Glacier Plain Court, he would be able to become more highly regarded in the Zhang clan, which would, in turn, open up more opportunities for him, allowing him to soar through the ranks. It was for this reason that he unhesitatingly stepped forward to help Chun Liao when he saw that she had gotten into an argument with another. He thought that by bringing out the Zhang clan's name, he would be able to scare the other party into submission. Yet, he never thought that the young man would actually have such a fearless attitude toward the Zhang clan. Unless you are deaf, you should have heard what I have said perfectly clear. Stop sticking your nose into where it doesn't belong and scram to the side, or else I'll have to no choice but to teach you a lesson. Xianxia ordered coldly with a wave of his hand. The other party should be thankful that he had a good temperament. If it had been anyone else in his place, he would have surely beaten the other party up by now. It's over. On the other hand, Zhao Xingma, who had been watching the entire scene from the start to the end, nearly fainted on the spot. The young man had just said that he was extremely low profile and would avoid trouble, but in just a few moments, he had already successfully turned the disciples of the Glacier Plain Court and an offspring of the Zhang clan against him. If this is what you mean by low profile, are you going to tear down the entire sanctum of sages once you go high profile? You're courting death. Unable to take Zhang Xian's taunting, Zhang Qian roared furiously before charging forward. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have become viscous. An incredibly powerful energy converged in on Zhang Xian, shrouding him within it. As expected of a genius from the Zhang clan, despite being at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle as well, his fighting prowess was nearly on par with the other Vicious he had encountered at the marshlands of the Northern Meadows. It was not to say that Vicious was weak, but after several dozen of millenniums to death and having barely awoken from the seal the Qingtian Emperor had cast upon him then, the strength that the other Vicious could exert was really severely limited then. Furthermore, the other Vicious consisted of only the head and the eyes, which meant that his fighting prowess would be severely limited as well. Nevertheless, despite such factors, Vicious was still in existence which could rival Kong Shi back then. So it could be said to be rather amazing for Zhang Qian to be able to wield strength on par with him. Humph! Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes coldly. As powerful as Zhang Qian might be, there was no way Zhang Qian would lose against him with the current strength he wielded. Just as he was about to make a move as well, a burst of sword chi suddenly flew toward Zhang Qian. Hong Long. Noticing the burst of sword chi, Zhang Qian released a powerful ripple of Xinqi in retaliation, and the sword chi dissipated in an instant. Not too far away, a groan echoed inconspicuously, but that faint sound couldn't escape from the notice of those present here. It seemed like in the earlier encounter, the person who had made a move against Zhang Qian had been injured instead. Zhang Zhouxiao, you actually dare to raise your hand against me? Zhang Qian roared furiously. When he turned his head over, he saw Zhang Zhouxiao rushing forward to stand in front of Zhang Qian. His slightly pale face hinted that he was the one who had clashed with Zhang Qian earlier and sustained some injuries from it. No matter what, he was only at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, an entire Cultivation Realm weaker than the leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, we are all here to participate in the final selection of the Sanctum of Sages. There's no need to make things so tense among us. Suppressing the suffocated sensation crushing his chest, Zhang Zhouxiao clasped his fist and said, Zhang Qian was his benefactor, so even though he knew that he was no match for Zhang Qian at all, he couldn't bring himself to simply look away from the matter. You said that there's no need to make things so tense among us? That might be true a moment ago, but I do see a need for it now. With a warped look on his face, Zhang Qian roared furiously. I'll deal with you once we return to the Zhang clan. Now, don't get in my way and scram. If you want to make a move here, you'll have to start with me. Zhang Zhouxiao replied adamantly, refusing to back down. Zhouxiao, it's fine. I'll deal with him myself. Zhang Xian placed a hand on Zhang Zhouxiao's shoulder to indicate that it was fine before stepping forward. He understood Zhang Zhouxiao's intentions, but he didn't think that there was a need for that. In truth, Zhang Zhouxiao wasn't trying to play the hero here. He knew that there was a huge disparity in strength between Zhang Qian and him, and he knew that he would only be tragically defeated if a fight were to occur. However, he still chose to intervene in the conflict because that would be the only way to minimize the implications of the matter. As the number one sage clan on the Master-Teacher continent, the Zhang clan wielded frightening power in its hands. While it wouldn't stoop so low as to mobilize its influence to interfere in the matters of the younger generation, it was still inevitable that there would be plenty of people in the Sanctum of Sages who were eager to butter up to Zhang Qian and the other offspring of the Zhang clan. It was for this reason that very few people dared to cross Zhang Qian and the other offspring of the Zhang clan, or else they could find every step they took in the sanctum of sages fraught with difficulties. If Zhang Juxiao were to take the blame for this matter, in view that he was an offspring of the Zhang clan as well, he would just suffer a bit of punishment and that would be the end of things. However, what Zhang Juxiao didn't know was that Zhang Xian didn't fear the Zhang clan at all. As long as he wanted to marry Luo Ruoxin, it was only a matter of time before he became an enemy of the Zhang clan. Besides, he didn't fear the suppression of the Zhang clan either. With the Library of Heaven's Path, would he have to fear anyone attempting to stifle his growth? Since Zhang Qian was the one to start the conflict, there was no reason for him to defer meekly to the other party. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian turned his gaze back to Zhang Qian and spoke with casual contempt. All right, hurry up and make your move. I'm in a rush for time, so I don't have too much time to waste on you. You? Seeing how lightly Zhang Xian was taking him, Zhang Qian roared furiously and charged forward once more, sending a palm strike toward the other party. The offense this time around was much stronger than before. The immense might behind the palm strike brought forth the slight rumbling of thunder, as if it was tearing open a vacuum in space. Powerful! Zhang Qian might not be the strongest candidate dispatched from the Zhang clan to participate in the final selection this time around, but his strength is still one that shouldn't be underestimated. Even I would have some trouble taking on that palm strike face-on. It would better to dodge it before making another move, but it doesn't seem like Zhang Qian would allow that lad to do so. That haughty fellow is in for some suffering. Even if he wanted to chat those young ladies up, he should have found a better reason than that. Now that he has offended both the Glacier Plain Court and the Zhang clan, even if he clears the final selection by some chance, he probably won't be able to survive in the Sanctum of Sages for too long. The surrounding crowd also swiftly turned their attention over to the commotion that was going on as well. There was a myriad of expressions on their faces: shocked, curious, intrigued, and much more. However, if one thing was clear, none of them thought well of the young man. There was no one who dared to step forward to mediate in the conflict either, especially since the Zhang clan was involved in the matter as well. There was no way they would risk getting flames on themselves just to help a stranger. Chun Liao also didn't expect things to blow out of proportions, and a slight frown emerged between her brows. She thought that the young man was just a little thoughtless in his words, but at this point, conceited would be a more appropriate adjective to describe him. She had long heard of Zhang Qian's name, even before arriving in the Sanctum of Sages. Despite only being 26 this year, Zhang Qian had already reached leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. On top of that, his aptitude toward battle techniques was astounding as well. Not only so, he also boasted vast battle experience, such that even Chun Liao herself would be hard-pressed to subdue him. For a mere primordial spirit realm pinnacle lad to dare taunt him, wasn't that lad just asking to be killed? Hong Long. Before everyone's astonished gazes, the sheer force of Zhang Qian's palm tore a deep gorge right through the square. That's the Saint Intermediate Tier battle technique, soul-shattering palm. That strike doesn't just wield overwhelming physical might. It also boasts a powerful offensive power towards souls as well. If that strike were to land on one squarely, it would jolt one's soul and instantaneously knock one out, putting one at the mercy of another. Even among Saint Intermediate Tier battle techniques, it can be considered as one of the strongest. A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd once more. But at this very moment, a slightly disappointed voice sounded from the young man standing right in front of that powerful palm strike. "This is your move? Well, I guess it's not too bad considering that it's coming from you. But I really don't have any interest in playing with you right now, so pardon me then." Right after saying those words, the young man took a step forward and thrust his palm forward casually. Gotcha! There was no astounding strength or overwhelming aura from that palm strike, but for some inexplicable reason, the majestic soul-shattering palm actually dissipated upon clashing with it. Following right after with a resounding pa-da, Zhang Qian found himself crushed forcefully onto the ground like a toad, as if there was a mountain weighing down on him. He struggled wildly, but his body simply wouldn't budge at all. Frenzy and rage were written all over his face. He subdued Zhang Qian in a single move? Everyone widened their eyes in frenzy. How is this possible? Chun Liao widened her eyes in disbelief. Settled. Without sparing a glance for Zhang Xian turned his gaze back to Chun Liao and said, "Young lady, you haven't answered my question yet. How is your young court chief faring in the Glacier Plain court?" "Why you?" Chun Liao was at a loss for words. She viewed her strength to be roughly on the same level as Zhang Qian. So Zhang Qian's defeat meant that she wouldn't have been able to withstand even a second blow from the young man as well. If they were to really get into a battle, she would only be humiliated. Wasn't he just a primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivator? How could he be so formidable? Cold sweat trickled down Chun Liao's back. It was fortunate that Zhang Qian had stood in earlier, or else the one who would be crushed on the ground like a toad would have been her. If that were to really happen to her, she would never be able to hold her head high before others anymore. "Just who in the world are you?" With tightly clenched fists, Chun Liao asked. It shouldn't be possible for someone who wielded such strength to be a nobody. So, how could she have never heard of the young man before? More importantly, judging from the young man's overwhelming strength and how he was able to qualify for the final selection in the Sanctum of Sages, he should have a powerful background. Since that was the case, it was irrational to think that someone of the young man's caliber to stoop down to provoke them. Building on that argument, could that mean that he was really acquainted with their young court chief? Or perhaps was he one of their young court chief's pursuers? "I am a 7-star master teacher from Qingyuan Empire, so I doubt that you would have heard of my name. Don't worry, I don't mean you any ill will. I'm just asking out of concern," Zhang Xian replied. As famous as Zhang Xian might be in Qingyuan Empire and Hongyuan Empire, it was unlikely that his reputation would travel so far for even those of the Sanctum of Sages to have heard of him. Qingyuan Empire? Chun Liao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. There was indeed no notable figure she knew of that originated from Qingyuan Empire. Due to a war 2 decades ago, the Qingyuan Empire had become the weakest of the 8 conferred empires. Who could have thought that such a talented master teacher would emerge from their ranks at this point in time? "Are you really acquainted with our young court chief?" Chun Liao asked hesitantly. According to what she knew, their young court chief seemed to have come from Qingyuan Empire as well. Could the both of them really be acquainted with one another? Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. Xiaoya was one of his direct disciples, and together, they had forged their way out of Tianxian Kingdom to the greater world out there. Their relationship couldn't be just covered with the word acquainted. "I have been a bit worried about how she has been doing ever since your elder Lu Xian took her to the Glacier Plain court. So I thought that I would ask you since you are from the Glacier Plain court as well. I really don't intend anything aside of that," Zhang Xian explained earnestly. "I see. If that's the case, I guess it would be fine to speak of her affairs to you." Chun Liao looked at Zhang Xian's earnest eyes for a moment before nodding slowly. "To tell you the truth, I don't know much about our young court chief either. I know that she's extremely diligent in her cultivation, and her cultivation has been growing swiftly as well. While it hasn't been long since she arrived in the Glacier Plain court, her strength already far surpasses ours, reaching a level unfathomable to us. As for the details, I'm afraid that I am not too clear about them myself either." Speaking up to this point, Chun Liao's face couldn't help but redden. While she did possess considerable talent as well, which made her a relatively famous figure in the Glacier Plain court, she was still a long distance away from matching up to the young court chief. As the young court chief had devoted all of her time to her cultivation, she hadn't been able to find an opportunity to interact with the other party over the past half a year since the other party's arrival. In fact, if not for the couple of times she had seen the young court chief from afar, she would have doubted if there was truly such a figure in their Glacier Plain court at all. As a result of that, she knew next to nothing about the other party. Zhao Ya's strength far surpasses theirs? Zhang Xian was startled for a moment before nodding slowly. As one who possessed the pure Yin body, her cultivation would surge forward once she awakened her unique constitution. On top of that, there was no doubt that the Glacier Plain court would devote all of their resources into grooming her as well, so it was indeed not difficult for her to surpass leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle in half a year. It seems like I really have to work harder. Xianxia thought with a bitter smile. It would really be embarrassing if he turned out to be the weakest amongst his students the next time they met. Thank you for your information. Pardon me for having imposed on you. Farewell. Seeing that Chun Liao really didn't know much about Xiaoya, Xianxia decided to take his leave. In any case, the fact that Xiaoya had been recognized as the young court chief by the members of the Glacier Plain Court, and that her cultivation had risen beyond leaving Aperture Realm showed that the Glacier Plain Court hadn't been mistreating her. Since that was the case, he would be able to rest his heart easy. His students would have their own lives to live too. He couldn't possibly keep an eye on them all the way. He would just have to be content with knowing that they were doing well. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia released the weight on Xianxia. Then, with a polite bow, he returned back to where he was standing. There's no need to stand on ceremony? Seeing Xianxia leaving without saying anything else, not even sparing her an additional glance, Chun Liao's face reddened in embarrassment. Previously, she thought that the other party was intentionally saying those words to chat her up, or perhaps to build a relationship with the Glacier Plain Court. However, from the looks of it now, that was clearly not the case. The young man had really only approached her just to ask a question. If she had known it in advance, she wouldn't have been so self-assuming and implicate Xianxia in the matter. As this thought came to her mind, she quickly turned her head over to look at the released Xianxia. The latter struggled to his feet with rage and mania written on his face. Damn it! Xianxia spat indignantly. He thought that this was an opportunity for him to perform before the beauties and get close with them, only to find himself crushed to the floor in a single move. The great humiliation he had gone through left him feeling so frustrated that he could go mad on the spot. However, that encounter had also made him realize that the young man was someone whom the current him was no match for. As furious as he may be, he knew that he would only be embarrassing himself further if he were to rush up to the young man and confront him. Are you fine? While Xianxia was at the peak of his rage, he suddenly saw Chun Liao looking over with a concerned look. I'm fine. With a reddened face, Xianxia quickly tried to regain his poise. He attempted to flick open the foldable fan in his hand to block his face, only to find that half of the fan had been destroyed in the previous clash. Even though their battle was ended in a single blow, the shockwave that was released as a result of the blow was not one which ordinary fans could withstand. As a result, it ended up being reduced to an unseemly state. It's good that you're fine. Xianxia, thank you for making a stand for me earlier. However, it seems like the friend from before means no ill will, so I hope that you won't take this matter to heart. Chun Liao said. It was while trying to stand up for her that Xianxia ended up landing himself in such a state. Even though he ended up contributing nothing at all, she was still rather grateful to him for offering his help. This entire incident had originated from her misunderstanding, and she felt deeply ashamed by her rashness as well. Thus, she felt that it was necessary for her to mediate between the both of them, and hopefully they might be able to put aside their differences. No ill will? Just on the very fact that he had belittled our Zhang clan. There's no way I'll be able to make peace with him. Hearing that Chun Liao was even speaking on that young man's behalf now, Xianxia's rage intensified. Fairy Liao, you need not say anything more. This thing has nothing to do with you anymore. That brat has insulted our Zhang clan and even made a move on me. I'll have to return this favor to him, or else what dignity would I have in the sanctum of sages? As an offspring of the Zhang clan, he was utterly crushed right before the faces of so many geniuses before they could even take the final selection. Without a doubt, this incident would be one of the darkest spots in his records. If he couldn't get even with the other party, he would be mocked for this matter for many years to come. Chun Liao had no idea what she could say at this point. Indeed, with how far things had come, it was no longer just a personal conflict between her and that young man anymore. Zhang Yu, I want you to look into the background of that brat and find out why Zhang Zhouxiao is helping him. While Zhang Qian might be arrogant, he wasn't a reckless individual. After a moment of thought, he turned to the side and instructed. On the other hand, the young man known as Zhang Yu before him nodded in response before disappearing amidst the crowd. Inner clan members like him tended to have some personal attendance, who would be in charge of taking care of their daily necessities and attending to miscellaneous matters. Not too long later, Xianxia returned. He clasped his fist and reported, "Young master, I have managed to dig up some things on that fellow. He's a master teacher from Qingyuan Empire, serving as the principal of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. He has once succeeded in crashing the Qingyuan Empire, which goes to say that he possesses talent and strength far beyond ordinary master teachers. Most of the affairs surrounding Xianxia were recorded in the Master Teacher Pavilion, so it was actually not too difficult for those who knew where to look to acquire information on him. Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Not even worth a mention." Zhang Qian scoffed derisively before a frown emerged between his brows. However, the fact that he succeeded in crashing the Qingyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion does make him quite a troublesome figure to deal with. In his view, being a principal of a Master Teacher Academy in somewhere as small as Hongyuan Empire was no different from being the chief of some remote village, an insignificant figure. However, if the young man had successfully crashed a Master Teacher Pavilion before, things wouldn't be that simple anymore. There were certain restrictions imposed on pavilion crashing. For one, a Master Teacher's rank must not exceed that of the tier of the Master Teacher Pavilion he was crashing, and he must be a local in the region as well. It was due to these two restrictions that only a small number of people had succeeded in pavilion crashing over the past several dozen millenniums. The very fact that the young man had successfully crashed a Master Teacher Pavilion was enough to show that he wielded extraordinary talent. But no matter how formidable he might be, he's still nothing more than a countryside bumpkin. Young master, if you had used the power of your bloodline earlier, there was no way he would have been a match for you, Xianxia said. What that made sage clans extremely frightening wasn't their talent but their bloodline. Indeed, it won't be too difficult for me to defeat him if I were to tap into my bloodline. However, using that ability will drain me greatly, and I won't be able to recover in the short run either. Given that the final selection is coming up, I can't afford to deplete myself at this point in time. Zhang Qian shook his head. It was not that he didn't want to use the power of his bloodline, but he dared not to. The power of his bloodline would exhaust his strength by far too much, such that even if he managed to teach that young man a lesson, his performance in the final selection would be impeded as a result. If so, he would be severely punished when he returned to the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan also valued the slots for the Sanctum of Sages greatly as well. "What do we do then?" Xianxia asked. "There's no need to worry." Zhang Qian harumphed as he narrowed his eyes menacingly. "Let him immerse himself in his glee for a couple of days. Once I get into the elite division of the Sanctum of Sages, he would be nothing more than a helpless bug in my grasp." "That's true." Xianxia nodded in realization. Naturally, students of differing degree of talent and strength had to be groomed under different environment and conditions. For this reason, the students of the Sanctum of Sages were allocated to one of the two divisions based on the results of the final selection, namely the Elite Division and the Ordinary Division. The Elite Division was where most geniuses were gathered. They were groomed to be future sages, and they stood a far better chance at entering the inner sanctum in the future. Comparatively, the conditions for those in the Ordinary Division were considerably poorer. Zhang Qian's goal wasn't just to clear the final selection. He wanted to get into the Elite Division as well, becoming one of the top existences amongst the students. With the greater degree of authority I would wield as a member of the Elite Division, I would be able to make his life in the Sanctum of Sages a living hell. After I have my fun with him, I shall have him expelled from the Sanctum of Sages so as to carve it deep in his mind that the Zhang clan isn't an existence whom he can offend. Zhang Qian sneered as his eyes turned completely cold. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something, and he turned his head over. "Right, what's that fellow called?" After all that had been said and done, Zhang Qian suddenly realized that he didn't even know what the young man was called. "He goes by the surname of Zhang as well, but he isn't from our Zhang clan. His name is Zhang Xian." Xianxia replied. "Zhang Xian? You said that the young man earlier is called Zhang Xian." Before Zhang Qian could even speak, Chun Liao had already abruptly interjected in with an anxious look on her face. "Yes, his name is Zhang Xian. He's just a lowly figure who walked out of Tianxian Kingdom, and he still has the cheek to adopt the same surname as us. Zhang Yu harumphed coldly. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Yu's body suddenly stiffened. A surge of chilling energy had abruptly gripped his body, following which, a palm suddenly flew for his face. Pa! With a resounding echo, Zhang Yu was sent flying out before crashing heavily into the ground. His shattered teeth scattered all over the floor, and blood spurted out of his mouth endlessly. Seeing this, Zhang Qian stepped forward and asked with a livid expression, "Fairy Liao, what do you mean by this?" The person who had just made a move earlier was Chen Liao. But why would she suddenly turn on them all of a sudden? Zhang Qian, you better keep the mouth of your subordinate in check. And you as well, if I were to find out that you have been disrespectful to Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi, let it be known that our Glacier Plain court won't sit idly. Placing her hands coldly behind her back, Chen Liao spoke with unquestionable conviction. You are going to fall out with me over that Zhang Xian? Zhang Qian could hardly believe what he had just heard. He did all of this in order to win the goodwill of Chen Liao and the Glacier Plain court. But why did it seem like his efforts were backfiring on him? Weren't you so angry at him that you even wanted to make a move on him earlier? Why are you protecting him now? Zhang Qian, the previous slap was just a warning. I hope that you will know what's best for yourself. Chen Liao waved her hands casually. Why? I want to know why. Overwhelmed with rage, Zhang Qian bellowed in agitation. He really couldn't understand how the woman before him could be so fickle in her attitude. You don't need to know why. Just know that if you dare to cause any trouble to Zhang Shi, you will be making an enemy out of me as well. Chen Liao replied with a steely and determined tone. From her voice, there was no doubt that her words weren't just a mere threat. She wouldn't hesitate to make a move if Zhang Qian really dared to do anything to Zhang Xian. You? Zhang Qian clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled from anger. He wanted to lash out at the woman before him, and it took the final shreds of his rationality to prevent him from doing so. Putting aside the fact that Chen Liao was nowhere weaker than him, he couldn't afford to offend the Glacier Plain court at this point in time. Very well. Zhang Qian stared at Chen Liao for a moment longer before suppressing his rage forcefully. Flinging his sleeves, he carried Zhang Yu up and walked away. He had come all the way here to fawn on Chen Liao, only to have his subordinate pummeled by the latter instead. The more he thought about it, the more furious he felt. Zhang Xian, it's all your fault. If I don't make you pay the price for that, my surname shall not be Zhang. Unable to vent his frustrations of Chen Liao, Zhang Qian turned all of his hostility toward Zhang Xian instead. If not for that brat, how could he possibly suffer such humiliation? His relationship with those from the Glacier Plain court wouldn't have turned awry either. As this thought flashed across his mind, he turned around to glance in Chen Liao's direction, only to see the latter looking at Zhang Xian with a complicated look in her eyes. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhang Qian's anger flared up once more. But amidst this anger, some doubts emerged in his mind as well. Chen Liao was an aloof person who wouldn't even bother to keep up conventional politeness before others. Why would she suddenly regard that fellow so highly? Was she charmed by him? Senior Liao, Zhang Qian is an exceptional individual, be it in terms of background or talent. Is it really wise to fall out with him like that? Another young lady from the Glacier Plain court walked up to Chen Liao and asked. She had gone off for a moment earlier, so she didn't hear the earlier conversation. All she saw was Senior Liao making a move on Zhang Qian's subordinate, and this act left her deeply perplexed. Regardless of which aspect one was looking from, Zhang Qian was an outstanding master teacher. It would be best to befriend such a person rather than to make an enemy out of him, so why would Senior Liao suddenly fall out with one another? Do you know who the young man here with us earlier was? Chen Liao asked. The young lady pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I have no idea. He's Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi. Chen Liao replied with a grim expression. Zhang Xian, Zhang Xian. Senior Liao, you can't be saying that. He's the man who resolved the problems in our cultivation techniques, our benefactor. The young lady's body froze on the spot. That's him. If I'm not mistaken, he's our young court chief's teacher as well. Chun Liao continued. How is that possible? The young lady widened her eyes in disbelief. Their Glacier Plain Quartz Yin formula and Yang formula were powerful but fundamentally flawed, which resulted in the premature deaths of the cultivators practicing them. Even those who had reached Saint Realm would survive no more than 300 years, paling far in comparison to the average 1,000 years lifespan most ordinary Saint Realm cultivators would have. Like flowers, the young ladies of the Glacier Plain Court blossomed for just a short moment before withering in desolation. Chun Liao and the others thought that they were bound to walk down the same road as well. But a gift from the heavens descended upon them. 8 months ago, when Elder Lu Xian brought their current young court chief back, she also handed over a revised copy of their Yin formula and Yang formula over to the Glacier Plain Court. The revised version had resolved the various side effects that cultivating the Yin formula and the Yang formula would cause, allowing their lifespan to revert back to the length of an ordinary cultivator. Even though news concerning the origin of the revised cultivation technique had been suppressed by the upper echelons, Chun Liao, as one of the core members of the Glacier Plain Court, still managed to learn a thing or two about it. From what she had heard, it was the teacher of their young court chief who created the revised version, a master teacher named Xianxia. All along, Chun Liao had envisioned the benefactor to be an old man, at least an 8-star master teacher at minimum. Yet, who could have thought that he would be so young, roughly the same age as them? By revising the cultivation technique, he has bestowed upon us a new life. Realizing this as well, the young lady's face flushed crimson in agitation. Indeed, given how indebted we are to him, it's really unforgivable that I have attempted to make a move on him. Should we head over to pay our respects to him, as well as to apologize for my earlier mistake? Chun Liao asked awkwardly. Sounds good. The young lady nodded. She quickly gathered the rest of the members of the Glacier Plain Court who weren't around previously and explained the situation to them as well, and they revealed looks of shock as well. Their gazes couldn't help but drift in Zhang Xian's direction. How can you be so reckless? Looking at Zhang Xian, Zhao Xingma couldn't help but berate furiously. The other party was a genius of the Zhang clan. To knock him into the ground with a single slap, humiliating him in such a manner, that was equivalent to thoroughly offending the Zhang clan. How was he going to survive in the sanctum of sages after this matter? I only intended to ask a few questions, but Zhang Qian just had to stick his leg into the matter for no reason. Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. As powerful as the Zhang clan was, they couldn't possibly do whatever they want in the sanctum of sages. One had to play by the rules here, and as long as it was they were playing within the rules, there was really nothing for Zhang Xian to fear. If forced to a corner, Zhang Xian didn't mind going all out to bring down whatever influence the Zhang clan had in the sanctum of sages. The only reason why you are able to remain calm is because you don't understand the extent of the influence that the Zhang clan wields in the sanctum of sages. If you were to know, there's no way you would be thinking the same anymore. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't care at all, Zhao Xingma shook his head and said, Why don't I put it this way for you? The Sanctum of Sages is an academy that towers above the sage clans, but as the number 1 clan, the numbers of slots that the Zhang clan receives each year is really substantial, and most of their dispatched candidates are able to successfully clear the final selection as well. Their clan members could be found in every single grade, and they dominate most of the important roles in the academy as well. Offending one of them would be equivalent to offending all of them. Once that happens, no matter what you attempt to do in the Sanctum of Sages, you will find yourself impeded at every step. Sometimes, it was more frightening and troublesome to offend a ruffian than an official. At least officials would still be bound by rules and self-decency, but ruffians would stoop to anything to make your life a living hell. Even if they have the numbers, they wouldn't dare to mess around in the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. Even if they don't mess around, just following the rules will be enough to leave you with a headache. Putting everything aside, if all of them were to challenge you one by one, do you think that you'll still have time to cultivate? Zhao Xingma asked. That would really be troublesome. Zhang Xian scratched his head. Indeed. Even if Xianxia was able to defeat all of those challengers, their pestering would still be more than enough to annoy him to no end. That would indeed be difficult to deal with. Furthermore, you didn't just offend the Zhang clan just now, you offended the Glacier Plain Court as well. Even if the influence of the Glacier Plain Court in the Sanctum of Sages pales in comparison to the Zhang clan, it's still not to be underestimated. Furthermore, due to the nature of their group, their rallying power is no joke either. Just a call and countless helpers would come their way. As long as they were to openly express their hostility, there would be plenty of geniuses who would be willing to teach you a lesson in their stead. Zhao Xingma continued on. It was one thing that the members of the Glacier Plain Court were all ladies, but they were top-notch beauties at that. It was for this reason that most people were fixated on the idea of marrying a lady from the Glacier Plain Court. As such, the Glacier Plain Court also became one of the powers which no one dared to offend. The endless stream of trouble that could ensue from crossing them would really be able to give anyone a headache. Xianxia sure knew how to pick his enemies. He had warned the young man so many times against it, but he still ran over to provoke them. Can't you just quietly wait here for the final selection to start? How good would that be? What were the words you have said earlier? Low profile? Are you sure that this can be considered as low profile? If that was low profile, there would be no one high profile in the world. Listen to my advice and apologize to those from the Glacier Plain Court. I think there's still some room for reconciliation with them. Otherwise, if the two of them combine their forces to deal with you, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for them to take. Zhao Xingma pondered for a moment before advising. While he was only in charge of bringing them here, he had a good opinion of Xianxia. He didn't hope for the latter to suffer over a moment of folly just after he had entered the Sanctum of Sages. This, just as Xianxia scratched his head, not knowing how to respond to those words, Zhang Juxiao's anxious voice suddenly sounded by the side. The members of the Glacier Plain Court are making their way over to us? Ah! Zhao Xingma and Xianxia quickly turned their gazes over, and indeed, Chun Liao and the other young ladies from the Glacier Plain Court were walking in their direction. They might still have been able to pray that the young ladies from the Glacier Plain Court were just walking coincidentally in their direction. But those impassioned gazes fixated on Xianxia had completely ruled out that possibility. They must be here to thrash it out with you, Xianxia. I fear that they might have already come to some sort of agreement with Xianxia. This is really bad. Zhao Xingma frowned in worry. Too anxious to drag Xianxia away, he didn't see Chun Liao making a move on Zhang Yu earlier. So, when the entire group from the Glacier Plain Court marched imposingly in their direction, he immediately thought that they were here to cause them trouble. Xianxia, you should first apologize to them before they say anything later on. At the very least, try to appease them before they do anything. Zhao Xingma anxiously sent a telepathic message over to Xianxia. Apologize to them? Xianxia felt deeply conflicted at this moment. How should I go around doing it? Apologizing wasn't a big deal to him, but he knew that he hadn't done wrong this time around, so he really couldn't bring himself to admit that it was his fault. How to go around doing it? Not expecting Xianxia to have such a low emotional quotient, Zhao Xingma nearly tore his hair out in exasperation. All right, I'll guide you step by step. Just repeat after me word for word. All right? As soon as they come, say these words. Fairy Liao, please forgive me for my bluntness earlier. I'll apologize to you sincerely here, so I hope that you can overlook my faux pas. All right then. Knowing that Zhao Xingma was doing this for his good, Xianxia eventually decided to go along with his plan after a moment of hesitation. By the time he memorized those words from Zhao Xingma, the young ladies of the Glacier Plain Court were already standing before him. Thus, he cleared his throat and began on his monologue, Fairy Liao. But before he could finish his words, the young lady before him had already bowed deeply and said, Xianxia, please forgive me for my bluntness earlier. I'll apologize to you sincerely here, so I hope that you can overlook my faux pas. Ah! Hearing oddly familiar words coming from Chun Liao's mouth, Xianxia was stunned. Cough, cough. Zhao Xingma also widened his eyes in shock, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Wasn't the other party here to cause trouble? Why did they suddenly start apologizing instead? More importantly, to be saying the exact same words which he had just taught Xianxia. This is a specialty from our Glacier Plain Court, Wintry Spirit Essence. It has exceptional effects for those who are at leaving Aperture Realm. If you don't find it too shabby, please do accept my gift. It's a compensation for my earlier rudeness. Before the both of them could recover from their shock, Chun Liao had already whipped out a jade bottle and passed it over. Wintry Spirit Essence? But that's one of the most valuable resources in the Glacier Plain Court. Even a single bottle would cost 1,000 concentrated high-tier spirit stones. Zhao Xingma widened his eyes in shock, and he nearly choked on his own saliva. Wintry Spirit Essence was a rare commodity even in the Glacier Plain Court, and it was barely sufficient for their internal consumption. As such, it was nearly impossible to find it in the open market. Yet, Chun Liao was actually intending to give it to Xianxia just like that. Just what in the world was going on? Weren't they marching here angrily to pick a bone with Xianxia? Why were they moving around carefully instead, apologizing and even passing over a gift as well? Unable to make sense of the perplexing situation before him, Zhao Xingma felt a little lightheaded. Wintry Spirit Essence? Xianxia did not expect the other party to offer him a gift after apologizing. He froze for a moment before taking a glance at the jade bottle. The jade bottle was not too big, but there was a freezing air emanating from it, threatening to freeze someone into an ice cube at any moment. At the same time, spiritual energy even more concentrated than concentrated high-tier spirit stones could be felt pulsating within the jade bottle. Even though Xianxia had never heard of the item before, he could tell at first glance that it was something extraordinarily valuable. With just the spiritual energy contained inside, he would have no trouble pushing for a breakthrough to half-leaving Aperture Realm. In fact, even reaching leaving Aperture Realm with it did not seem impossible. That's right. Xianxia, please do accept it. It's a token of my goodwill, Chun Liao urged anxiously. Since she had cultivated the cultivation technique that Xianxia had altered, that made the young man a half-teacher to her. On top of that, the young man was the teacher of their young court chief. Had she not thought that the young man was trying to chat her up and attempted to make a move, Xianxia would not have been drawn in, and the whole string of trouble would not have happened. No matter what, she had to make it up to the other party. This? Xianxia blinked blankly. Previously, Zhao Xingma had spoken of the matter with extreme graveness, urging him to admit his fault and apologize, making it seem as if the young ladies from the Glacier Plain Court were terrifying monsters. But from how he saw it, they seemed rather easy to approach and they were very cordial. It was completely unlike what Zhao Xingma had said earlier. Seeing that Xianxia was still hesitating, Chun Liao thought that he was still angry, and she urged him anxiously. Xianxia, we won't be able to rest well if you refuse to accept our gift. This? All right then. Since it's a token of your goodwill, I won't hold back. Judging from the other party's attitude, it felt that she would never let him go if he refused her gift, so he could only helplessly reach out to take the jade bottle. Relief visibly flashed across Chun Liao's face for a moment. Thank you for your understanding, Xianxia. Since the young man was willing to accept her gift, she saw this as a sign that he was willing to put aside their differences and forgive her. You're too polite. Xianxia clasped his fist in response. Then, with a slightly perplexed tone, he asked, I was rather impolite to you earlier as well, so why would you all apologize to me instead? He could not make sense of the situation. It was just a moment ago that the other party had been so furious that she had wanted to make a move on him. But a few minutes later, she suddenly approached him to give him a gift. Even for a change of mind, that was way too fast. This? Chun Liao and the others glanced at one another, and bitter smiles surfaced on their lips. It's because, just as she was about to begin explaining, the ruckus in the surroundings abruptly vanished, to the point where one could even hear a pin drop, following which, 3 figures flew over from the distance and stopped in the air above the square, emanating powerful auras. All 3 of them were old men. Xianxia found himself unable to gauge how powerful they were, but the powerful auras that they emanated left one feeling as if they could tear a person apart with just a glare. Beneath his sleeves, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. They possess even greater power than Luo Qingxin. Luo Qingxin was a Saint 7 Dan expert, so did that mean that those three in the sky were at Saint 8 Dan? With such strength, they could already be ranked at the top of the master-teacher continent. Zhao Xingma sent a telepathic message to Xianxia to explain the situation. They are the elders of the Sanctum of Sages, and they are in charge of invigilating the final selection. I see. Xianxia nodded in response. As expected of the Sanctum of Sages, the strength of their elders was really at a wholly different level. Candidates, the old man standing at the very front spoke. The three of us will be overseeing the selection this time around. I am 8-star Master Teacher Lu Haoyu, and you can address me as Elder Lu. The esteemed gentleman on my left is Elder Han Zhu, and the one on my right is Elder Lin Qing. His voice was not particularly loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. It felt like even if one were cover one's ears, the voice would still resonate right within one's mind, preventing one from shutting it off altogether. Demonic tunist, and a particularly high-ranked one at that. Xianxia noted with a grim expression. As a demonic tunist himself, he was able to tell that there was something amiss with the other party's voice. He had already comprehended the level of the greatest sound is silence, and the greatest form is formless. For even the simplest words to wield such strength. If the elder tapped into the power of his primordial spirit as well, most probably, every single person standing in the square would be put into a trance immediately. A Saint 8 Dan master teacher was indeed frightening. Even a casual gesture from them could wield so much power. I believe the guides should have informed you all of the entrance examination to our Sanctum of Sages. Challenging the mountain gate, Elder Lu said as he grabbed at the space in front of him. Voila! A massive gate abruptly warped into appearance before the crowd. A brilliant light shimmered within the gate, making it impossible for one to tell what was on the other side. Could this be a teleportation formation for living beings? Xianxia was taken aback. Legend had it that 8-star formation masters were capable of not just transmitting holograms and words but even lifeforms. The gate before his eyes caused significant disturbances in space, and it felt as if stepping in would bring him into a whole new world. Chances were that it was the legendary teleportation formation that he had heard so much about. It's indeed a teleportation formation. Zhao Xingma confirmed Xianxia's supposition. The mountain gate examination won't be held within the Sanctum of Sages but a unique folded space. A teleportation formation is required in order to enter the area. Folded space. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. Based on what he had heard about the mountain gate so far, it sounded far more complex than the caged battle royale. Considering how there were over 10,000 candidates participating in the final selection simultaneously and each candidate would face a test unique to them, space was bound to be a huge problem. However, if the test were to be conducted in a folded space, everything would make sense. He had a folded space himself too, the Qiuwu Palace. As such, he was rather familiar with it. In the Mountain Gate examination, the difficulty will be altered based on your individual capability. Each person will be faced with tests vastly different from others, so there's no point taking the experiences of preceding candidates as reference. Elder Lu advised, gazing down upon the crowd. You just have to try your best and deal with whatever comes before you to the best of your ability. As for the tabulation of the results, there's no need for you to worry about that. The Sanctum of Sages has a unique artifact known as the Jade Tablet of Trials, and it will make a fair evaluation of your performance in the tests based on established criteria. The higher you are scored, the more likely you will pass the examination. This year, the Sanctum of Sages will be taking in 500 students, so we will only be taking in those who score within the top 500. The Sanctum of Sages is only accepting 500 students this year, but there are at least 10,000 people here. 500, isn't that 1 in 20? It really won't be easy. Hearing how competitive the final selection would be, unease and trepidation could be seen on most of the faces among the crowd. At the same time, Xianxia could not help frowning as well. Those who were currently standing in the square were all the top geniuses gathered throughout the master-teacher continent, experts among experts. To finish in the top 5% of them all was truly no easy task. It was no wonder Zhao Xingma had said that it was possible for not even a single one of them to make the cut. Considering the harsh requirements, it was indeed not easy to succeed. Even Zhang Xian did not have absolute confidence in the final selection. In a sense, this was a testimony to the strength of the Sanctum of Sages. If every single batch of candidates of the Sanctum of Sages had to go through this harsh selection, just how powerful would those who managed to stay till the end be? Zhao Shi, what is the Jade Token of Trials? One of the master teachers asked Zhao Xingma with a perplexed look on his face. In the Mountain Gate examination, each individual will be faced with different tests. For example, if a Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator and a Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle Cultivator encounter a Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle Saint Beast and defeat it, naturally, the Primordial Spirit Realm Advanced Stage Cultivator will be awarded with more points. The Jade Token of Trials is a unique artifact that serves to tabulate these deeds into a score before compiling them into a scoreboard. The higher one's score is, the better one's final result will be. Zhao Xingma explained. I see. Everyone nodded in realization. Then, other than defeating Saint Beasts, what else in the tests will add to our score? Another master teacher asked. Since the Jade Tablet of Trials worked by converting accomplishments into a corresponding score, it stood to reason that there was an established system for its calculation. As stated previously, there were many different tests, so not all of them would be concerning Saint Beasts. Surely, there should be other ways of earning points too. So far, some of the known possible tests are defeating Saint Beasts, breaking through a formation, sensing danger in advance, and lecturing a crowd. As long as you perform well in these tests, you will be able to earn some points. Other than that, skillful utilization of one's capability in some unique occupations will also earn 1 bonus points, such as in spirit enchantment, terpsichorean arts, and painting. As long as you display proficiency exceeding that of the other candidates, those could be considered as accomplishments as well, and the Jade Tablet of Trials will take them into account, Zhao Xingma explained. In other words, as long as you possess a skill that others don't have and perform it in the tests, they will be noted down by the Jade Tablet of Trials and added to your final score, thus helping you stand out from the other candidates. Hearing those words, the crowd could not help but clench their fists tightly in agitation. As easy and fair as the test might have seemed, it was actually far more difficult than it sounded. If one was competing with just a couple of people, one was bound to have a skill that stood out from the others. However, amid a crowd of over 10,000 geniuses, any seemingly outstanding capability would only appear ordinary in comparison. Someone might be good at painting, but there was bound to be another one amid the group who was better at it than that person. The same went for the other occupations. As the saying went, there is always a mountain higher than the one before you. It was definitely no easy feat to reach the peak. The capabilities one can display aren't just limited to hard skills. Outstanding management and leadership skills can also add to one's score, but of course, those might be harder to display. The aim of the Sanctum of Sages is to further the wisdom of mankind, thus bringing mankind to reach greater heights. Naturally, the benchmark for enrollment is much higher than other academies. Seeing the tensed look on the faces of the group, Zhao Xingma chuckled softly to alleviate the atmosphere. However, there's no need to worry. Just as I have said before, as long as you work hard and perform to the best of your abilities, your shine will definitely catch the attention of the Sanctum of Sages. Yes, the group nodded before falling into deep contemplation to figure out what their outstanding traits were. Zhang Xian also stroked his lower jaw and pondered. A while later, he could not help but shake his head. He did not seem to have any outstanding traits at all. Lecturing, formation deciphering, terpsichorean arts, painting, while he was rather proficient in all of those could not be considered his specialty. For example, his painting, while he had achieved a level of proficiency comparable to ordinary 8-star primary painters, the geniuses of the Painter Guild that were participating in the final selection were bound to be able to outdo him. The same went for pill forging, smithing, and the like. His mastery of those supporting occupations could be considered outstanding among master teachers, but to those who truly devoted their lives to those arts, it was inevitable that he would still be lacking. Well, if I really have to choose a specialty, that would probably be disguising, Xianxia thought. His supporting occupations were all SOSO, roughly around the same level. There were none that particularly stood out. If he really had to list a strength that he was proud of, that would be acting like an expert. After all, his disguise as Yang Xian had been able to fool even Luo Qingxin. So far, he had never made any major slip-ups in his disguise before, and that should be more than enough to show his incredible aptitude in the art. Just that, will acting like an expert really add to my score? Zhang Xian's face collapsed. It was hard to imagine any formal academy that would take into account one's ability to act as an expert as one of its entrance criteria. It seemed like his strongest capability would not be able to help him here. Forget it. If it comes down to it, I'll just execute a couple of my less outstanding techniques. As long as I utilize enough of them, I should be able to acquire a decent score, Zhang Xian thought. No matter what, he was determined to enter the sanctum of sages. This was the road leading him to Luo Ruoxin, and he could not let the journey end just here. In the Mountain Gate examination, you are only allowed to rely on your own talents and capabilities. No external artifacts, weapons, or the sort are allowed. If we were to find you have cheated, your results in that test will be voided. Other than that, the killing of other candidates is prohibited as well. Such an act will result in a direct termination of your candidacy, Elder Lu announced solemnly. Yes. The crowd in the square quickly nodded in response. The main point of an examination lay in fair competition. If one were to rely on artifacts and the sort in the final selection, that would undermine the purpose of it. If everyone were to rely on their artifacts to clear the examination, the Sanctum of Sages wouldn't be an institution for the talented but the wealthy. Prior to passing through the gate, remember to leave your soul imprint on the gate so that the Jade Tablet of Trials can process your names and backgrounds. This is so as to facilitate the tabulation of the results of your performance in the examination. Elder Lu continued. Nodding, the crowd quickly used their secret arts to leave behind their soul imprint on the gates. All right, let's set off now. The duration for the Mountain Gate examination will be 3 days, and may the odds be in your favor. Elder Lu waved his hand grandly. Yes. With a resounding response, the excited crowd began passing through the gates. Since it's the teleportation formation, it's unlikely that we'll end up in the same location. So, you can only rely on yourself for the entrance examination. Watching as the crowd surged through the gates, and it was going to be their turn soon, Zhang Xian turned to Zhang Zhouxiao and said, Zhang Shi, rest assured. I'll do my best in the entrance examination. Zhang Zhouxiao nodded. In the past, he wouldn't have been confident of emerging in the top 5% amidst this large group of geniuses. However, the times were different now. In the time that they were traveling to the Sanctum of Sages, he had been learning diligently from Zhang Xian, and this had boosted his fighting prowess significantly. His comprehension of combat had also soared by leaps and bounds, making him no longer the man he used to be. More importantly, he even comprehended half-quintessence in swordsmanship, which would make him nigh invincible amidst his peers. With these, his chances at getting into the top 500 were higher than ever. Be careful inside. Seeing that Zhang Zhouxiao was confident, Zhang Xian nodded in approval. Chun Liao and the others also turned to Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Shi, let's meet in the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Xian nodded. After which, the group from the Glacier Plain Court swiftly made their way through the gates. In their view, considering how the young man was able to easily defeat Zhang Qian, it should be a walk in the park for him to clear the final selection. Now, it was just a matter of whether he would be able to qualify for the elite division or not. You all can go now. A moment later, Zhao Xingma finally gestured the group to advance ahead, and the 30 or so candidates from the 8 conferred empires began making their way over for the gates. Zhang Xian was at the very back of the group, and he watched those ahead of him disappear in the shimmering light within the gates one after another before it was finally his turn. Upon contact with the gates, he immediately felt the space around him warping abruptly, and with a flash he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, watching as Zhang Qian vanished from the spot, Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes and spat with gritted teeth. Zhang Qian, just you wait. Once I get into the elite division, I'll make your life a living hell. After saying those words, he stepped into the gate as well and disappeared. Not too long later, the 10,000 or so geniuses on the square had all entered the gates, leaving only the guides who had brought them here behind. All right, let's all head to the Hall of Results. Following behind the other guides, Zhao Xingma flew across the Sanctum of Sages, and before long, he was standing before a towering hall. Standing imposingly in the center of the hall was a grayish emerald jade tablet, and it emanated an air of ancient history. With just a look, there was little doubt that this jade tablet had been in the Sanctum of Sages for many years. A warm glow rippled across the surface of the jade tablet, bringing slight illumination to the surroundings. Stopping right before the jade tablet, all of the guides directed their gazes to it directly, hoping to find some familiar names on it. Guides, the examination has barely started. There's no rush. Seeing the anxious looks on the guides, Elder Lu couldn't help but chuckle. There were 3 days to the examination, so it was too early to conclude anything at the current phase. The true fight over the placing would only happen at least 2 days later. The guides nodded as they sat onto the ground as well to rest. At this moment, a nearby stone pillar position just beside the jade tablet lit up, and several names emerged on the jade tablet. The examination has barely started, but there are already candidates who have scored some points? Astonished, the guides quickly took a closer look to see who those candidates were. Feng Zi, 127. Zhang Yu, 121. Jiang Xuezuan, 116. Yuan Haiqing, 109. Bai Qingxian, 103. All above 100 points? They have already scored so much even though the examination has barely started a while ago. Seeing the names and their respective scores on the jade tablet, a huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. It was truly frightening to see the candidates scoring more than 100 points when the examination had just started a few minutes ago. More importantly, it wasn't just an individual or two who had achieved that feat, but 5 of them. Such a thing had never happened in previous years before. One would gain 1 point from defeating a Saint Beast of 1 cultivation stage higher, 5 points from defeating a Saint Beast of 2 cultivation stages higher, and 25 points for 3 cultivation stages higher. Yet 100 points in just a few minutes? Just how in the world did they accomplish this? Zhao Xingma felt his throat turning hoarse. He could hardly believe what was happening at all. Under normal circumstances, one's results would only reflect on the jade tablet once it exceeded 10 points, and it would be a gradual increase beyond that. For their score to reflect more than 100 points from the very start, and for 5 candidates at that, the highest scorer at the moment is Feng Zi. Where's he from? One of the guides amidst the crowd asked curiously. He's from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. It's said that he's the direct disciple of one of the elders, and his cultivation has already reached Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate stage. Without a doubt, he was definitely one of the stronger, if not the strongest, candidate. A black-robed master teacher who knew about the details explained. A direct disciple of an elder from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Zhao Xingma's breathing hastened. In order to become an elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters, one had to be a 9-star master teacher at the very minimum. As a student of such a powerful expert, it was no wonder why Feng Zi would be able to achieve such incredible results right from the start. In second place is Zhang Yu, a genius from the Sage Clan, Zhang Clan. It's said that the purity of his bloodline has already reached Earth Tier. Earth Tier. Zhao Xingma widened his eyes in shock. The bloodline of Sage Clan's offspring could be divided into 4 tiers depending on their purity, namely Tier 2, Tier 1, Earth Tier, and the highest Sky Tier. The basic requirement to become an inner clan member was to possess Tier 2 bloodline, and some of the more formidable ones would possess Tier 1 bloodline. As for those whose bloodline had reached Earth Tier, most of them would be from the main family, and even at worst they would be the offspring of the elders. Indeed, Ever since the founding of the Sanctum of Sages, the Zhang clan had a total of 37 Earth-tier bloodline offspring. Even the weakest of them eventually reached Saint 8 Dan pinnacle. Considering that Zhang Yu possesses the same Earth-tier bloodline as well, he's bound to reach incredible heights in the future as well, the black-robed master teacher said. Saint 8 Dan. Zhao Xingma found himself at a loss for words. Wielding such strength, one could already be considered to be standing at the top of the continent. With just a stomp of his feet, he would be able to bring around the downfall of a power like Qianchong Empire easily. Right? Earlier, I encountered another offspring of the Zhang clan named Zhang Qian. May I know what the purity of his bloodline is? Zhao Xingma couldn't help asking. Zhang Qian only possesses an ordinary Tier 2 bloodline. Amongst the 30 candidates the Zhang clan has sent in this time around, he's ranked amidst the last. Not even worth a mention, the black-robed master teacher replied. Not even worth a mention? Hearing those words, Zhao Xingma's face turned as dark as charcoal. Zhang Qian was a leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle expert, and yet he was still ranked in the bottom few of the Zhang clan's candidates. If that was the case, just how formidable would those who were ranked ahead of him be? This was really too terrifying. The Zhang clan had its fair share of spectacular candidates in the previous year's final selection, but never had the lineup of their candidates been so formidable before. Jiang Xuezuan, is she from the Sage clan? Jiang clan? Zhao Xingma continued asking. Of the many Sage clans on the Master Teacher continent, the three strongest were namely the Zhang clan, Jiang clan, and Luo clan respectively. Considering how Jiang Xuezuan managed to get onto the rank board within such a short period of time, achieving a score that was just beneath Zhang Yu, it was hard to imagine that she could be from any other clan other than the illustrious Jiang clan. I have met Jiang Xuezuan myself once before. As you know, the Jiang clan specializes in soul offense, but even amidst their ranks, the soul energy which Jiang Xuezuan is born with can be considered immense. In terms of fighting prowess, she could very well be on par with even Feng Zi, the black-robed master teacher said. As for Yuan Haiqing, he's one of the geniuses of the Sage clan, Yuan clan. While the Yuan clan is slightly weaker than the Zhang, Jiang, and Luo at the moment, unable to squeeze into the top 3, I heard that they have managed to find a successor who possesses Sky-tier bloodline half a year ago. If the rumors are really true, there's no saying that the Yuan clan might just be able to join their ranks in the near future. Sky-tier bloodline? Zhao Xingma was astonished. Sky-tier bloodline was the strongest bloodline that any offspring of the Sage clans could possess. As long as those who possessed such bloodline was given time to mature, it was just a matter of time before he became a renowned figure in the Master Teacher continent. For one, the current heads of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan possess Sky-tier bloodlines as well. It doesn't seem to be just a rumor. Over the past few days, several of the stronger powers and clans have expressed their goodwill toward the Yuan clan, wanting to befriend them. It seems like the rise of the Yuan clan is inevitable, the black-robed master teacher replied. So, these candidates all have notable backgrounds. Then what about Bai Qingxian? What's his background? Digesting the news which he had just heard, Zhao Xingma asked in interest. Since the four in front had such spectacular results, Bai Qingxian, whose name was placed just beneath theirs in the 5th place, shouldn't be any ordinary figure either. Bai Qingxian is from the Blazing Inferno Court, the black-robed master teacher said. Blazing Inferno Court? You mean the powerful organization whose reputation rivals that of the Glacier Plain Court? While the Glacier Plain Court had the Yin-Yang Lake, and their core cultivation techniques were the Yang formula and Yin formula, most of their members still cultivated the Yin formula. On top of that, nearly all of their members, from the court chief down to the elders and the ordinary members, were all female. The Blazing Inferno Court was the direct opposite. Most of them were men, and they practiced cultivation techniques that were rich in Yang attribute, such as the Inferno art and such. It was said that the two powers were created by the same founder, but due to certain disagreements and intense rivalry between members who cultivated Yang cultivation techniques and Yin cultivation techniques, they were eventually divided into two powers. Roughly 2 decades ago, the two powers attempted to bridge their differences and reunite as one through a political marriage. However, in the last moment, the to-be court chief ended up fleeing at the very last moment, disappearing from the face of the world. Eventually, the two powers fell out with one another once more, and they parted on an unhappy note. That's right. The black-robed master teacher nodded. While the reputation of the Blazing Inferno Court isn't too resounding, and they have very few branches over the world, on the whole, they still wield overwhelming strength which would be foolish to overlook. If not for that, the Glacier Plain Court wouldn't agree to a political marriage with them either. Indeed, Zhao Xingma nodded in agreement. For a political marriage to work, both powers should be of equal standing. Otherwise, it would be nigh impossible for them to coexist peacefully. Wang. While the both of them were chatting, the stone pillars lit up once more, and new names emerged on the jade tablet. The top 500 candidates have emerged. Zhao Xingma immediately turned his gaze toward the jade tablet, and as expected, it was filled with all kinds of names. The height of the jade tablet was just sufficient to reflect 500 names in total, and perhaps it was for the very same reason. Only 500 students would be accepted into the Sanctum of Sages in each entrance examination. Come, take a look and see if the talents you have brought here are on the rank board or not, the black-robed master teacher said with a smile. Nodding, Zhao Xingma swiftly scanned the jade tablet from head to toe, and very soon, a tight knit emerged between his brows. Despite the huge number of names, he realized that there was not a single one that was familiar to him. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xian should be able to get into the top 500 easily. So why is his name nowhere to be found? Zhao Xingma thought worriedly. Is none of the candidates I have brought here going to clear the final selection? The entire world shook intensely before Zhang Xian's eyes. As teleportation formations worked by warping spatial laws, he knew that if he could decipher the structure of the teleportation formation, it would help him greatly in further comprehending the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Thus, as soon as he entered the teleportation formation, he immediately activated his Eye of Insight, hoping to get a rough understanding of how it worked. A myriad of colors shimmered in the surroundings, creating a beautiful artwork. Many lines seemed to stream past him, creating a feeling as if he was flying at an extremely fast speed. It's a little similar to the deciphers of the Saint Ascension decipher, Zhang Xian thought. Under the discerning gaze of his Eye of Insight, he actually found that the teleportation formation had a structure that was deeply reminiscent of the Saint Ascension decipher. On the fundamental level, it contained of lines, ranging from 1 to 9 of them, tightly knitted to form a unit, creating what one would perceive as length, breadth, and height, or in other words, space. Who? An abrupt jolt left Zhang Xian staggering, and the gleaming lights before him vanished. When he finally scanned his surroundings once more, he realized that he was already standing in the midst of a relatively small mountain valley. Dense trees filled the area, and a small stream trickled down from the heights of a mountain. It knocked on the various rocks that stood in its path, creating a crisp yet tranquil melody. Taking a look at his sides, Zhang Xian found that he was completely surrounded by lush trees. It was a little similar to the sight he saw when he first took off his blindfold in the Sword Lagoon. However, the swiftly rising altitude of the land around him, as well as the mountain on the horizon, were clear indications that he was in the midst of a valley. I should start with hunting down Saint Beasts to earn some points first. Knowing that time was precious in the examination, Zhang Xian didn't hesitate to flit up the valley. He wasn't too sure how the score calculation for other aspects worked, but at the very least, it was definite that he would earn points from hunting down Saint Beasts. Since that was the case, it would be best for him to hunt down as many of them as possible first just to be safe. This kind of reminded him of the entrance examination of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as well. Back then, he tamed over several hundred spirit beasts and obtained a score far exceeding that of other candidates. But again, in terms of beast taming and dealing with Saint Beasts, while he did have confidence in his skills, it was hard to fathom what those geniuses from the Beast Tamer Guild were capable of. After all, they had devoted their life to studying beast taming, so they were bound to be good at what they did. It would be hard for him to compete against them, especially since he had barely spent a few days learning beast taming in total. Flitting swiftly ahead, many plants flashed across Zhang Xian's peripheral vision. Perhaps it was due to the superior concentration of spiritual energy in the area. There was a large variety of plants in the area. Even Xianxia found that he couldn't name most of them. On the journey to the Sanctum of Sages, other than cultivating, Xianxia had spent most of his time studying in the Library of Heaven's Path, and he had managed to go through most of the books he had collected. In terms of scope of knowledge, it was possible that even 9-star master teachers were no match against him. From such a perspective, it was indeed peculiar that there were actually so many plants that he was unable to name. Perhaps it might be because most of them were native to the folded space, so they weren't recorded in any books. Something is not right. As Xianxia continued examining the area around him as he flitted forward, a realization suddenly dawned on him, and a deep crease appeared on his forehead. Judging from the area of his spiritual perception and his length of the flight, even if saint beasts were really rare in the folded space, he should have at least encountered a couple of ordinary life forms by now. But up to this point, other than plants, there was nothing around him at all. This was really baffling. Could I have been teleported into some kind of formation? Xianxia immediately halted his flight and examined his surroundings closely with his eye of insight. It took a moment of concentration, but he eventually noticed that something was indeed amiss. It's an illusory formation, Xianxia noted. He quickly advanced toward a certain point and stomped his feet lightly. Wang! The huge congregation of plants all around him withered immediately. The melodious sound of flowing water knocking on rocks continued sounding in his ears, but the world before Xianxia changed greatly. He found that he was no longer in a mountain valley, but before a straw house located in the midst of a lush mountain. There was a feeling of serenity drifting in the air, soothing one's tense nerves. However, knowing that he was still in the midst of the mountain gate examination, Xianxia didn't allow such an atmosphere to affect him. Keeping his guard up, he swiftly assessed his surroundings before walking warily toward the straw cottage. Tizila! Tizila! Before he could reach the straw cottage, a slightly screechy, metallic sound suddenly echoed in the air. Circumventing the straw cottage, he saw an old man squatting by a stream, grinding a certain object in his hand relentlessly. Taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that it was a thick and long metal bar. Perhaps under the relentless effort of the old man, the top portion of the bar had been ground thin, and the tip was as fine as a needle. Whittling a metal bar into a needle one. Taken aback by the sight before him, Xianxia asked with a slight hint of bewilderment in his voice. He wouldn't be surprised if he were to meet with an assault from a pack of saint beasts, trapped within a formidable formation, encountering an army of soldiers or anything else. But to see someone whittling a metal bar into a needle in the mountain gate examination, what was this supposed to mean? Do you know what I'm doing? At this moment, a faint but clear voice sounded in the air. The old man seemed to have noticed Xianxia's presence, and without stopping his action, he asked with a questioning edge in his tone. Are you whittling a needle? Xianxia replied. Oh! The old man seemed to be a little surprised by how Xianxia was able to get it at the first try. You can tell that I'm whittling a needle? Considering how thick and long the metal bar was, most cultivators would probably guess that he was attempting to whittle out some kind of weapon. That would be the logical answer, after all. You are trying to use this as an analogy to tell me that as long as one has perseverance and is willing to put in hard work, there's nothing in the world that's too difficult to accomplish. As the saying goes, with diligence and perseverance, a metal bar can be whittled down to a needle. Xianxia replied. This? The old man blinked his eyes. He was born with unimpressive talents, and in his earlier years, he thought that he would never be able to catch up with the others. But one day, while he was out, he saw his teacher grinding down a metal bar bit by bit. When he asked what his teacher was doing, the latter said that he was trying to whittle out an embroidery needle and quoted those exact same words. It was as if a ray of light had parted the darkness he had been in, showing him a clear path forward. It was with that very mindset that he charged forward fearlessly, eventually reaching his current height. The reason why he was enacting the same action was in hope that the later generations could gain the same enlightenment that he did, but this fellow actually saw through his motive with a single look. causing all of those words of wisdom that he had scripted before to clutter up in his chest, suffocating him. Whittling a metal bar down to a needle, suppressing the stifling sensation in his heart. The old man was just about to speak when he saw the young man before him shake his head, sighing deeply. The intentions behind the saying may be good, but in my view, it's simply wasted effort. Why would you say so? Frowning, the old man looked at Xianxia and asked. These were the very same words which had inspired him back then. Why would they be wasted effort? Simple. If I'm not mistaken, you are not a real person but a soul imprint. The metal bar which you are whittling down is star spirit metal, which is even more valuable than black gold crystal ores due to the incredible resilience it boasts. On the other hand, the chisel you are using to grind it down is made of ordinary rice green rock, which can be easily picked right off the streets. Due to the overwhelming difference in the tier of the tool you are using and the metal bar you are trying to whittle down, what you are doing is really not any different from using a cotton swab to grind down a metal bar. Given so, do you think that you will succeed? Xianxia asked. Through his eye of insight, he could tell that the old man wasn't a real person but a soul imprint. The metal bar in his hand was the extremely rare star spirit metal, boasting incomparable hardness. It would be difficult for even an 8-star blacksmith to melt it down. Yet, to use an ordinary stone chisel to whittle it down to a needle, surely this was a joke? Even if perseverance and diligence don't fail those who embrace them, at this rate, whatever returns you will receive from your efforts will only be minimal. Furthermore, as a soul imprint, your time is severely limited as well. If my memory fails me not, soul imprints can only survive for a limited time in the external world. Xianxia continued. He had met quite a few soul imprints so far, and he had some understanding of how they worked as well. In a dormant state, they would still be able to survive for a long period of time. However, once they gain consciousness, they wouldn't be able to sustain themselves for too long. Ancient sage Qiu Wu and the old sword maestro were such examples. Despite the incredible strength they wielded while they were still alive, the soul imprint that they left behind still didn't last for too long before dissipating. This, hearing Xianxia's logical analysis, the old man sighed helplessly before putting down the metal bar in his hand. You really are a sharp-witted and discerning person. I didn't think that you would be able to see through so much within such a short period of time. While part of the reason why the old man was whittling the metal bar here was to motivate the later generations, more than that, it also served as an assessment to them as well. For the young man to see through his motive with a single look and even tell that he was just a soul imprint, the young man was truly a keen person. In response to the praise, Xianxia shook his head and said, "It really isn't too difficult to see through this much." Even though he wasn't an academic in his previous life, he had at least heard of the story of whittling a metal bar down to a needle too. Perhaps to those who had never heard of the story before, this could be a huge source of inspiration and enlightenment. But as someone who could recite the story even from the back, it couldn't even leave the slightest ripple in his mind. Actually, if you really wish to whittle the star spirit metal down to a needle, there's a way to go around doing it. The rice green rock chisel won't be sufficient, but with some black gold crystal ore and woodvine essence, it can definitely be done, Xianxia suddenly said with a smile. Oh? You're saying that a combination of black gold crystal ore and woodvine essence would allow me to whittle this bar of star spirit metal down to a needle? The old man asked in interest. That's right, Xianxia replied confidently. The process isn't too complicated either. The woodvine essence possesses corrosive property, and through complementing it with several other medicinal herbs, it can be used to wear down the star spirit metal. In fact, as long as we calculate the size and quality of the metal bar in your hand precisely with sufficient medicinal essence, we will be able to corrode the entire bar down to the size of a needle within minutes. There would be no need to whittle it down at all. You are saying that it can be done within minutes? It happens that I do have the required ingredients with me at the moment. Why don't you give it a try? Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a pile of medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs had come from the storage ring which he had retrieved from Ji Lingfeng back at the Sword Lagoon. Even though those medicinal herbs were valuable, as the boss of the Qianchong Empire black market, Ji Lingfeng still had a substantial number of them with him. Xianxia quickly mixed the various medicinal herbs together to concoct a unique medicinal essence. Retrieving a piece of black gold crystal or Xianxia poured the medicinal essence on it equally throughout. Then, he took the metal bar from the old man's hands and placed it on top of the black gold crystal or tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A white stream of smoke rose into the air, and the star spirit metal swiftly contracted. Just like what Xianxia had said, it really became a thin needle within a few minutes' time. The medicinal essence and black gold crystal also happened to be depleted at this moment, as if everything had been precisely calculated prior to the act. With a flick of his finger, Xianxia casually tossed the needle over to the old man. Here, I have already done it for you, so you don't have to waste your time whittling the metal bar anymore. Honestly speaking, don't you find it tiring? Not only is it tough, more importantly, you aren't making much progress either. The old man's lips twitched. It was only an analogy he used to test the candidates. And yet, the young man before him really turned his metal bar down into a needle. More importantly, that lecturing tone that he took after that was as if he was a senior speaking words of wisdom to a junior. Do you know who I am to be talking to me like this? Shaking his head, the old man swiftly shook away the frustrations in his mind and said, with just a look at the metal bar, you were able to precisely calculate the quantity of medicinal essence you would require to corrode it down to the size of a needle. It seems like your eye of insight has already reached the realm of infinitesimal keenness. You know that I possess the eye of insight? Xianxia was taken aback. After the fourth acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher, he had already gained the ability to conceal his eye of insight completely. As long as he willed it so, not even an 8-star pinnacle master teacher would be able to notice his eye of insight. Yet, the old man was actually able to see it with a single look. Just how powerful could he be at his peak? Could he possibly be a 9-star master teacher? A thought came to Xianxia's mind, and he couldn't help but tighten his fists in agitation. So far, the most formidable master teacher he had seen was Elder Lu, who had briefed them on the rules of the Mountain Gate examination earlier. He hadn't met a real 9-star master teacher before, and he didn't even know the name of any single one of them either. If the old man before him was really a 9-star master teacher, it was indeed possible for him to tell that he possessed the eye of insight. Your possession of eye of insight has resulted in a distortion in the teleportation formation. That's why you were sent here. Seeing the look of confusion in Xianxia's eyes, the old man explained. The teleportation formation of the Sanctum of Sages would teleport every candidate to different locations depending on their field of specialty. The young man had activated his eye of insight as soon as he entered the teleportation formation, so naturally, he was sent here. The illusory formation was the first trial, and it served to assess his proficiency in the usage of his ability. Only if he was able to overcome the illusory formation would he be qualified to meet the old man. Xianxia swiftly realized this as well. A person who was able to create something as formidable as a teleportation formation was bound to be able to sense his eye of insight as well, not to mention, he was using it openly within the teleportation formation earlier too. You said earlier that my eye of insight has reached the level of infinitesimal keenness? What does that mean? Xianxia asked. He had never told anyone about his possession of the eye of insight before, and there was nothing detailed regarding the eye of insight in the books either. As such, he had no idea that it could divide it into differing realms too. Eye of insight is an extremely rare ability that only a very small portion of extraordinarily talented 6-star master teachers are able to awaken. In the entire history of the master teacher continent, there are not many of people who manage to awaken the eye of insight. Depending on how proficient one is at using the eye of insight, there is a vast difference in its prowess too. As such, it is classified into different realms as well. The old man stroked his beard as he continued on. The first realm is discerning facade. It allows one to see through all disguises, allowing one to see an object right at its core. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded. Ever since he comprehended the eye of insight, he had realized that he could use it to see through any facade with ease. It was through using it that he was able to catch a glimpse of Luo Ruoxin's true appearance too. The second realm is what I have told you earlier, infinitesimal keenness. At this realm, you are able to see through the weight, size, material, and the various other details of an object with absolute precision. At the same time, you are also able to see through the strengths and flaws of cultivation techniques, battle techniques, and all sorts of maneuvers as well. The old man said. Nodding, Xianxia asked, I see. Is there a third realm as well? Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, the current him was indeed able to assess the details of an object with absolute precision using just the eye of insight. This would mean that he had achieved the realm of infinitesimal keenness at the very minimum. Just that, if he recalled correctly, he already possessed this ability when he first obtained the eye of insight. So, to call it the second realm felt a little weird to him. The third realm is known as history tracing, and it allows one to peer into the origin of a matter and thus trace its history. Upon reaching this realm, one would be able to peer into the very fundamentals of artifacts and battle techniques, and even trace down the missing aspects of it. For example, no matter how well a person covered his tracks up well, he's bound to leave some traces of his presence behind. Thus, those whose eye of insight have reached the realm of history tracing will be able to see these traces and track that person down. The old man said, Ah! Xianxia blinked his eyes blankly. Was this really the third realm of the eye of insight? If that was really the case, wasn't it weird that he possessed this ability right after he had awakened his eye of insight too? Upon reaching this realm, those of the same cultivation realm would be unable to hide any secrets from one anymore. With just a sweep glance, one would be able to tell if an individual is lying or holding back some critical information. More importantly, one would be able to accurately assess the potential of a cultivation technique as well. Those who have achieved the realm, other than those who have died prematurely, have all gone on and become 9-star master teachers, the old man said. Hearing those words, Xianxia fell into deep contemplation. He could roughly understand what the old man was driving at. The reason why he was able to improve so swiftly without facing any bottlenecks was mainly due to the Heaven's Path divine art. Considering the Eye of Insight's ability to determine the potential of cultivation techniques, those who possessed it would be able to choose the most suitable cultivation techniques for themselves and advance through the ranks with ease too. Then, is there a fourth realm? Xianxia asked. He had already accomplished the first 3 realms, so could there still be any level above that? If that was the case, it would be good if he could advance the mastery of the Eye of Insight too. It could potentially becoming a powerful trump card in battle. Of course, upon reaching the 3rd realm, one would be able to start practicing optic arts. Through creating formations with the lines of insight, it's possible for one to exert a prowess far surpassing that of battle techniques through the Eye of Insight. According to my teacher's impartation, the 4th realm is called Demon Vanquisher. Once mastered, one will be able to tear apart even the space of where one lays one's eyes upon. In terms of prowess, it's even comparable to ancient sage Qiu Wu's famed heavenly art of dimension unravel, the old man said proudly. Even on par with heavenly art of dimension unravel? Xianxia might be unaware of other battle techniques, but he had definitely heard of the heavenly art of dimension unravel. Having cultivated the technique himself, he knew how profound it was. If one could master it up to 5 dan, one would be able to wield full grasp over space and travel freely within it. Even without using teleportation formations, one would be able to cover long distances instantaneously with a spatial leap. So far, it was the most formidable battle technique he had ever seen, even more profound than Kong Shi's Saint Ascension Decipher even. If he could perfect all of its flaws and master it to its highest level, even with his current cultivation of primordial spirit realm pinnacle, he would still be able to slaughter Saint Realm's 7 dan experts with ease. Back then, ancient sage Qiu Wu had used this very technique to seal the otherworldly demonic tribe for several dozen millenniums, preventing them from entering the master-teacher continent and granting mankind this period of peace. So, for the optic art to be on par with such a battle technique, wasn't it a little too powerful? Optic art. Elder, may I know whom your teacher is? Xianxia couldn't help asking. He had heard that Kong Shi's direct disciple, ancient sage Bo Shang, possessed the Eye of Insight, and he had created a set of optic arts to complement it. With just a look from his eyes, thousands of otherworldly demons would be reduced to ashes. Considering how the old man before him was speaking about optic arts, could there be some kind of link between the both of them? My teacher is one of Kong Shi's 10 apostles, ancient sage Bo Shang. My teacher left right after creating the Sanctum of Sages, so I'm officially the first Sanctum head. The rules regarding the mountain gate were also created by me. Seeing that Xianxia had finally come to a realization, the old man chuckled softly. The first Sanctum head? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. He thought that the old man was just a random soul drifting around the mountain gate, but to think that he was the very first Sanctum head. I heard that in order to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages, one must possess the Eye of Insight. Since that's the case, Elder, does it mean that you possess the same gift as well? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Indeed, I possess the Eye of Insight as well. At my peak, I have cultivated it up to the 4th realm, Demon Vanquisher. In fact, the rule stating that only those who possess the Eye of Insight would be able to become the Sanctum head was also created by me. The intention behind it is simple. Just like how my teacher hopes to pass down Kong Shi's ideology through to the Sanctum of Sages, I also hope to pass my teacher's heritage down to later generations so that they would honor his name for years to come. The old man nodded. For this reason, every student who wished to enroll into the Sanctum of Sages must participate in the Mountain Gate examination, and those who possess the Eye of Insight will be teleported here to undergo my test. Xianxia finally understood what exactly was going on. It was no wonder why there was no one in the area at all. It seemed like his test was in a completely different area from all of the other candidates. Learning that the old man before him was the first Sanctum head, Xianxia dared not to pull his weight either. Clasping his fist respectfully, he asked, Elder, may I know what your name is? In terms of standing, the old man could be considered as Kong Shi's grand student, a truly formidable figure in history. On top of that, he was also the person who had helped build up the Sanctum of Sages, bringing it to the position of honor and glory that it currently sat on. Without a doubt, he was a person worthy of respect. It has been too long since my passing, so my name is not worth a mention. However, the people of this generation address me as Sage Kuei, the old man said. Junior Xianxia pays respect to Sage Kuei. Xianxia clasped his fist and bowed slightly. The old sages had contributed greatly to mankind in their own ways, so he had always harbored great respect toward them. Sage Kuei nodded. Since you were able to see through my illusory formation and overcome it, that would mean that your Eye of Insight has achieved the level of discerning facade. After which, you were able to accurately gauge the weight of the metal bar and concoct a corresponding amount of medicinal essence to melt it. That would mean that you have achieved the level of infinitesimal keenness as well. However, in order to become a candidate for the position of the Sanctum head, you have to achieve the 3rd realm, history tracing, at the very minimum. Candidate for the position of the Sanctum head? Xianxia blinked his eyes in a daze. He had come here in order to qualify as a student of the Sanctum of Sages. Why did it suddenly become a test for him to become the Sanctum head instead? That's right. Due to the rule of Sanctum heads having to possess the Eye of Insight, there has been many times in history when the Sanctum of Sages went without a Sanctum head for a long period of time. Including me, there have only been 9 generations of Sanctum heads so far. Since you possess the gift required, you have met the basic qualification to be considered as a candidate for the position of the Sanctum head as well. Right, I forgot to ask you yet. Are you interested in becoming the 10th Sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages? Sage Kuei asked. Of course. Xianxia nodded hurriedly. If he were to become the Sanctum head, be it in terms of standing or position, he would become worthy of Luo Ruoxin. If he were to ask for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage with this position, the Luo clan would really have to think the matter through. That is great. However, I have to inform you first that possessing the Eye of Insight is just one of the requirements to becoming the Sanctum head. You also need to undergo trials to ensure that you have the strength, state of mind, and wisdom required for the position. Sage Kuei said. Yes. Xianxia nodded. He had known for a long time that there were very few master teachers who managed to comprehend the Eye of Insight, but he never thought that they would really number so few. considering how there were only 9 sanctum heads in total, and an average Saint Realm cultivator was able to live for 1,000 years. That would mean that most of the time, the Sanctum of Sages was without a sanctum head. It was no wonder why he would be teleported here as soon as he stepped into the formation. Considering how difficult it was to come by a master teacher possessing the Eye of Insight, it was natural to rope him in as soon as possible to groom him as the next sanctum head. "May I know what the trials would be?" Xianxia asked. "Like I've said before, in order to become a candidate in line for the position of the sanctum head, your Eye of Insight must reach the 3rd realm. Now, I'll have to assess whether you have met that prerequisite before moving on to the next test." Sage Kuei replied. The 3rd realm of Eye of Insight, history tracing, allows one to peer into the origin of a matter and trace its history. I have an artifact with me right here, and I'll give you an incensus time to accurately determine its nature. If you can do so, it would mean that you have cleared the test. Very well. Xianxia nodded confidently. Discerning artifacts had always been his strength, and ever since the time he had spent at Tianxian Kingdom, he had never failed before. Good. Noting Xianxia's confidence, Sage Kuei nodded. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a ceramic vat suddenly appeared before him. "All you have to do is to tell me what's stored in the ceramic vat." "What's stored in the ceramic vase?" Xianxia repeated with a frown. The ceramic vase appeared to be perfectly ordinary on the surface, and there was indeed nothing special about its material too. However, there were unique paper seals plastered on its cap, preventing one's spiritual perception from viewing what was within. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight and attempted to peer into the vase. As soon as his Eye of Insight was activated, the vase before him seemed to come to life. It emanated an astounding aura reminiscent of a sun, mercilessly blinding those who were attempting to peer into it. With this, it was impossible to see what was hidden within. "How am I supposed to tell what's inside like this?" Xianxia frowned. Under the blinding light, his eyes felt like they were going to bleed anytime soon. There was no way to see through that. In fact, everything had been overwhelmed by that light, making it impossible to even discern any traces to make a deduction on what was inside the vat. At this point, Xianxia hesitated for a brief moment before muttering in his mind. "Flaws." "Who?" A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. With a simple flip, the information within the book flowed into Xianxia's head. Golden Script Seal, an artifact created by the first head of the Sanctum of Sages, Sage Kuei. It possesses the ability to seal the transient and eternalize it. There is a total of 7 flaws. Number 1, it can only seal non-living objects as living beings would suffocate under the effects of the seal. Number 2, its defenses are extremely weak. Sword Qi would be able to destroy it. Xianxia clutched his forehead speechlessly. What he wanted to know was the information concerning the vat and, more importantly, what was inside it. Yet, for information on the seal to appear instead. What a headache. But thinking deeper into it, it was natural that the Library of Heaven's Path would react in such a manner. The vat was a non-living object, so it required physical contact in order to compile a book on it. However, it happened that the seals were currently in its active state, so its flaws were reflected instead. This was truly a dilemma. Considering that this was a test on his Eye of Insight, he could not just step forward to touch the vat. Xianxia contemplated deeply for a moment before a thought suddenly struck him. While I can't see anything through the Eye of Insight, it should be possible to deduce what's within it through the flaws of the seal. He had already assessed the entire vat all over with his Eye of Insight, but perhaps due to the long age of the vat or the jarring radiance blinding his sight, he was really unable to find any clues as to what could be stored in the vat. However, through the seals, it should still be possible for him to make an intelligent guess as to what was within the vat. Based on the first flaw, the seal could only be used to seal non-living objects. This meant that what was within was not a life form. Even if it was, it would have to be dead by now. As for the second flaw, it stated that the seal had weak defenses and one could easily destroy it with sword qi. Since that was the case, it was safe to assume that what was within the vat was not too valuable. Otherwise, considering the ordinary material of the vat and the fact that the seal could be easily destroyed, it would be a little too negligent to store it within the vat. And the third flaw, Xianxia's mind whirred into action as he swiftly narrowed the scope of his deduction. A moment later, he could not help but shake his head. Even if he were to narrow down the possible choices through the flaws of the seal, there were still way too many items that could have been in the vat. There was no way to come to a conclusive deduction just through this. If I can't even deduce it despite knowing the flaws, how did the previous candidates possessing the Eye of Insight manage to clear this test? Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. Since he was able to see the invisible trails of others to locate their whereabouts, it meant that he had already reached the third realm of the Eye of Insight. However, despite having achieved this realm, he was still unable to tell what was within the vat. Since that was the case, shouldn't the others who were at the same realm in terms of Eye of Insight have been unable to discern what was within the vat too? But if they were unable to discern what was in the vat, how did they clear the test? While Xianxia was still stressed out over the matter, he suddenly heard Sage Kuei's voice. "Time's up. How is it? Were you able to find what's stored within?" "Elder, I was only able to deduce that the vat is likely to be used to store some kind of fluid. As for what it is and what it does, I'm afraid that I can't tell at all." Xianxia had thought that with his prowess, he would be able to clear the test with ease. Yet, who would have thought that he ended up suffering such a huge setback instead? His face could not help but redden in embarrassment. On the other hand, Sage Kuei's eyes widened for a brief moment before swiftly reverting back to normal. With a composed tone, he asked, "Is there any underlying basis behind your deduction?" "This golden inscription seal can only be used to seal fluids," Xianxia replied. "You are able to comprehend the golden inscription seal?" This time, Sage Kuei was no longer able to conceal his astonishment. "I'm afraid that I am unable to comprehend it. I was only able to deduce that from deciphering the aura that it emanates," Xianxia said. You are right. What's stored within the vat is indeed a type of fluid. Also, putting aside those who have achieved the third realm in the Eye of Insight, even those who have reached the fourth realm would be unable to tell what's inside the vat," Sage Kuei revealed with a satisfied look on his face. "In truth, this test serves to assess not one's eye of discernment but one's character and nature. The Eye of Insight can always be cultivated, so it doesn't matter whether you have reached the third realm or not. However, character and nature are two aspects that are very hard to change. The sanctum of sages houses Kong Shi's ideology and my teacher's heritage, so I don't wish to pass it down to those with malicious intentions. The reason I said earlier that only those whose Eye of Insight has reached the third realm are qualified to become a candidate in line for the position of Sanctum Head and have you observe this vat was to assess your reaction. If one is unable to determine what's inside the vat, so be it. To lie out of anxiety to clear a test only shows that one's character is questionable." At which Sage Kuei chuckled. "Congratulations, you have cleared the test. It's admirable that someone as young as you is willing to admit failure graciously. It seems like you are a person of good character." "Not bad, not bad." "Thank you," Xianxia said with a reddened face. Turned out that it was a test after all. Indeed, if one was unable to discern anything, there was no reason one could not just admit to it. Even so, the other party's words about him being of good character were indeed true. Otherwise, why would he have been unanimously chosen to become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Just with that remark alone, Xianxia immediately felt a burst of goodwill towards Sage Kuei. For some inexplicable reason, everyone else seemed to tightly hold onto the belief that he was an existence who brought destruction wherever he went, and they tried to maintain a distance from him. Only the old man before him was able to see through his good character with a single glance. As expected of a grand student of Kong Shi, his eye of discernment was indeed outstanding. "Since you have cleared my test, here is your reward. It's the Sanctum Head token of the Sanctum of Sages." With a flick of his wrist, Sage Kuei passed a token over to Xianxia. "The token is real, but it has been sealed by some inscriptions, so you won't be able to use it for the time being. As a result, you won't be able to issue commands through it, and you won't enjoy the authority and privileges that come along with it. In other words, despite having the Sanctum Head token in your hand, you'll still be an ordinary student in the Sanctum of Sages. Nodding, Xianxia caught the Sanctum Head token. Taking a look at it, the token was not big. It was filled with inscriptions, which sealed the aura of the token tightly within. To the eye of an outsider, it would appear to be nothing more than an ordinary token. However, just by grasping it, one would be able to feeling the raging power harnessed within it. It felt as if there was some immense energy stored within the token that would cause even the sky to dull before its powers. This token is probably a really high-tier artifact. Even without checking on it with his Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia could tell that the token was no ordinary tool. In terms of tier, it was definitely superior to the Lingshu sword of the Old Sword Maestro. I didn't seal the token to intentionally make things difficult for you. You should be well aware of the standing of the Sanctum of Sages in the Master-Teacher continent. In order to become the Sanctum Head, it's imperative that you wield strength proportionate to your position. Otherwise, how will others be willing to follow you? Even if your position is legitimate, you still won't be able to gain the respect of others. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded slowly. While the Master-Teacher Pavilion did establish a certain degree of order via rules to the Master-Teacher continent, the fact was that strength still reigned mighty. The reason the Zhang clan wielded such great authority, which even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would falter before, was due to their overwhelming strength. Even if Xianxia rose to the position of the Sanctum Head right now, if he did not possess strength worthy of the position, no one would be willing to follow him. On the contrary, it might even bring danger upon him. Considering how he was only at primordial spirit realm pinnacle, there was a good chance that this would only make him a laughingstock. I'm glad that you understand that. Alright, I have set 3 seals in total upon the Sanctum Head token. The first seal will be broken when you become an 8-star Master Teacher. The second seal will be broken when your cultivation reaches Saint 8 Dan. Last but not least, the third seal will be broken when your cultivation of the Eye of Insight reaches the 4th realm, Demon Vanquisher. Sage Kuei looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with anticipation as he continued. Judging from your appearance, you should only be your early 20s at the moment. Given how you are able to wield such strength at your current age, there's no doubt that you possess outstanding talent. While these 3 goals will be hard to achieve, as long as you work diligently, you should be able to accomplish it within 100 years. At just 120 years old, you will be one of the youngest to become the head of the Sanctum of Sages. 100 years? Hearing those words, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. While the 3 conditions that Sage Kuei had imposed for him were indeed difficult, if he could only accomplish them within 100 years, he would already be buried under a huge pile of grass thanks to the innate fetal poison. Not to mention, if he wanted to stop Luo Ruoxin from marrying that hateful fellow from the Zhang clan, he would have to wield sufficient strength to stand before both the Luo clan and the Zhang clan by the 3rd month of the next year. He was not going to survive that long at that pace. I'll just repeat it one last time. Until you fulfill those 3 conditions, you won't be able to release the seal on the Sanctum Head token, and you won't be able to tap into the power harnessed in it. As such, I hope that you can disguise yourself as an ordinary student and study diligently in the Sanctum of Sages, slowly taking a step at a time to the peak. This is the best way for you to win the respect of others, as well as my test to you, Sage Kuei advised. I understand. Xianxia nodded. 2 words. Low profile. By walking every step of the way by himself, he would be able to gain a true understanding of the Sanctum of Sages. This way, when he finally became the Sanctum Head, he would be able to take control of matters with ease instead of falling into a panic. Good. Alright, this is the optic art that my teacher has created, Divine Eyes of the 9th Netherworld. Only those who possesses the Eye of Insight will be able to practice it. As the saying goes, once one cultivates it to the highest level, one will be able to peer right into the 9th Netherworld. Even the heavens will be unable to conceal one's eyes. I'll impart the technique to you right now, and you have 3 days to practice it. As for how much you manage to learn, that will be dependent on your own talent. If you can't comprehend it your entire life, you won't be able to reach the 4th realm of the Eye of Insight. In other words, even with the Sanctum Head token in hand, you won't be able to become the real sanctum head. Sage Kuei waved his hand forward. Voila! A huge number of words along with a massive formation map appeared in the space before Sage Kuei. Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld. Swiftly glancing through the content, Xianxia felt his heart jolting in astonishment. As expected of an ultimate technique on par with the heavenly art of dimension unravel, it was indeed formidable. Just as Sage Kuei had said, the optic technique was built upon the foundation of the Eye of Insight, so only those who possessed the gift would be able to practice and utilize it. Basically, the underlying idea behind it was to make use of the lines of insight within the Eye of Insight to form formations. The more lines of insight one had, the more capable one would be in seeing through the essence of objects, and the greater prowess the divine eyes of the Ninth Netherworld would wield. This optic art consists of 3 realms. The first realm is gaze of deities and demons. With just one look, one would be able to crush the mental state of a cultivator, rendering them incapable of fighting against one. Xianxia noted as he looked at the first realm. There were some formidable cultivators who carried a unique disposition of their own. With just a glare, they would be able to instill deep fear into others. This was especially so for emperors. With a glare and a roar, those who had never experienced life and death situations would find themselves being put under deep pressure. Basically, the first realm, gaze of deities and demons, served to maximize such an ability to its very limits via the Eye of Insight. With just one look, one's enemies would feel as if they were standing before deities and demons alike, crushing their spirit entirely, rendering them incapable of retaliating at all. Once one's spirit had been crushed, no matter how powerful one was, there would be no chance at victory at all. To be able to induce others to flee with just one look, as expected of the technique left behind by the founder, it was indeed formidable. If he could master it, his fighting prowess would surely grow by at least 2-fold. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia continued looking on. But before long, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. That's not right. It seems like there's something wrong with the optic art. Out of habit, Xianxia collected the manual of the Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld into the Library of Heaven's Path before browsing through it. So, what he was reading wasn't the text in the sky but the compiled book in the Library of Heaven's Path. The introduction still sounded fine, but when he began processing the formula to practicing the optic art, he swiftly realized that something was amiss with the technique. "What's wrong?" Sage Kuei asked. The optic art was created by his teacher, and it was incomparably profound. There was no genius possessing the Eye of Insight who wouldn't be mesmerized by it. Yet, the young man actually frowned and said that there was a problem. What did he mean by this? Xianxia turned over to look at Sage Kuei. "Elder, I would like to ask if there's anyone amidst the preceding sanctum heads who have suffered from blindness?" Blindness. Not comprehending the reason behind Xianxia's words, Sage Kuei frowned. "I am only in charge of guiding and assessing the potential candidates for the position of sanctum head, so I don't really know much about their affairs." He had died several dozen millenniums ago, and in order to allow his fragmented soul to survive as long as possible, he would only regain consciousness if a genius perceived to possess the Eye of Insight were to enter the examination grounds. Considering the limited time that he remained conscious, it was difficult for him to find out much about the affairs of the other sanctum heads. Then, pardon me for asking this insolent question, but was ancient sage Bo Shang's eyes fine? Seeing that he was unaware of the matter, Xianxia rephrased his question once more. "My teacher has departed from the world shortly after founding the Sanctum of Sages, and his eyes were indeed blind then." Sage Kuei paused for a brief moment before adding, "However, with appropriate treatment, I think that his condition should be reversible." Reversible? Hearing those words, Xianxia unwittingly shook his head as a bitter smile emerged on his lips. "I'm afraid that it'll be extremely difficult to do so, if not impossible altogether." "Why?" Slightly surprised by Xianxia's affirmative response, Sage Kuei asked. There were many books containing details about ancient sage Bo Shang's affairs in the Sanctum of Sages, but most of them were centered around the nobler and more positive aspects of him. Furthermore, it was only known in a very small, closed circle that he had lost his sight back then. So the news didn't spread too far. So how did the young man learn of the matter? Not to mention, to speak so affirmatively that it was nearly impossible to recover from his blindness. The reason lies in the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. Xianxia sighed. The optic art serves to tap into one's potential through the eye of insight to unleash devastating might. In terms of prowess, it is indeed an incredible battle technique. However, the side effect is that each time the formation map was activated, it would inflict tremendous, irreparable damage to the eye. As time goes by, one would inevitably lose one's sense of sight. In fact, the very first flaw regarding the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld in the Library of Heaven's Path was the permanent loss of sight. Regardless of whether one was an ordinary mortal or a cultivator, there was bound to be a limit to one's potential. The ability of the optic art in tapping into this potential in the form of formation maps was indeed formidable, capable of bringing forth great destruction in an instant. However, the damage that it would inflict on the caster was immense and irreversible too. This was especially so since a human's potential couldn't be restored with any pills or means. To make an analogy, this was just like how, in Zhang Xian's previous life, a significant portion of talented athletes tended to have short lives. This was because they had sapped the potential of their bodies dry when they were younger. On top of that, the injuries they had sustained throughout the course of their career also remained as traumas, placing a great strain on their bodies. As a result, very few of them were able to enjoy the lifespan of an ordinary human. What the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld drained was the optic nerves. It was possible to treat and change the eyes, but if one's optic nerves were to wither and die, there would be very little that one could do. In other words, the optic art was fatally flawed. To Saint Realm cultivators, who possessed extraordinary senses and spiritual perception, it might seem like the loss of sight might not impede their fighting prowess significantly. However, the same couldn't be said about those who possessed the eye of insight. In the first place, even without practicing optic arts, the eye of insight was already a very powerful gift in itself. The very ability to discern details more keenly than anyone else could play a deterministic role in the outcome of a battle. The loss of sight would mean the loss of this gift, which would result in a sharp decline in one's fighting prowess. On top of that, one might also suffer a huge setback in their state of mind as well, and that would prevent them from reaching greater heights in the future. Hearing the young man's helpless sigh, Sage Kuei frowned in displeasure. I have practiced the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld for several hundred years now, but I haven't noticed any damage to my eyes. This is an optic art left behind my teacher, so I'll have to ask of you not to spread false rumors about it. It was not that Sage Kuei was reluctant to believe Zhang Xian's words, but he had also cultivated the optic art for many years, but his eyes were still completely fine. He didn't experience any discomfort or pain as a result from using the technique, and his eyesight hadn't been impaired either. Given so, wasn't the other party's worries a little unfounded? Besides, who was his teacher? Ancient sage Bo Shang, one of the Kong Shi's direct disciples, honored as one of the 10 apostles. The divine eyes of the ninth netherworld was a technique which ancient sage Bo Shang had devoted his entire life to developing. So how could there be such a fatal flaw to it? This was a ridiculous notion in itself. Even if there was a flaw in it, it shouldn't be something which a mere primordial spirit realm cultivator like the young man would be able to see through. Knowing that Sage Kuei would react in such a way, Zhang Xian didn't lose his composure. Instead, he looked at the latter and said calmly, "Why don't I put it like that then? Elder, you mentioned that you have cultivated the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld for several hundred years now, but if I'm not mistaken, you weren't able to reach the third realm, right?" "Yes." Sage Kuei nodded. Due to his lack of talent, despite his hard work, he was still unable to catch up with his teacher's footsteps even up to his teacher's death. Putting aside the third realm, he wasn't even able to reach the peak of the second realm. If I'm not mistaken, when you first left this fragment of your soul here, you have just used the inferno to reforge your eyes and the frigid ice to temper them, allowing you to barely reach the second realm of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. At your current level, you are already able to see through the darkness with absolute keenness, as if it's a brightly lit room. However, in a real battle, you still aren't able to use the true prowess of the second realm, Azura's Wrath, right? Raising his eyelids, Xianxia said. The first realm of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld was gaze of deities and demons, and the second realm was Azura's Wrath. Once one had mastered the second realm, with just a glance, one would be able to bring scorching inferno to the lands, as if hell had descended upon the world. The first realm was mainly focused on mental offense, whereas the second realm was a pure physical offense. Those whose strength hadn't met a certain mark would stand no chance before Azura's Wrath at all, turning into cinders in an instant. Even those who possess strength greater than the caster would find themselves placed in a very difficult position, unable to exert their strength freely as they wanted to. Most importantly of all, the optic art could be cast at will. There would be no movements or anything else to warn one of the offense beforehand. Everything within the reach of the eye were possible targets, making it nigh impossible to guard against it. It was for this reason that the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld was so famous, and the generations of sanctum heads were also deeply respected throughout the continent, possessing a standing higher than even that of the heads of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. However, as powerful as the technique was, it was extremely troublesome to cultivate it. Firstly, one had to reforge one's eyes with the inferno and use frigid ice to temper them, after which, one still had to go through many gruesome trials, and the slightest mistake in any of them could result in the cultivation of the eye of insight to fall through. Even though Sage Kuei hadn't executed any optic art so far, through Zhang Xian's understanding of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, he was still able to roughly deduce the latter's proficiency. How did you know? Sage Kuei was astonished. The other party's words were completely spot on. When he first left behind a fragment of his soul in the mountain gate, he had barely managed to cultivate the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld up to the second realm, still a very far way off from reaching the third realm. Even though you are just a sliver of will at the moment, I can still see slight flames burning in your eyes. As weak as they appear, they seem to wield the potency to torch everything down to cinders. From that, it isn't too difficult to deduce that you have reached the second realm, Azura's Wrath. Zhang Xian said as he leisurely strolled around the other party. Since he had collected the manual of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld into the library of Heaven's Path, it took only a moment for him to assimilate all of the knowledge concerning it. With his current understanding of the optic art, it wasn't too difficult for him to deduce this much. Are you saying that you have already finished reading through the second realm of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld? Hearing those words, Sage Kuei's body trembled in astonishment, and his eyes widened in shock. It was just a moment ago that he had shown the manual of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld to the young man, but in just a few breaths' time, the young man was actually able to accurately list out the various distinctive traits of the second realm. Could it be that he had really managed to memorize all of it? One must know that the manual of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld consisted of over several 100,000 words. Just browsing through it would take some time, let alone assimilating the knowledge. Back then, he had studied it day and night without rest after obtaining the manual, but it still took him 2 days before he managed to primarily grasp the optic art. He even received his teacher's compliment for that, and yet the young man actually managed to memorize it all within just a few breaths? How could that be possible? It isn't too difficult to memorize the entire optic art. What's more important is interpreting and cultivating the technique. Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't reveal the slightest joy at having astounding the other party. On the contrary, he shook his head in pity as he continued on. Correct me if I'm wrong, but while cultivating the second realm, Azura's Wrath, you should have seen red dots in your eyes from time to time. Also, there would be a slight itch in your eyes from time to time, and upon facing the wind, your eyes would tear up uncontrollably too. Worst of all, after casting Azura's Wrath, you would find yourself in a state of temporary blindness for roughly 3 breaths. May I know if there's any mistake in what I have said so far? Sage Kuei couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had indeed faced these conditions while he was cultivating the divine eyes of the ninth underworld, but back then, he thought that it was just a side effect from reforging his eyes with the inferno, so he didn't think too much into it. Could there really be something wrong with the optic art? By the time he reached the second realm of the optic art, his teacher had already departed from the world, so there was no one whom he could consult these issues with. As a result, he could only fumble his way forward, hoping that he would be able to find the right path. It was also true that he would suffer temporary blindness after casting Azura's wrath, but he thought that it was a natural effect as a result of the excessive exertion of his strength in the casting of the optic art. Could it really be as the young man had said? There was really a problem in the optic art? Azura's wrath uses the eyes as a medium to channel a raging inferno upon one's enemies. Upon reaching major accomplishment, the flames would be able to cleanse all impurities and torch everything down into cinders. Without a doubt, it's a technique that wields astounding might, but it's highly exhausting on one's mind as well. Continued usage of the skill would cause the nerves that govern sight to age prematurely, thus significantly reducing the lifespan of one's sight. This is just like how the core of a formation plate would be depleted each time it's used. Once it reaches its limit, not even the most formidable of formation masters would be able to fix it. Xianxia shook his head in pity as he continued. Even though you have barely reached the second realm by the time you left this sliver of will, the side effects have already started to show. For one, the immense strain on your eyes has resulted in the enlarging of blood vessels in your eyes, resulting in them appearing slightly red. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you should suffer from frequent insomnia too. You know that I have insomnia? Sage Kuei was flabbergasted. For a cultivator as strong as Sage Kuei, he could use cultivation to replace his need for sleep. Nevertheless, an occasional sleep now and then would still be a relaxing experience for both his body and mind. In fact, most cultivators would still opt to rest from time to time. Back then, when his teacher just departed from the world, he had to govern the entire sanctum of sages by himself, so he didn't have time to get much rest. Even when he tried, he wasn't able to fall asleep either. He had attributed the matter to his tense nerves, but could it really be related to the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld? Now that he thought about it, he seemed to recall that his teacher suffered from constant insomnia as well, and that had left him feeling lethargic frequently. Considering the damage the cultivation of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld has caused to your nerves, it's inevitable that you would suffer from insomnia. Furthermore, as you deepen your mastery in it, your mind would start to wear down, resulting in frequent memory loss. More importantly, your sensitivity toward colors would also start to dull, and eventually, the many colors of the natural world would appear to be nothing more than black and white to you. At this moment, Xianxia paused for a moment before sighing deeply in sympathy. In other words, total color blindness. If I'm not mistaken, you should be suffering from such symptoms too, due to the inferno burning within one's eyes. Those who practiced the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld would find their sensitivity toward colors fading as time passed, and eventually, the entire world would appear to be nothing but black and white to them. Due to the nature of the injury, it was an irreversible symptom. There was no way to recover from it. This was not listed in the flaws in the Library of Heaven's Path, but through Xianxia's deep understanding of the way of medicine and cultivation, he could still deduce this much from working backward. Color blindness? What's that? Sage Kuei was stunned by the foreign term. He had never heard that terminology from anyone's mouth before. You don't know what it is? Xianxia was startled for a moment before realization struck him. Due to the difference in worlds, it was indeed possible that the notion of color blindness was not as prevalent or common in this world. So, Xianxia pondered for a moment to decide how he should explain the concept. Color blindness refers to a lack of sensitivity of one's eyes in perceiving different colors. Take my clothes for example. What's the color that you see? Gray, Sage Kuei replied. It's light blue, not gray, Xianxia stated with a shake of his head. Light blue. Sage Kuei frowned. Is this supposed to be what light blue looks like? Why doesn't it seem to be the case? Let me ask you a different question instead. How many colors are there in a rainbow? While saying those words, Xianxia waved his hand and created a rainbow bridge of 7 colors in the sky. I can discern a couple of colors from it, but there doesn't seem to be 7 colors in the rainbow you have created. Furthermore, most of the colors are of similar tones, so I can't really say for sure either. Staring at the rainbow intently, Sage Kuei felt a ripple of shock striking his mind. He had seen plenty of rainbows when he was younger, and he could accurately distinguish 7 colors from them. But now, he could only identify 3 colors in total, and the difference between the 3 was very vague. Could he really have been suffering from color blindness, just as the other party had said? Was this really the side effect from practicing the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld that his teacher had left behind? For so many years, he had harbored absolute faith toward the optic art that his teacher had created. However, under the persuasive and logical analysis of the young man before him, he could not help but begin doubting. Then, is there a way to resolve the problem? Sage Kuei asked. So far, I only managed to analyze the flaws in the optic art. I haven't really found a way to resolve them yet. Xianxia shook his head. The Library of Heaven's Path would only reflect the flaws of techniques, and Xianxia had not come into contact with any optic art manuals before, so he could not compile anything with the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld to perfect it. However, since we have identified the problem, it will only be a matter of time before a solution is found. As long as Xianxia could find sufficient optic art manuals to perfect the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, those problems would be resolved as well. Back then, there had also been many faults with ancient sage Qiu Wu's heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, and cultivation of the technique could have caused one to go blind, too. Nevertheless, through compiling it with many other cultivation techniques, he had resolved that problem. Let's hope so. Sage Kuei nodded. So, will you still be cultivating the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld? Sage Kuei knew how powerful the Eye of Insight was as well, and it would indeed a pity to go blind as a result of cultivating an optic art. I think I'll hold off cultivating the technique for the time being. I'll try to resolve the current problems before cultivating it, Xianxia replied. Despite its flaws, the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld was still an extremely formidable battle technique. He would have to find some way to access optic art manuals so as to compile them together with it and perfect it. In any case, there was no rush for the time being. What he was lacking in the most at the moment was not battle techniques but his cultivation. If his cultivation was too low, no matter how many formidable battle techniques he would still be unable to phase the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. That would be good too. For the next 3 days, you should try to gain a complete understanding of the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld. If there's anything that you are unable to comprehend, feel free to ask me. You won't have any more opportunities to clarify your doubts once you leave this land in 3 days. Sage Kuei nodded. Thank you, Elder. Xianxia replied before sitting on the ground. While he appeared to be staring at the words in the air, his consciousness was immersed within his mind as he tried to fully grasp everything concerning the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld. There are more than 30 flaws to the optic art all in all, and every single one of them poses great damage to the body. After a moment of studying the optic art, Xianxia rubbed his glabella helplessly. It was not that he did not want to cultivate the technique, but there were simply too many flaws in it. How could a perfectionist like him possibly swallow something like this? If he forced himself to cultivate it, he might very well die from repulsion before anything else. Seeing that Xianxia had paused on the spot for some time now, Sage Kuei asked with a kind smile, "How is it? Is there anything concerning the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld that confuses you? I can address your doubts here." Knowing that Sage Kuei was asking out of goodwill, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There are quite a few aspects of the optic art that confuse me, but it's fine. I don't think that you'll be able to address them either. It was not that he was underestimating Sage Kuei, but it was likely that even ancient sage Bo Shang himself would have been unable to address his doubts. Otherwise, there was no way he would have ended up blinding himself. You were saying that I won't be able to address your doubts? Sage Kuei frowned in displeasure. I've spent several centuries cultivating the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, even reaching the 2nd realm of it. As long as it's a problem regarding its cultivation, I'll surely be able to answer it. He knew that the young man before him possessed an exceptional eye of discernment, being able to notice such a major flaw in the optic art with just one look. Nevertheless, he had still cultivated the technique for many years now, and not to mention he was also a powerful cultivator. He was confident that with his deep understanding of the battle technique, he would be able to address any questions that the young man could come up with. "You'll surely be able to answer it?" Seeing the confident look on Sage Kuei's face, Xianxia turned his gaze over and smiled lightly. "Very well. I do have a few questions that I would love to have some answers to. I would be very grateful if you can answer them. Firstly, in the gaze of deities and demons, what is the exact form that the demons and deities should assume? If it's just based on personal conceptualization, won't the effectiveness of the optic art be compromised?" This? Sage Kuei was startled by the abrupt question. In this world, there was no one who had seen a true deity or demon before, so naturally, they were beings that were extremely hard for any human to truly imagine. In fact, whenever Sage Kuei cast the technique, he would instinctively attempt to image bloodshed and carnage, intending to use killing aura as a substitution for the conceptualization of deities and demons to instill fear in the hearts of others. Just as Sage Kuei was about to reveal his method, the young man before him had already spoken up once more. "If what we are going to image is just plain slaughter, once the killing intent corrodes one's eyes and consciousness, how would one be different from the otherworldly demons? Furthermore, what demons and deities stand for should be supremacy, not slaughter. If we use slaughter to replace the concept of supremacy, wouldn't that be an inaccurate interpretation of the technique?" Hearing those words, Sage Kuei's face turned pale. Indeed, as a result of his frequent conceptualization of bloodshed and carnage, there was a period of time when he found himself unable to control the killing intent within him anymore, and he ran all the way down to the subterranean gallery to slaughter otherworldly demons to vent his emotions. In a sense, using the slaughter to substitute the demons and deities would turn the technique into a depraved art, which was at odds with the standing and beliefs of a master teacher. My second question. Seeing that Sage Kuei was unable to answer his first question, Xianxia decisively decided to move on. The gaze of deities and demons utilizes one's eyes as a medium to attack another's soul. However, for the attack to reach its target, one must first absorb a hint of the target's soul energy in order to lock the attack onto the other party's primordial spirit. However, if the target is aware of this aspect of the technique, they could use it as an opportunity to overwhelm one with their soul energy, putting one in a perilous position. Taking a step back, even if the target isn't aware of this opening, if the target's primordial spirit is far stronger than one's own, a forceful attack would inflict significant damage upon one. Sage Kuei fell silent, unable to speak a single word at all. This was another flaw of the gaze of deities and demons, and even his teacher, ancient sage Bo Shang, had been unable to resolve it. But while this was indeed a potential opening, considering the fast pace of a battle, there would be very few people who would be able to notice it and use it against them. As such, it could not be considered a major flaw. Just that, since the other party had pointed it out, it would not feel right to say that it was a negligible flaw. My third question. In order to cultivate Azura's wrath, one must use the inferno to reforge one's eyes and the frigid ice to temper them. Through the intersection of hot and cold, one will be able to form a balance of duality within one's eyes, which is aligned with the nature of the world as well. However, while two contrasting powers in one's eyes can enhance the strength of the formation maps and strengthen the lines of insight, it will also suppress the strength of one's soul as well, reminiscent of a seal. This will inadvertently result in the weakening of one's primordial spirit. My fourth question. Xianxia posed all his questions one after another. With each question asked, Sage Kuei's face turned paler by a shade. By the time the 10th question was asked, his silhouette had already turned faint, and it seemed as if he would vanish at any moment. At this point, he was no longer shocked but horrified. While the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld was created by his teacher, it was inevitable that it would have its own flaws as well. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, these flaws were not too apparent, so they would not cause much of a problem in its execution. Yet, with just a single glance, the young man was able to see through all of these flaws, reciting them one after another precisely. If the young man had been an enemy, with just this knowledge, the young man would have been able to overcome his optic art easily and blind him with a single move. The realization of this made Sage Kuei break out in cold sweat. He had thought that after learning the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, there would be hardly anyone in the world who would be a match for him. In any battle, as long as he utilized the optic art, he would be guaranteed victory. But after hearing the young man's words, he realized that the only reason he had remained undefeated for so long was because he had never encountered a true expert. If he had encountered an enemy of the young man's caliber back then, it was questionable whether he would still have his eyes with him at this moment. As the saying goes, the most proficient of swimmers can drown in water. Complacency would eventually bite back at one. He was able to discern so many flaws with just a look, and I was actually tried to offer him guidance. Sage Kuei's body stiffened. He felt so stifled that he could not even speak a word. It was just a moment ago that he had declared confidently that he would offer the young man guidance. But as soon as the young man started stating his questions, he found that he could not even answer a single one of them. The searing sensation on his face left him feeling like burying himself in a hole. This is my 13th question. Never mind. I'll just stop here today. Elder, have you thought of the answers of any of them? There was a momentary silence before the young man spoke with a comforting voice. There's no need to rush into it. You can slowly take your time to ponder over them. In any case, we still have 2 days more here. For the time being, I'll take a sleep first. Feel free to wake me up when you're done, and I'll continue asking the other questions I have in mind. Cough, cough. Sage Kuei's lips twitched wildly as his silhouette faltered. This was supposed to be a session to clarify doubts, but why did it seem like the young man was assessing him instead? More importantly, he knew that there was no way he could come up with a fitting answer to those questions. Putting aside him, even his teacher would have been unable to do so. If his teacher was really able to answer these questions, he would have improved the divine eye of the ninth netherworld already. Given so, there was no way he would be able to answer those questions even if he were to ponder over them for 2 years, let alone 2 days. The reason he had left behind a sliver of his will was to assess the later generations, but now, he found himself being stumped before them instead. Just where in the world did this monster came from? After contemplating for some time and deciding that there was no way he would be able to answer any of the questions, Sage Kuei could only turn his gaze back to the young man helplessly. However, what he saw was the young man deeply asleep on the ground instead. Saliva was dripping down from his opened mouth, and there was a sweet smile on his face, as if he was having a good dream. Are you the first-generation Sanctum head? Or am I? Sage Kuei's vision immediately turned dark. The sheer frustration that he felt left his very existence faltering non-stop, as if he would dissipate at any moment. Over the past several 10,000 years, he had assessed 8 candidates possessing the Eye of Insight, and every single one of them expressed deep reverence toward him, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Their wonderment and awe only served to deepen when they saw the manual of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. Every single one of them swore to cultivate strictly to the manual, and some even feared that their lack of talent would taint such a brilliant optic art. Yet, this fellow actually managed to stump him after a swift look at the manual, and as if that wasn't enough, he actually went to sleep right before him. You are obviously biting tightly onto the fact that I won't be able to answer your questions. Deeply stifled, Sage Kuei shook his head before sitting helplessly onto the ground. Staring at the optic art manual before him, he eventually began to reanalyze it once more. Even though he felt a little unhappy about the young man's casual attitude before him, he knew that the young man's words rang true. Just the fact that the young man could pose those questions to him meant that the young man's comprehension of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld had already reached a level on par with his. If a cultivator were to find flaws in the technique he practiced, it went without saying that he would have to find ways to resolve them. Otherwise, if he were to harbor doubts about the capability of the battle technique he practiced, how could he possibly charge valiantly toward the top? Some time later, Xianxia stretched his back lazily and opened his eyes. Ever since he arrived at Qianchong Empire, he had been constantly preoccupied with various matters. Even on the way to the Sanctum of Sages, He was completely absorbed into studying, raising his cultivation, and guiding Zhang Jiuxiao along. As a result, a great deal of mental fatigue had been building up in him for some time now. Perhaps in view of the fact that they were currently in the Mountain Gate examination, and Sage Kuei was looking after him, Zhang Xian instinctively realized that there wouldn't be any problem regarding his safety here. As such, he was able to release whatever wariness he had toward his surroundings and slept rather sweetly. It has been almost 3 days? Standing up and stretching his back lazily, Zhang Xian did a rough calculation of the time he had been out, and he couldn't help but leap in shock. He thought that he would only sleep for a day at most, but who could have thought that he would end up being knocked out for 3 days straight? Just the thought of it left him deeply embarrassed. Perhaps it was the great stress he had been under recently. He hadn't been able to get a good rest. As such, when his tension finally loosened, his mind took this opportunity to rest as much as it could without any concern about time. Has Sage Kuei resolved the problems which I have posed to him yet? Zhang Xian suddenly recalled what happened prior to his sleep, and he turned his gaze towards Sage Kuei. To his shock, he found that the old man's body had already turned significantly less corporeal, as if he would dissipate at any moment. On top of that, his eyes were crimson, and there was an indescribably aged look on his face. It was as if he had depleted all of his vitality, spirit, and energy in the past 3 days. What's wrong with you? Zhang Xian was horrified by the sight before him. Before he went to his sleep, Sage Kuei was still doing perfectly fine. Why would he suddenly change so much after a short span of 3 days? You are finally awake. Turning his gaze to Zhang Xian, Sage Kuei's face unwittingly reddened in embarrassment. With a distressed and helpless look in his eyes, he said, I have pondered over the questions you have asked for 3 days, and I really can't find an answer to them. He thought that he should at least resolve one of the questions posed within the next 3 days so as to preserve his honor. But it seemed like he had overestimated himself. The deeper he pondered over those questions, the less confidence he found that he had in the optic art. At this point, he was already severely doubting if the way he had chosen was wrong right from the very start. Zhang Xian was still wondering what kind of earth-shattering incident had occurred while he was in his sleep when he heard those words. Heaving a sigh of relief, he consoled, It's fine that you can't find an answer to them. There's no need to take it to heart. It'll do as long as you keep a lookout for these problems when you practice the technique in the future. Sage Kuei felt even more stifled inside. Why did it feel like he was the student here? The duration of the examination is 3 days. So is it about time for me to leave now? Zhang Xian swiftly glanced at his surroundings and noted that he was still in the folded space. Then, a thought suddenly struck him, and he looked at Sage Kuei in alarm. What about my points? While the other candidates were busy trying to get as many points as they could, he actually slept through all 3 days. Was he going to fail the examination because of that? Wait a moment, I'll get you some points now, Sage Kuei replied awkwardly. He had been too busy pondering over the young man's question that he forgot about this matter. It would really be the greatest joke of the world if the future Sanctum head couldn't even qualify as a student in the Sanctum of Sages. For the past 8 Sanctum head candidates, while the candidates were busy studying and comprehending the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, he would gradually add their points so as to ensure that no one would be able to notice that something was amiss with their results. However, the overwhelming trauma he had suffered this time around had caused him to completely forget about this matter. He quickly tapped his finger, and a moment later, he said, All right, you should have enough points to enter the elite division now. Thank you. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, he had also roughly realized what was going on here. While the previous Sanctum head candidates wouldn't sleep through the 3 days like he did, they would still be preoccupied with studying the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, so they wouldn't have any time to head out to earn points either. Most likely, they were only able to become official students of the Sanctum of Sages due to Sage Kuei tampering with their points. Considering how the latter was the creator of the Mountain Gate examination, it wouldn't pose any difficulty for him to add points to a candidate. Good luck and work hard. Try to break the seals on the Sanctum head token as soon as possible so that you can become the next official head of the Sanctum of Sages. I'll be entrusting the responsibility of passing down Kong Shi's ideology and my teacher's heritage to the later generations into your hands then. Despite Sage Kuei's solemn voice, the expectant gleam in his eyes showed that he thought highly of the young man before him. There was something really different about the young man as compared to the other Sanctum head candidates he had assessed. Perhaps he might just be able to walk out a path different from the rest of them. As difficult as the task was, he had a feeling that the young man might just be able to resolve the flaws in the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld and perfect his teacher's heritage. Rest assured, Xianxia replied. The position of the Sanctum head meant a lot to him as an individual as well. It would prove to become an important chip for vying for Luo Ruoxin's hand in marriage, and it would also grant him the resources he would need to push for a breakthrough to 9-star master teacher before reaching his 30s. No matter what, he was determined to obtain it. Sage Kuei nodded in satisfaction before waving his hand. In the next moment, Xianxia abruptly felt a jolt in his body, and the surroundings before him warped into nothing more than a myriad of colors. Hula! With another jolt, he suddenly found a large gate towering before him. He instinctively took a step forward, and before he knew it, he was already standing in the midst of the square before. I have returned? Blinking his eyes in confusion, Xianxia scanned his surroundings. At this point, the students who had fought to enter the examination grounds 3 days ago seemed to have mostly returned. There were vastly different expressions on their faces. Some were lit up in delight, some were dim with dejection. The results were only reflected on the Jade Tablet of Trials, so they were still unaware of whether they were qualified as candidates in the Sanctum of Sages or not. Nevertheless, they were able to make a gauge based on their performance, so most of them already had a rough idea of their own results. Xianxia swiftly searched the surroundings for the group he had entered the mountain gate with. Coincidentally, in this moment, the gate behind him suddenly lit up once more, and a figure walked out. Zhang Zhouxiao. How did you fare for the examination? I'm not too sure either, but I think I shouldn't have a problem with clearing the examination, Zhang Zhouxiao said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Oh? What's your test? To be able to remain confident despite the strong competition. Just what could Zhang Zhouxiao's test be? Swordsmanship. I have already achieved the level of half quintessence, and I have also grasped the basics of the 3 swords of Lingshu too. While it's still a little lacking at the moment, I think that there shouldn't be too many candidates who would be able to match my level of proficiency. Zhang Zhouxiao replied confidently. On their journey from Qianchong Empire to the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia had imparted him the essence of swordsmanship, inducing a massive leap in his comprehension of the sword, and he successfully made a breakthrough to half quintessence. Together with his grasp over the 3 swords of Lingshu, even Ma Minghai, who was famed for superior mastery in swordsmanship, wouldn't be a match for him. Given so, it was indeed not too difficult for him to stand out from the other candidates in the field of swordsmanship. That's good. Xianxia nodded in approval. He had spent quite a lot of effort guiding Zhang Zhouxiao along in hopes that he would be able to clear the examination, and he had seen how hard Zhang Zhouxiao had worked during this period of time as well. It was truly heartening to see that his efforts had paid off. My results should be enough for me to become a student at the Sanctum of Sages, but it doesn't seem too likely that I'll be able to get into the elite division. Zhang Zhouxiao continued. Elite division? This was the second time Xianxia was hearing this term. He couldn't help but direct a perplexed gaze toward Zhang Zhouxiao. The elite division is the class which only the most talented students of each intake would be able to enter, and all in all, there are only 50 slots for it. Zhang Zhouxiao explained as a gleam of anticipation flickered across his eyes. Only 50? Xianxia was astonished. With an intake of 50, it would mean that only the top 10% of the candidates who had cleared the entrance examination would be able to enter the elite division. Considering how strict the selection was, it could be seen how outstanding those who were able to get into the elite division were. Indeed, most of those who were able to get into the elite division eventually went on to take up leadership roles in their own affiliated organizations. If I could get into the elite division too, there's a good chance that my standing in the Zhang clan would rise beyond Zhang Qian, Zhang Zhouxiao said in agitation. Isn't the offspring of sage clans ranked by the purity of their bloodlines? Xianxia asked in wonder. To a large degree, yes. However, it isn't the only criterion that is assessed. There are some geniuses from the side family who, despite the lacking purity in their bloodlines, achieved spectacular accomplishments as well, and they were highly regarded in the Zhang clan too. Zhang Juxiao explained. There's nothing more to say about the standing of the sanctum of sages in the master-teacher continent. Putting aside how much the students in the elite division would accomplish in the future, just the connections that they could build there were already sufficient to reinforce their standing in the world. That's true. Xianxia nodded. Those who were able to enter the elite division were mostly highly regarded geniuses from top-notch powers. Even if they failed to become the heads of their affiliated organization in the future, even at the very worst, they would still at least be able to qualify as elders. And being in the same class as those figures would allow one to forge connections with them, thus establishing a powerful network of contacts. In contrast, the ordinary division was comparatively weaker. Right, Xianxia, how many points do you think that you have received? Were you able to calculate it? Do you think that you'll be able to get into the elite division? Zhang Juxiao asked curiously. He had spent a considerable amount of time with the young man so far, and if the young man were to use his full strength in the examination, there was really a good chance that he might be able to get into the elite division. But again, it was hard to say for sure. The most outstanding young geniuses of the master-teacher continent were all gathered on this square, and to emerge above them all was no easy feat at all. This? A bitter smile surfaced on Zhang Xian's lips as he shook his head. To be honest, I'm not too sure either. Even though Sage Kuei said that he had given him sufficient points to enter the elite division, he still wasn't too sure how many points he had obtained. You aren't too sure? Guessing that Zhang Xian might be reluctant to reveal his results, Zhang Juxiao decided not to press the issue any further. With a chuckle, he said, "It's fine. Our scores are being tabulated at the moment, so we should know the results of the examination very soon. If nothing went wrong, they should be able to find out whether they had managed to make it into the sanctum of sages by today." Zhang Xian nodded. The duo swiftly found Ma Minghai and the others and made their way over. Judging from the composure on Ma Minghai and Brother Sun's face, it seemed like they should have performed not too bad. As for the others, their complexion looked a little awful, and their fidgety body posture reflected their anxiety and worry, so it was apparent that they didn't have too much confidence in their performance. It was no wonder why they would feel this way. They might be the cream of the crop in their respective clans or empires, but against the many experts from the various occupations, sage clans, and empire alliance, their halo as geniuses inevitably dimmed in comparison. I wonder how many of them will be able to get into the sanctum of sages. Zhang Xian wondered as he glanced at the worried faces before him. The competition to reach the top was never easy, let alone in somewhere like the sanctum of sages. To make a metaphor, it was like thousands of cavalry charging to get across a narrow plank of wood to get to the other side. Inevitably, some might find themselves being crushed by the hordes behind or pushed down the cliff, thus being eliminated from the race. Just taking himself as an example, if not for how outstanding he would have never been able to rise up through the ranks from Tianxian Kingdom, reaching where he was at the moment. Before long, all of the candidates had finally stepped out from the gates, and the rank board reflecting the scores of the top 500 candidates on the Jade Token of Trials was refreshed for the very last time. Many nervous guides stood before the grayish emerald tablet with their eyes fixated on it. Wang! With a brilliant shimmer of light, the names, ranks, and scores on the Jade Tablet of Trials were refreshed one last time. All in all, there were 500 lines of information on the screen, no more no less. Upon seeing the results, a huge commotion broke out amid the crowd. The results this time around have really broken the records. I wouldn't say that they have broken records, but it's definitely the best performance we have seen in the entrance examination for the past 30 years. The top ranker, Feng Zi, actually managed to obtain a score exceeding 70,000 points. Even the little princess of the Luo clan didn't manage to obtain such a score back then. That's only because the little princess didn't use her full strength. If she really went all out, putting aside 70,000, even 700,000 is not completely out of the question. As the one who possesses the dimension silencer, she commands near absolute authority over space. It's questionable whether the folded space of the Mountain Gate examination would have been able to handle her strength if she really went all out. The only one who stands a chance against the little princess of the Luo clan is the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. The surrounding master teachers discussed with one another. As guides, they had led many intakes of candidates into the sanctum of sages, and without a doubt, the performance of the current intake was the highest within the recent decades. The top ranker, Feng Zi, had even scored 70,000 points. That was truly a frightening accomplishment. Zhang Yu isn't too bad either. With a score of 69,000, he's only 1,000 points away from first place. I didn't think that Yuan Haiqing would be able to push up a rank at the very last refresh, obtaining the third place. Bai Qingxian isn't not too bad either. He managed to secure the fourth place. The guides commented on the top scores as they looked through the list of names on the scoreboard. Listed before them were the names of the experts who would be entering the elite division, the most talented youths in the master teacher continent. Perhaps, several hundred years from then, those names would be spoken by countless mouths, resounding through every street and alley. Bing Lingqing and Chun Liao of the Glacier Plain Court have also managed to get into the elite division as well. Bing Lingqing's ranking has constantly remained between 10th and 20th throughout the examination. Not too bad. As for Chun Liao, her ranking was around the 70s to the 80s in the first 2 days of the examination, but in the very last day, she suddenly managed to make a push into the top 50. She must have completed some kind of formidable test for her results to soar by so much. I really must say that her luck is not too bad. Indeed. Well, it's a huge pity for Zhang Qian though. He was in the top 50 throughout most of the examination, but his ranking abruptly fell through at the final juncture, disqualifying him from the elite division. They had been observing the scoreboard over the past 3 days, so they had a rough idea of how each candidate had fared throughout the course of the examination. Suddenly, someone amid the crowd exclaimed, "Wait a minute! Everyone, look at the person in 50th place, Zhang Xian. Where did he pop out from? I don't recall seeing his name on the screen throughout the examination." Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, and indeed, sitting in 50th place on the scoreboard was an extremely unfamiliar name, Zhang Xian. This name has never gotten into the top 500 throughout the course of the examination. So how could he leap up to 50th place in the final refresh? His score is 12,700. The last time I checked, the score for 500th place is 2,400. In other words, within the period before the final refresh, his score increased by more than 10,000. How is that possible? 10,000 within 2 minutes. Not even Feng Zi would be capable of something like that. Could he have cheated? Soon, voices of doubts began spreading throughout the hall. The Jade Tablet of Trials would refresh once every 2 minutes, and not once had the name Zhang Xian appeared before. The fact that Zhang Xian had never appeared in the top 500 meant that he had never, at any point in time, achieved a score higher than the 500th ranker's 2,400 points. Yet, for his score to surge up to 12,700 in an instant, that was too exaggerated. The 10,000 candidates had toiled for 3 whole days, but most of them did not even come close to reaching 10,000 points. Yet, that fellow actually obtained that many points within 2 minutes? Was this even humanly possible? Forming a stark contrast to the bewildered and doubtful crowd was Zhao Xingma, who visibly heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhang Xian's name. That fellow sure was worrisome, leaving him on edge for the past 3 days. His heart had been restless ever since he failed to find that fellow's name on the first day, and he had thought that the young man did not stand a chance anymore. Yet, who would have thought that he would actually shoot up by 10,000 points at the very last moment, successfully clearing the entrance examination? Not to mention, he even snuck into the very last slot of the elite division at that. It sure was a thrilling ride of emotions. To him, the fact that a candidate he had brought to the Sanctum of Sages had successfully gotten into the elite division was a great source of pride and honor to him. Zhang Jiuxiao, Ma Minghai Sun Gone, All in all, 7 of the candidates whom I have led here have successfully cleared the examination. Not bad. Zhao Xingma nodded in approval. While it was slightly beneath expectations that only 7 out of 33 cleared the examination, considering that one of them managed to make it into the elite division, it was still not too bad. With such results, he would be qualified to head to better places to recruit more stronger candidates into the Sanctum of Sages. Similar to how most of the guides were reacting, Elder Lu also frowned in disapproval. There's something peculiar about the results. He had served as an elder in the Sanctum of Sages for a very long time now, and he had encountered plenty of geniuses in his time. However, he had never seen or heard of anyone who remotely came close to earning 10,000 points within 2 minutes before. Elder Lu pondered for a moment before he turned to the old man by his side and instructed, "Elder Han Zhu, go and check the situation." "Yes." Elder Han Zhu nodded. Elder Han Zhu quickly backed out of the hall, and not too long later, he returned with an unreadable expression on his face. Noting the peculiar expression on Elder Han Zhu's face, Elder Lu asked, "What's wrong?" "I have just checked the records, and based on what I saw until the final refresh, Xianxia didn't have any points at all. In other words, he earned 12,700 points at the very last moment." Elder Han Zhu replied with a frown. While the Jade Tablet of Trials only reflected the names and scores of the top 500 candidates, it still kept track of the results of the other candidates as well. Otherwise, it would not have been able to determine who had cleared the examination and who had failed it accurately. Earlier, he went to check the past records of that Zhang Xian candidate, and to his shock, he realized that up till the final 2 minutes, that candidate did not have a single point. It was only when the examination was coming to an end that he suddenly leaped to the 50th place. Clearly, there was something very bizarre about the situation. He earned 12,700 points at the very last moment? Is there any test in the Mountain Gate examination that can earn that many points in a single go? Elder Lu asked contemplatively. As you know, the Mountain Gate examination was left behind by Sage Kuei, and even elders like us don't have the authority to check on what kinds of tests are within, let alone uncover the point allocation of the tests. Nevertheless, in the records of the past 100 years, the highest number of points that was allocated in one go was for deciphering a Grade 8 intermediate illusory slaughter formation. 5,000 points. At this moment, Elder Han Zhu hesitated for a moment before continuing. This record was left behind by the Zhang clan's Zhang Chan, and it caused a huge uproar then. I know of the matter, too. 5,000 points is already unbelievable, but this Zhang Xian actually earned 12,700 points in a single go. Just what kind of test did he go through for that? Elder Lu still found the matter a little hard to believe. There were indeed tests in the Mountain Gate examination where one could earn a great deal of points in a single shot, but those tests were proportionally difficult to pass as well. Furthermore, 5,000 points was already an astounding reward for a single test. So, for a candidate to receive 12,700 points at once, honestly, he really could not bring himself to believe such a thing to be possible. Elder Lu pondered for a moment before issuing his instructions. For the time being, let's announce the results. Afterward, conduct a challenge of the defeated to check if Zhang Xian really has the ability to earn so many points at once. Very well. Elder Han Zhu nodded. After 3 days of examinations, the candidates were all bound to be exhausted. Thus, the Sanctum of Sages would usually announce the results quickly so that they could rest as soon as possible. However, there were also exceptions to the convention. For instance, there were times when the scores of several candidates appeared to be abnormal. In such situations, the Sanctum of Sages would organize a challenge of the defeated to allow those who did not clear the examination to challenge those who did, and those in the ordinary division to challenge those in the elite division. Firstly, this served to showcase the strength of the students so that teachers could tailor their guidance to their needs in the future. Secondly, it was to reassure the candidates that the examination was fair and impartial. There was no cheating, nepotism, or anything of the sort involved. If the candidates learned that Zhang Xian had gotten into the top 50 in the last 2 minutes, there were bound to be many who would question the integrity and fairness of the entrance examination. In such a case, the challenge of the defeated served to show that he had obtained his position through his true strength. Let's go. After saying those words, Elder Lu beckoned for the others to follow him before taking the lead. The others quickly followed him, and before long, they arrived in the square. At this moment, all the candidates were already out of the mountain gate, and they were staring in the sky with expectant and tense looks on their faces. Congratulations on completing the 3-day examination. You have all worked hard. Now, I shall announce the results of the examination. First and foremost, I shall announce the names of the candidates who have been selected to join the elite division. As Elder Lu's resounding voice echoed through the square, he grabbed the space ahead of him, and the sky suddenly seemed to have turned into glistening jadeite. With a brilliant radiance, names began appearing one after another. Feng Zi, Zhang Yu Yuan Haiqing, by Xianxia. With the appearance of each name, there would be resounding cheers from the crowd. I have heard of Feng Zi. He's the direct disciple of one of the grand elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. He's the direct disciple of a 9-star Master Teacher? No wonder he's so formidable. Having received the most accurate guidance from a young age, he's bound to be impeccable in all fields, be it in terms of his strength or his jinqi. It's a given that he would take first place. I thought that Zhang you would have a chance to take first place in this entrance examination. The Zhang clan is too big, and they have too many geniuses in their ranks. While Zhang Yu might possess exceptional talent, he's still far from being ranked at the top. Naturally, the resources he can tap into are limited as well. Most of the names that appeared were familiar to the crowd here, and to them, they were existences reminiscent of the untouchable stars in the sky. Chen Liao? She got into the elite division, too? Zhang Xian noted. Considering how Chen Liao had been able to get into the top 50 despite being only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, it seemed like she did possess some exceptional means. As more and more names were revealed, Zhang Xian could not help but wonder. There are so many candidates with the surname Zhang. Are they all from the Zhang clan? So far, 40 names had already appeared, but 10 of them went by the surname Zhang. Were they all from the Zhang clan? For the Zhang clan to take up 10 out of the 50 slots of the elite division, were they not a little too powerful? Who? Just as Zhang Xian was about to turn to Zhang Jiuxiao to ask him about the matter, the light in the sky flickered for the last time, and a certain name appeared at the very end of the list. Zhang Xian? Is he from the Zhang clan, too? I don't think so. I saw the list of candidates dispatched by the Zhang clan this year, and there wasn't such a name on it. He seems to be some master teacher from the Qingyuan Empire. As soon as he arrived in the square, he offended Chen Liao from the Glacier Plain Court and pummeled Zhang Qian from the Zhang clan. He actually dared pummel Zhang Qian? He sure is brave. Well, how could one who possesses the strength to get into the elite division possibly lack self-confidence? When Zhang Xian's name appeared, a huge commotion immediately broke out among the crowd. Everyone present knew of the first 49 names. They were all from distinguished clans or were famed geniuses whose names had spread far and wide. Only the name in 50th place, Zhang Xian, was completely unfamiliar to all of them. In such a bizarre manner, his name ended up standing out in the list. Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, not to mention that he was just an insignificant figure from the remote Qingyuan Empire, and yet he still managed to get into the top 50. Truly inconceivable.